everyone, welcome back from the break. It's the Double L's serving up another one. It could be a Game 5. We're kind of cursed or blessed with it, but it will be the Hunters versus the Dragons for all you animal enthusiasts out there.
Yeah, it is going to be potentially a Game 5 here, Lemon. Shanghai Dragons, they either lose in 3 thus far, or they win in 5, which means that they have actually, despite a 3-1 scoreline currently, got a map differential of 0. And that means that Shanghai Dragons are not necessarily safe when it comes to getting into the kickoff clash. Of course, all of our APAC teams get to play each other. There's no difference in strength of schedule. It's all about these 4 games packed into one action-packed weekend. And it means that we really are testing the endurance of our teams over the course of this. And Shanghai have played the most maps thus far as I can remember.
Well, here is your starting roster. Now, if only they could turn on their webcams. I'll forgive them, though. Yeah, the locked character that you see is the man, the legend, Who Are You, who is becoming more and more of their Genji specialist, the shinobi, the Hokage that they depend on. And he kind of swaps back and forth with Fleta whenever the Shanghai Dragons maybe want more of a proficient tracer. Again, not that Who Are You can't play it, but I'm seeing Fleta have more flexibility with filling the gaps if the map demands it.
I don't know what a Hokage is, but I very much trust you, Lemon. And Fleta on the other side came in yesterday as a real difference maker up against the LA Valiant, proving to be the superior Reaper of the contest that was forced between Valiant and Dragons. And I wonder if once again they might be forced off of their more comfortable dive playstyle, where they like to move in with Fate and Who Are You kind of as a terrible twosome, and then Lip kind of plays a little bit more around for support. But Chengdu Hunters on the other side, Gaga has proven to be a tank with omniscience when it comes to all of the different off and main tanks that are available. But I think the real standout thus far has been Jinmu. Like, we all knew Leave was good, Mr. MVP. But Jinmu had some questions around his hero pool coming into Overwatch 2 and whether or not he'd be able to flex around enough in order to accommodate multiple different looks which Chengdu Hunters might have to provide. And thus far, Jinmu has been performing admirably, especially on the Genji.
Yeah, the only rookie from both these teams, Daisy, stemming from Contenders China, specifically Team Chaser, who has been a top 3 team in the region, known for Zarya, and the Sigma, you know, if you need it on Circuit Royale, you never know. But the overall arching narrative for both these teams, that it's a must-win series if they hope to either keep their spot in the kickoff clash, aka the Shanghai Dragons, who now sit in a 3rd place position after the Game 5 win against the LA Valiant, but you have the Chengdu Hunters who are not in that hot seat. 5th place, remember only top 4 go to the kickoff clash, and Chengdu Hunters need, they are down bad for a win, and it has to happen here. And the Dragons, they go the distance, so we'll see if the Hunters can meet them there.
Interesting, Lemon. The last time these two met was in a kickoff clash-esque scenario in one of our tournaments last year, the Summer Showdown. Shanghai Dragons defeated Chengdu Hunters in the final 4-1 and denied Chengdu Hunters their first trophy as a franchise. And that means that Shanghai Dragons here, they're coming in against a team that very much remembers that. Like you said, there's only one rookie in Daidze, who is on the Chengdu Hunters. Both of these teams know each other very well, and a lot of the Chengdu Hunters remember what was denied to them by Shanghai.
And our first map is almost ready to go. It will be at Lijiang Tower. Then we go to Circuit Royale, King's Row, and etc. after that. So both these teams fresh off a W. It was Chengdu Hunters won against Philly, and I know we were even talking during the break of just the surprising that the Philadelphia Fusion, just with how much name values on that roster are just coming off short, but even pointing out to other series that we've talked about in APAC that all of these matches are happening during 2 weeks. So if you have a rocky start at the beginning, there's just not a lot of time for the coaches to really identify those mistakes and help the players improve in time. So it's about really who can adapt the fastest, and I'm really wondering where Chengdu are going to settle when it comes to our rankings, because their only losses are to the Spark and the Seoul Dynasty, which are incredible teams.
Yeah, I think that the compact schedule for a lot of teams, 4 matches in 1 week, unless they played 3 last week, in which case they only have to do 3 this week, is that like you said, if there are problems on Thursday, the time you have to iterate, to patch those holes, to improve, is incredibly limited. Not just physically, Lemon, but you also have to try and budget in the time of your backroom staff to allow your players time to rest and recuperate. You can't, like, have them running exhausted, like, okay, good job on that 5-mapper, but it's time for 4 hours of VOD review, boys. Like,
no.
Man, I want to sleep and eat pizza. It's not on. And you can tell that, like, a lot of players will become very stressed through these 4 days of intense grind, having to play an official every day, because playing an official match is obviously the most stressed that a player will be, even if they are naturally adept at this, which of course all of these players are. This is where performance is demanded, and every single mistake you make is going to be under the microscope, not just from your backline, but from the enemy team trying to exploit that, and the fans as well. And all of these players are heavily interfaced with their fandoms in their home cities as well. So, to a degree, this is an endurance test for the players, as well as just a meeting of two teams against each other and a clashing of styles. So much is happening outside of the game, as well as inside.
Yeah, teams just getting ready in our lobby, and I'm really excited for especially the Lip versus Leave matchup. I don't know if we've talked about it yet, but that's all I'm staring at. You got the 2021 Grand Finals MVP of Leave versus the 2021 regular season MVP Lip versus the 2021 regular season MVP of Leave. Of course, it's 2 L's, just like us. Everyone loves L's. But maybe actually not these teams, technically. We finally go to Lijiang Tower. I'm excited to kick this off.
And of course, we might have that battle of MVPs as well, Lemon, because Fleta versus Leave, that one might be interesting if Fleta does come in once more for that Reaper. Heading over to Lijiang Tower, we're going to be starting off here on Market, and we have seen multiple teams bring out more aerial approaches to this, like the Echo, like the Pharah, especially in our previous game. And I don't think that it would be Lip who plays the Pharah if Shanghai Dragons were to try and make that work. Chengdu Hunters, though, this seems pretty par for the course. Jinmu bringing out the Reaper is going to be all about trying to shut down Fate, who presumably will be playing a Winston.
The Winston v Zarya, maybe. But we've kind of been noticing that the Zarya Reaper compositions are starting to counter the Winstons just with the lethality at close range, but it's up to Lip or Leave to lay down that suppressing fire. Now you're having some differences in the support line as well.
Yeah, the big job for Lip here is to try and force out Gargar's bubbles before Fate actually commits. By having that long-range poke damage, you can remove Gargar's resources and leave the rest of Chengdu Hunters vulnerable to Li Jaegon getting a triple boot, a quadruple, what? Hello!
Hello and goodbye. Clean fight win from the Dragons too, who have not lost anyone throughout that. And every time I see a player pause, I'm always thinking they're typing something in chat. I don't even think I'd be able to read it. But first fight for the Dragons.
Hello, top 5 plays. Li Jaegon, I can't believe they didn't expect this. Unbelievable. And then they just grab more afterwards. Li Jaegon is a little bit mad. Huge dive.
Now Fate slaying the bubble in the middle of the Hunters. Who are you? Just couldn't get away from the damage. Hunters just really stuck at their main choke as the Dragons rotate between the point and that main choke. Lip versus Leave again. See Dragons taking a more passive approach around the Mega after losing Izayaki, so the Hunter's going to take advantage of this and going to the point.
Yeah, Izayaki just stuck around a little bit too long in an active sightline. Li Jaegon still fragging out. At the moment, I think he might have up to 100% of the final blows. There we go. Who are you picks up 1. And Li Jaegon's looking for even more. Hello, me again. You didn't forget, did you? You stay away from those edges.
You tried to, anyway. Now the Dragons, now they're stacked full of ults. Way before the Hunters have theirs, the barrier, the primal, so Fate's going to want to play aggro. Just not really showing his face, and why would you? You don't want to get close, at least in hug range from Jinmu, not in these times. Lip has the visor and might not even need it with that pick on the Jinmu. How did this happen? The Dragons are going to go for more, and it's another clean team fight win. The Dragons are looking flawless.
And a clean team fight win with nothing invested, Lemon. Shanghai still have 5 ultimates. This is looking absolutely dire for the Chengdu Hunters, because they're going to have to get their ults in medias res here. They have to be generated, and Lip's already moved forward with a nano visor.
Libza, Chad. I can't believe this. Primal and Hunters tried to fight back, and you can't even blame them. It's 90%. The Hunters had to use ults there. You're gonna Primal Rage and Spot. Who expected the Dragons to be spot holding the Hunters? We're OG beating the Hunters! I'm losing my mind. 100-0 Dragons. Let's all forget that happened.
The ults at spawn were so prevalent. Who are you actually just got trapped inside the Chengdu spawn by the closing door on the dropsick? Shanghai Dragons have come out here, Lemon, saying, no. We're not going to do another 5-mapper. We're the reigning champions. And we mean for you all to witness this. And Chengdu Hunters as well, they should have had a little bit of an inherent compositional advantage in that first fight, from being able to move into a Fate who definitely wouldn't have Primal using a bubbled Reaper. But Li Jie gone, with that quadruple boop, secured Shanghai Dragons the defensive position they needed to continually control the fight, and that's what you need with a Winston-Genji combo. Being able to choose when and where you fight. Gaga has swapped over now to the Doomfist. The Zarya is a thing of the past.
Yeah, Doomfist inherently does counter the Winston. You just can bully him around. You see Gaga's attention is just all going to Fane as everyone's trying to back up Gaga. He steps into the Winston bubble, and the Hunters just don't know what to do to help out in that situation. The Dragons take another fight, and Hunters, I haven't seen a fight win yet.
Yeah, it's a little bit dire for the Pandas, but it's okay. There's still plenty of time to iterate, and the last time that Chengdu managed to almost win a fight was when Izayaki actually overstayed their welcome on a longer sightline against Leave. You cannot underestimate the MVP.
Another pick, and Ginny Poo. We gotta have a meeting, darling. Why do you keep getting first blooded? Okay, I wasn't gonna put too much blame on you when you were on the Reaper against the Soldier. The range just not in your favor, but he's swapping to the Genji, hoping he can get a deflect, a dash, and reposition before he dies. But the Hunters are set back for a few seconds. They'll rotate to White Room now.
Honey, it's time for you to get first blooded again. Yes, Dragons, who are you? Nanode slices through. The Shurikens are simply too strong, and while Gaga might have a charged fist, unfortunately you're punching a concrete wall, and the wall always wins.
Yeah, this is looking like a 200-0 map. So what have you been up to like there? No, I'm just kidding. So now we got a Nano Smile. So are we giving this to Leave? Are we holding on for Visor? Do we give it for Gaga for some kind of front line? Hunters have a lot of options.
Hunters do have options, but what they do not have is secondary initiation. They have the Nano. Beyond that, these ultimates have to be generated mid-fight. Gaga's going so deep here, and he's dead already!
Oh, the chase down on Gaga is so nasty, and so is his blade. The Bionic Grenade hits Who Are You? It didn't slow him down until his death occurred. The Hunters got 2-2 trades. It's 3v3. Jinmu gets the kill onto Lift, and finally, the sun has risen. The Hunters may have taken a fight as soon as they got to remove Fate, though, and now Li Jie is back. The barrier almost available. Nisha uses his first. Surely this advantage will overwhelm the Dragons, right? And Li Jie doesn't get his in time to save Fate, so Dragons will concede.
Li Jie now has the sound barrier to maybe try and facilitate some kind of engagement. Hunters used everything there except for the Meteor Strike, and I think that Shanghai Dragons got a lot of value out of that last engagement, forcing Nisha rather, to be able to use that sound barrier. Now there's nothing to answer the visor from Lip.
Oh. Well, that's a good slam from Gaga. He goes back into the supports when he was half health. And the rest of his team are mid-map. There's no shot that you have any connection with Monk in terms of LOS. Now Leaf is just getting pounded by the rest of the team. You got a barrier engage from Li Jie. He is bloodthirsty, and he's coming for your backline. Jinmu might be able to keep this wick burning, but Hunters, I could count their kills on one hand. I'm a concerned citizen. That is map 1 for the Dragons.
I think there are going to be many concerned citizens here, Lemon. Shanghai Dragons walk away with map 1 in a dominant fashion. Chengdu, to win only one fight, they had to invest so much. We saw a beat on the spawn of Chengdu Hunters. We saw a Primal Rage backhanding the barrier which cannot be broken. And Who Are You being trapped inside the dropship spawn of Chengdu. just from being trapped in there by the closing door after the round ended. Shanghai Dragons, they are not only looking good, but they're having fun while doing it, Lem.
I don't know. I don't know if the fans are having fun watching them get OG baited at Spawn, but it's time to take a break. Let us recoup. Let us do some husa. And after we return, we'll go to the next map and see if the Hunters are as awake as I am.
Sorry gamers, we had a little bit of a technical snafu there. As we went into our map set, it said Lijiang Tower instead of Lijiang Tower, and that's on us, taking full responsibility. Unfortunately, Lijiang is taking full responsibility for a quadruple murder, which is not ideal, and an OGB on spawn. Dragons are looking like their old selves again on Lijiang Tower, but as we have always had to question during this season, can they keep it up, or is this going to go to yet another 5-mapper as all of their victories have so far?
I just wasn't a fan of the Hunters rollout at the start of Night Market, so they were running the Brigida Ana. By the way, no speed. You know Lee Jae-gong, that's all he runs is Lucio. So why would you rotate coast side on Night Market against the Lucio if you're not going to have the inherent speed advantage of running a Brig Ana, which means you're not going to be able to rotate to point on time. So you're taking a huge risk. Along with, why would you make that choice in the first place when you're running a Winston who prefers more of the middle of the map? So just kind of scratching my head at some of the decisions Shanghai Dragons did. And they were also getting picked a whole lot. The Hunters did. And also that Jinmu was getting first blood a lot. At the start, I didn't blame him because he was Reaper, and the range of the Dragons on Soldier he wasn't really anything he could do. Now, it kind of happened off screen, so that was tough. And then Gaga rolls out on the Doomfist, and I had to mention at the start of the map that is an inherent advantage over a Winston because you could just bully him all day and night, but Gaga can't bully 5 people by himself. There needs to be some kind of cohesion from the Hunters if they're gonna play the Doomfist, which is actually a pretty rare occurrence when it comes to APAC. So obviously 911 has been sounded at the Hunters for them to even go for that. But instead of Gaga, we have Daisy in on Circuit Royale. This makes a lot of sense. He plays either Sigma or Zarya. Here he opts for Zarya.
It's okay, Lemon. Gaga can't hurt anyone anymore from the bench. Dadza has arrived and is going to be playing, instead of the usual Sigma here, a little bit of Zarya. I would not mind if Lip actually rolled out with that Bastion. We've seen it in North America a couple of times. But of course, when you bring in Fleta, playing his signature hero would not be surprising to see. Lee Jae-gong may actually speed out Fleta here, then move back and play the Mercy, but oh no, hello there. We have ourselves a little bit of a more Spitfire kind of look, or I should say, a bit more of a Hangzhou Spark look as we saw from earlier. Bloody hell.
Yeah, that's an interesting position from Jinmu. Just the dash range is pretty far from where his defense is set up at. And when it comes to Orion V Zarya, Ryan is going to out-brawl Zarya just with his inherent damage with his primary fire. And Daisy needs time to scale up before he really becomes a threat. Headshot gets Daisy to 50% health. Dragons taking up all the space in a world. If they let Lip around this corner, this is going to be an interesting scenario where he's going to want to pick off Jinmu or leave, and we'll have a lot more space to do so. Body shot connects, but Jinmu doesn't have a Mercy, so he has to rely on good communication with Nisha to get those packs online.
Up against that Widowmaker, choosing to go for the Farah. The wall is laid down, and Jinmu simply lands on top of it while you're perched. Jinmu takes his head off, and now could find themselves in a duel with Leave across the motorway.
Lip still doing okay. Leave, not so much. And with these few picks, Dragons will be able to cap, and it's about who they want to bury with the rest. Great shots from Lip so far.
Lip is not normally game deficit or something. Check mouse, please. He is, at a frankly uncanny level of percentage headshot hit. I think it's about 70% at the moment. I've only noted one body shot, and that was onto Jinmu. Might have actually been 2 body shots onto Jinmu, but now look at this. Once again, Shanghai Dragons playing the same way that Hangzhou Spark did, forcing Chengdu to move through these narrow chokes straight into Void's hammer. And it's interesting that we've seen Void come in here, who's not a main tank player, but picking up the Reinhardt. Jinmu's wrapped around the back, and this is pressure?
You're really testing Lip here. Are you sure you want to get that close to the sun? Nisha, you can't res
He's
here.
A hostage,
you have
man.
no cover. Wait, he actually does have cover. Lip tries to grapple, doesn't get a good angle onto Nisha, so Jinmu is back. But for really how long? Lip has now killed Jinmu again. Nisha is like, honestly, I'm just gonna Sudoku here. And the Dragons are meters away from point B.
I am finished with this, says Nisha. Jinmu, you decided to try and counter the Widowmaker with a Farah. Overall, not great. Of course, the Farah is better suited to taking out others. Look at this. Daitsa comes on in to try and contest.
You do your best. You got a nano. You got the, I wouldn't say the sustain, but you at least have damage mitigation. Jinmu is going to maul at this point. He cannot get Lip off his back, but the grab. Daisy saves the day. The 3K and the cart contest, all thanks to Daisy.
I don't think that was a great grab, though. I think that Chengdu had already won that. But now Daitsa no longer has the ability to really force an engagement here from the Chengdu Hunters. They have to rely on Jinmu getting an opening pick and Leave forcing out early resources. Remember that Fletter also has access to like walls for locomotion. I think Leave is currently behind the Shanghai Dragons on the high ground, just behind
watch
them.
out. Jinmu is in your backline again, and Nisha's like, not again, please. I don't want to go through this again. But Jinmu still lives. Can't say the same for Leave, who blows himself up. He had a 4v4 as the Dragons hope to close the gap. And it's up to Lip to get the picks he did in the previous fights, but he barely has the space to operate because Jinmu is now taking more safer off angles instead of like the Narnia trip he took last time, and the Hunters are chill for now.
Yeah, Jimmy's also taking timing on these angles as well, which means that once Lip engages, Leave has demanded attention from Lip. And that means that it's much more difficult to really keep your crosshair on Jinmu for an extended period. Chengdu Hunters have much better understanding how they want to take these fights timing-wise now, as Fletter has moved over to what I call the Versace Pharaoh, or the Echo, to try and find themselves an aerial duel with a pocket still from Li Jaegong.
I think the Echo is good against Pharah because it has a lot more burst potential with the focusing beam, so you can actually kill the Pharah before the Mercy's able to heal it in time, but it's only if Fletic can get close enough. He's actually below Jinmu and starts harassing it, or at least somebody who was on the high ground. Jinmu's further away. Now the Hunters unleash the Tactical Visor. Leave might even drop towards the cart, see if he can slay the backline. Slay Queen, yes he does. Izuyaki's down. Li Jaegong flies away. The Dragons are the attacking team, by the way, and they're on the card. The Hunters, the major flank is paying off. They split the Dragons in half. Lip has gotten the attention of Li Jaegong. Void is back in the picture, and the Hunters really struggling to stabilize here.
Eventually, though, the high ground is recontested, and once more Daidza has access to the Graviton Surge. If you can force bubbles out of Void, solo grabbing Void here is definitely on the cards, because there's no real defensive ultimate to deal with it, and there it is.
Grab right into Lip, charging right up to 100. Void is alive and well. But I don't know if the Dragons really want to fight this. Now with Izuyaki gone, the backline of the Dragons is just so exposed to that high ground of the Hunters, such a dominant position. So I wonder what is going to be the answer to the Dragons, for the Dragons, who were just meters away from capping on that momentum push at the start, and now it's a challenge.
Yeah, when you think momentum, Lemon, the shift here is frankly remarkable. Shanghai Dragons barely even registered there was an enemy as they moved through the first point, being able to camp Jinmu on the flank when they were with Nisha as well. But now, Shanghai Dragons moving up through this high ground is so difficult because Leave presents a real obstacle, as well as Daidza, who often just engages into the backline to bisect to Shanghai, who have long lines of communication here.
Oh, the nano to Fleta. Leave received the bubble, but he's down for the count. The rest of the Hunters disengaged. Dicey a little bit split from the pack. That's an easy collapse for the Dragons. The Valkyrie, just all of that extra damage boost too assures that the Dragons just have such a huge advantage in this fight. And that's dangerous for Fleta to be slept there, and you see that Void steps up to take aggro. A few more seconds for the Dragons as they now approach point B. The Hunters coming back real quick with a visor. Dragons trying to stack everything they can. A grab from Void, trap sleeve during the nano visor. Can he get the kills the Hunter needs to push back the Dragons? It's overtime and it already starts off with 1 kill. The Valkyrie helping the Hunters with resources. Lip even has time to get resurrected back in as Lip is just demolishing this battlefield. Leave steps up, the focusing beam claims 2. Fleta can't be stopped and he will take a nap, but the job has been done and the Dragons will cap B.
That was an all-in fight for everybody there. I don't know how Li Jaegong managed to get a resurrection onto Lip, who then killed both Jinmu and Nisha with the same Helix rocket. And Shanghai Dragons, yes, it took them forever to find that engagement. That's because when they're playing with the Echo and the Soldier alongside the Zarya, their engagement prospects are incredibly poor until Izuyaki can actually give over the nano onto Fleta and make them dangerous to try and move forward. Shanghai might actually face the same dangers here again as Lip returns to the Widowmaker and Fleta's on the Tracer, which isn't a huge engagement potential character.
Well, Hunters I'm just trying to fight for this high ground. You see Void was doing a good job of scouting. Fleta can just push the cart, so wherever the fight takes, at least Fleta will be on cart duty. 41 seconds, though. The Dragons just have to keep up this momentum. It was so much time taken away at point B. Fleta, though, is just running out of blinks, doesn't have recall, can't keep up this cart pressure, as now the backline of the Dragons is being sieged by Jinmu. Already Lee Jae-gon is gone, and Duplicate is just a blink, and it's gone as well. Dragons are down for the count.
Blink and you've missed it, unfortunately. Jinmu, not a huge value out of that, but does survive even longer, so will not have to respawn in now. Shanghai Dragons, with very limited engage potential off of only a Zarya, are going to have to try and move through this choke point. Daiser does not have the Graviton Surge. Void does, and Leave at the moment is camping the cart. 1v2 for Fleta.
Oh, the grab from Void to trap the Hunters. Daisy is just barely alive, saved by the Monk Nano, but just crumbs of health left, and Void got nanoed at the end. A huge edge the Dragons needed. They only have 3 on the cart, though, and Leave has the visor. He climbs to the high ground, hopes to claim the life of Izayaki, who needs to keep Void up if the Dragons hope to stay alive, and they step off the cart, so the Dragons will not be finishing the map.
Leave is just too juicy a morsel. A tempting target for the Shanghai Dragons, and so the cart gets abandoned as numbers begin to dwindle. Shanghai Dragons here. It is a respectable push, but is by no means unassailable here by the Chengdu Hunters. And you've got to assume, Lemon, that if you're bringing Void in, you are planning to play at least one half of this map as an off-tank. So now we might see the swap over to the Sigma, or potentially the Zarya. But I feel like the Sigma's going to start falling out of favor in APAC, as now both Shanghai Dragons and Hangzhou Spark have shown this May Reinhardt composition, which in my mind is designed to be able to easily overwhelm a Sigma by simply walling him in and then having your Reinhardt run at him and just crush the Dutch scientist underfoot, because Sigma's got no way of really dealing with a Reinhardt.
Well, there's no May or Rein, so it will be just the Dragons going back to what worked out for them the most, which was the Zarya and the Echo. So mostly trying to bubble Fleta so he can be aggressive, while the Dragons kind of have relied more on the Brigitte or the Ana, or the Lucio or the Ana, to kind of help Void be more aggressive if he wants to step up with that speed. But that means Fleta without a Mercy has to be a lot more careful and has to be quick with Lee Jae-gon to get those packs. Now Lip was looking so massive on that last round, but Leave is on the Widow as well. He's looking for the jump and finds nothing.
Not quite the instant pick we saw from Lip, and Fleta. They can play a lot more ground-born as an Echo as well. Doesn't rely on the steep trajectory of a rocket. So, oh no, Leave doesn't know. Leave doesn't know!
Well, now he does. So Fleta will be in the sky. Daisy and Monk. Oh, Monk is way too far forward. Somehow he's alive. The focusing beam will chunk through him and the rest of the Hunters, who are just left with scraps of their ego. And the Dragons will hold for now.
Oh, Nisha gonna have a tough time escaping from here, but that extra distance in Overwatch 2 on the Shield Bash gives the locomotion necessary to extricate themselves from that scenario. Leave being a little bit more careful and trepidatious now. Fleta's about to fade into view and is given the bubble.
Yeah, Leave at least has access to the Mega, but he just has to look at Fleta and Lip, and Fleta is a little bit deep in the backline hunting for Leave. So Jinmu might have to fall back and just help assist with that. Misses the dash, but Fleta still gets killed in the end, and Leave has been spared. Now we enter halfway to point A, where the Dragons will have a massive high ground advantage. They're just not showing themselves until Fleta gets back.
Lip, however, is going to have themselves a good advantage in the Widow versus Widow. We'll be able to find themselves a jump shot from the back of this road. Question is, can they take out Leave before Fleta's under supreme duress?
Lip. Oh man, everyone's playing hide and seek, and Lip is not a happy guy. 3 or 4 meters before the Hunters will cap, and you see Void has to step up with Lee Jae-gon just to be in brawl range, keep that Inspire going, keep the cart contested as much as possible. Void gets more and more charged up as Lip on the high ground dips to Leave. Now they have free range to get damage onto Daisy, and just one headshot brings that Zarya to half HP. The grab is thrown from the attack. The Dragons wanted to be aggressive, but it's Lip that is the true threat on this battlefield, getting 2 headshots, no supports, and no hope for the Hunters.
Gravity means nothing to the French Lemon. The Graviton surge from Daidza there was supposed to be the big playmaker, but Lip simply finds everyone who wants to follow it up because Chengdu Hunters have to take aggressive angles into Lip's territory in order to try and find those who are caught within the Grav. And that is well punished. Lip has been an absolute star hit scan thus far in this duel and is making Leave look inept.
Making Jinmu look inept there. Great headshot again from Lip. Now they're seeing if they can get any more staggers, and then Lip just returns to the high ground. He'll have the Infrasight too, so being able to judge where Leave is, and he's going to have Infrasight too. Infrasight does act as a huge advantage for the Widows to get in position, but you have supportals coming up, and we'll see who is going to pull the trigger first.
Got to see if Shanghai Dragons actually bait themselves in the same way Chengdu did. Infrasight's popped out, no secrets for anyone. Everybody is revealed as Void is afflicted with the Bardic Grenade. And Leave. Oh, he desperately wants Lip. Really needs to make this difference so Jinmu can go large with the Blade.
There's the Blade and the Nano. The grab from Void. Jinmu still steps up and kills everyone who was just around Void's grab. Lip gets away thanks to the sleep of Izayaki, but the Dragons are only left with 2 members. Izayaki wants to die as quickly as possible, not get staggered out, and the Hunters will regain card control.
I have questions about that grab from Void. I'm guessing that they went for where Jinmu was, and Jinmu might have had a little bit of a weird dash at the beginning of the Blade because they anticipated that Void was going to try and grab it instead. Void's making an early play here to try and control the choke point because we've seen how valuable this is in terms of getting free cart push. Fletter playing as Jinmu did before, trying to avoid the gaze of Leave and once again find a surprise attack onto this Widowmaker. But that flight makes noise, Lemon. It's very noisy.
Leave. Does he know in time? The bombs hit him mid-air. The focusing beam is kind of scuffed, but at least he redirects his attention to Daisy, who's the lower health target, and Fleta just floats above 5 people. I wonder what happens. You die. Leave will diff Lip. And for now, the Hunters only have a 1-man advantage, but not feeling so confident unless Leave can really kick off this fight. Void has been slept, and it's more about just getting past Void and seeing if you get any sights onto Izayaki and Lee Jae-gong, who are nicely hidden on the left side. The shield from Lee Jae-gong also protects Izayaki from potential Widow shots as he gets a little bit more aggressive towards Jinmu. Fleta flies above, ready for the duplicate, goes for the Zarya, hoping to build up towards a grab, but this is enough to deter the Hunters from even wanting to fight.
The particle cannon army marches forward inexorably. They cannot be stopped. Only energy is what they will settle for. A solo grab onto Nisha, but I don't think that could be followed up too well.
Not working out, but the Hunters have lost Nisha, and now Leave, and Fleta is above you, and there's just nothing they can really do. Leave has to deal with Lip and Fleta, so you're wondering, Jinmu, how is he going to alleviate that pressure, or are you just hoping that your Nanoblade is your win con?
Yeah, Nanoblade wants more, but the question is, can Jinmu once more avoid the grab from Void? Or can they potentially find an opening before Void has access to this Graviton? There's still 7% to go. Admittedly, as those mortars begin to fly, Void will get closer and closer, and the pace of Chengdu Hunters has to continually slow down again and again. Lip is behind when it comes to the generation of the Infrasights.
Nano for Jinmu. The Blade, the flail from Lee Jae-gong only stops him for a second as Izayaki wants to preserve Lee Jae-gong. It gives him the Nano. Huge damage mitigation. You need at least 1 support, and Lee Jae-gong has the rally, brought down to half health, but has to use it now, or I guess never. Void is down. He dies with Grav. And Hunters are left with 20 seconds. They have demand advantage. Will the Dragons even recontest? They're around the corner. It's a little bit late. Still they contest before the capture. The rally starts. No one from the Dragons is benefiting from the rally, and the Hunters will cap.
Lip here has expended the Infrasights as well, Lemon, so this might end up being a swap from Lip. Jinmu is absolutely popping off, finding all of these stragglers. Dare they go further into Void? There are no bubbles left, but now there is the assistance of the Brigitte, so Jinmu knows that this isn't particularly advisable. Chengdu now have a minute to not travel very far at all. You can see that little golden box of victory is only a few meters away, about 30. However, playing from the pool here is a great sightline for the Shanghai Dragons, and Chengdu might have to make some long rotations to force them off. Never mind, just win the Widow duel. That's key.
So now a number advantage for the Hunters. Knowing that Dragons are set up on the pool, Void is ready to drop with Grav. The box of victory right there. It's a good chance to fight for the Dragons. The Void throws the Grav. Daisy gone. Headshot by Lip as Jinmu bounces in between the Dragons, but has found himself. It's up to the Hunters to escape without getting staggered anymore. They can force one more fight, but only if they don't lose anyone else.
On the attacking side, Leave has actually started to draw even with Lip when it comes to his hit scan duel. Heard me saying that Lip was making him look inept. No one talks about the MVP that way. Daidza taking a lot of early poke here, but this is necessary. Monk is so close to that nano boost that Daidza has to exchange his life for that nano charge to give a real engagement potential from Jinmu or to keep Daidza alive on the cart in overtime, Lemon. On the other side, Fleta looking for a duplicate. Expect multiple Zaryas.
And Hunters, as soon as they step on the cart, they could get surrounded, but Dragons are no longer on the right. They have their supports on the pool side. Izayaki wants to play his life for the nano. Jinmu duplicates the Zarya, working on a grab. Monk holding on to the nano, gives it finally to Daisy. Void on the same thing, hoping to trade backlines as the grab is thrown from the duplicate. Daisy close to a second one, and Jinmu above lays down the damage into the duplicated grab, and surely this is enough. There's only 2 left of the Dragons on the cart, and they're about to get grabbed off. Somehow they're still contesting, and it's only the Widow as the Hunters make up for a brutal loss on Lijiang Tower to even up the series 1-1.
This one much more hard fought, Lemon, but in the end, Jinmu finds exactly the angles that are needed. Lip managed to pick off both the duplicated Zarya and, I believe, Nisha as well in the midst of all of that. However, it was simply too little and too late. Already, Shanghai Dragons were forced back behind that corner, and it meant that because of where the cart had stopped, that Void had to continually start taking more and more damage and strain the resources of Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki to keep that cart contested. And every time Void showed his face, Chengdu Hunters punched it and punched it and punched it again. This is not going to be as dominant as Lijiang Tower. We might be in for the long haul, Lemon.
Yeah, and Jinmu had a major bounce back from just kind of getting picked off in Lijiang Tower to getting diffed when he went to the Pharah, but truly found his calling on the Echo. So we have a 1-1 series, and we'll see you after this break. welcome back from the break. We got a tie series. I know it was looking a little dicey after Lijiang Tower, but we've seen some wacky stuff from the Dragons, anything from some Void Run. We saw Jinmu from the Hunters on a Narnia flank on Pharah getting shot at after shot at to the point where Nisha's like, I'm done with the world. So it was an entertaining Circuit Royale to say the least.
Yeah, we saw Nisha being like, you know what, I don't think I'll win the Glock battle against Lip somehow. This guy's not going to really choke against the Battle Mercy. As we head into map number 3, Lemon, it's going to be King's Row, and both of our off-tank players are remaining in. Daisy and Void both seem ready to once again array the Zaryas against their enemies, and I wouldn't mind seeing Jinmu play a little bit more of that Echo, because even though it was kind of like the secondary hero to his Pharah in times of old, Jinmu in that last fight seems to really understand how to aid and abet the Zarya versus Zarya, so you can run this kind of double Zarya energy army, or I don't know what you'd call it, the bubble bath run forward.
And Who Are You is back in the lineup, which tells me more Genji. The last time the Dragons went on King's Row, it was some Genji, Soldier, Void, Zarya. So wondering what the Hunters have up their sleeve. Obviously, Daisy probably going to play some Zarya. Now, I'm wondering, is Jinmu going to want to play the Echo that you mentioned? Now, on more narrow hallways, the Echoes aren't so comfy. They like to play on those off angles, as Jinmu demonstrated. So in the shorter to medium range, the Genji is going to feel better here. Now, I was a little bit worried on that on Lijiang Tower, where Jinmu was getting consistently picked at range by Lip, but actually a different look from the Dragons if this even sticks. I'm expecting Lip to be soldiers, so hopefully Jinmu has kind of adapted his macro against Lip now that we're on King's Row.
Yeah, Jinmu might be able to play a little bit more of like some defensive posturing here as well, with behind physical cover, which would make it harder for Lip to get these early picks, because as powerful a Soldier is, he is still more sustained than burst damage. Lip's probably just going to roll out for one shot on the Widowmaker. I wouldn't expect this to stay, but you never know. Sometimes the mind of Moon works differently to everybody else. Hold up. Is it real? I mean, he did play incredibly well on Circuit Royale. No. Over to the Soldier, surely. There it is.
Yeah, he just goes for those initial picks, especially with the Hunters just sticking so close to Statue. As soon as you see a team disengage to the point, then there's no shot, quite literally, for that Widowmaker. So Hunters set up on that high ground. Jinmu staying close to the pack as Daisy is contesting the point, just in case the Dragons were to step up. He wants to present himself as much as possible as Lip versus Leave, but the right click and the last slap goes to Lip. A great bubble to Who Are You too. So he starts applying pressure to anyone in Hotel. Now that Lip's in position, the Hunters are cornered, and that's just it. The Dragons will get the card.
Who Are You takes out Jinmu as well, and this is such a prodigious battle of Genjis as well, Lemon. Jinmu could widely be considered the best Genji in China. Who Are You might be considered one of the greatest Genjis that was ever pumped out of Korea, alongside, of course, people like Haksal and also his colleague in Fletter on this team. Shanghai Dragons picking up this first point rather easily, but we do consider it one of the easier points in the game to take. Now you have to deal with a defensive spread of high grounds from the Chengdu Hunters. Those need to be cleared by giving Who Are You bubble and trying to sustain him through a potentially elongated fight in isolated areas like in the boiler.
Sorry. Not a choke point hold from the Hunters, but what is this dive from Who Are You? And Lee Jae-gong assisting not only with the heals, but with the speed, allowing Who Are You to quickly reposition at a moment's notice. And man, that backline dive was so sick from the Dragons, and they get to advance.
Yeah, Chengdu there, they opted into some DPS duels that I think were very much not in their favor, because it allowed for Shanghai Dragons DPS to be very close to Void. They could demand those bubbles, as well as Izayaki and Lee Jae-gong being able to give them additional speed and healing, whereas because they were up in the high grounds, and especially Jinmu, who went way too far forward, Monk and Nisha couldn't deliver anything to them. Speaking of deliveries, a pair of nanos are ready to be delivered to whomever might demand them. Lip has access to the visor, but Shanghai Dragons have made a habit of giving it to Who Are You sometimes.
That visor's coming from the alleyway, and he receives a nano from Izayaki, which is bounced between either Void or Lip, or even Who Are You, who actually had the blade, but Who Are You doesn't even need any help. He just killed 4. It's just a neutral fight like that, and he gets to conserve the blade. I can't stress enough how big that is to conserve your ultimates and only use the nano visor at that point. So the Dragons continue to set up their win conditions fight after fight.
So Shanghai Dragons there take advantage of the fact that the way Chengdu Hunters wanted to deal with that visor was simply leaving at low health, and that meant that Who Are You could dash through multiple people, keep getting resets, and basically finish off the meals that Lip chewed up for him like a mother bird. He was the little, he was the chiclet who ended up eating the half-digested worms.
Thank you for that image.
You are welcome, Lemon. That's just for you. Mwah.
You take that back right now. Dragons, though, they gotta survive this blade. Jinmu doesn't have a nano, and he doesn't really care, I guess. It was a zoning blade, even, as Void panicked and threw the grab, which didn't end up doing much. Now Void has claimed Daisy, giving space to Who Are You to dive deeper into that backline, and returns just in time for healing. The Hunters with their backs against the wall, and Dragons with all the time in the world to barely engage. Nisha has the touch! And they got booped off somehow! The Dragons with 4 minutes and 18! That is insane!
Oh, it's like that meme of Danny DeVito hitting someone with a plank of wood when we're trying to climb up a building. I'm coming to beat, engage, and touch it. Oh, no, you don't. No. Li Jaegon stops that right there, and that was a critical boot from Li Jaegon as well, not just because it allowed for the objective, of course, to complete its transition through third, but also Shanghai Dragons, they did not have the healing to sustain a longer battle there, Lemon. Izuyaki fell down to Jinmu, who disengaged after getting, I believe, 1 kill with the blade, or potentially just forcing out a couple of bubbles and the grab from Void, played up on the high ground, and then made an assassination play late in the fight to take out Izuyaki. So if Shanghai Dragons had to fight there, they were doing it without Ana healing, and they would be a major disadvantage. So that was critical.
Yeah, I do agree that just Who Are You is just getting a ton more value, a ton more kills. Like, look at these deflect timings. This was a fight where he got 4 just off of resets, and that also means good communication, because the way that he's able to end every single kill for his team means they're obviously, hey, this person's low, and Who Are You gets to just continuously dash reset, and the trust that the Dragons have for Who Are You to do that is amazing. Along with the Who Are You assassinations that he got with Li Jaegong at the start of the choke, this has been all momentum, a giant snowball that's been forming for the Dragons, and this is almost an unbeatable time bank, so the Hunters have so much work ahead of them.
Who Are You gives me flashes of Shadowburn. One of the best, like, vanilla mechanics, Genjis, we've ever seen. In terms of a Shuriken play is so strong, and Who Are You is exactly like that. No blade required to be just a humongous damage dealer. Big rotation here from Chengdu Hunters does mean that Jinmu might have to be challenged here by the pair of Who Are You and Li Jaegon.
The Hunters supports, though, are in hotel, like, by themselves, and Jinmu is battling. And at least he's in line of sight from his on. I'm surprised the Dragons didn't really scour where those supports were, but either way, this is the Genji battle that never ends, and Jinmu doing his best to get this monkey off his back. But the Hunters have gotten some real estate to work with, the whole team capturing that first take, maybe even a second, as the Dragons will get all their members back, and Slip will be running back from spawn.
Oh, Who Are You taking risks here, but manages to get out alive. That means Izuyaki can heal them up. Void has plenty of charge, but given that Shanghai Dragons are going to move on in, where does Void place that charge?
It's a 3-man bio from Monk, though, so I'm just excited to see the Hunters engage and do something off of this, but their focus is so split, and so is their positioning. They finally collapse onto a few members, but unfortunately Void wasn't there to contest, so the Hunters will cap the payload.
Void was AD strafing and actually D'd off of the point for just a touch too long, and that means Void was not in a position to disengage and keep the energy. This allows for Chengdu Hunters to build far more momentum, Lemon, because Void's going to have to get through multiple bubble cycles to even draw even with where Daisy is going to be in terms of that charge. And Daisy almost has the Graviton Surge ready to go as well. They are well ahead of Void, and that could be combined with a Nano here. You could give the Nano just to Jinmu or leave with the Graviton Surge to guarantee that follow-up.
Okay, yeah, leave, overstaying his welcome there, hoping to kill Lip and give them an advantage, but that is a huge mistake, and now the Hunters just have to give up a ton of space rather than keep the momentum that the Dragons had on their turn. Now it's a battle of ults, though, and this can still be good news for the Hunters. Jinmu, the Nano Blade, he's in the back. He's hoping to close the gap against Izuyaki. Finally claims that kill. Li Jaegung, though, you gotta be worried about him. 4 HP, slapped in the face by Li Jaegung, and Dragons are down. The Hunters meters away from B.
Unfortunately for Izzyaki, Jinmu simply moves too fast to be strafed away from. And Chengdu Hunters are in a position to try and complete this. However, maybe you could get a contest.
Oh, well, you're going to try and zone them off with this. A great bubble from Who Are You? He gets nanoed a little bit before the blade, but I don't think they could really afford to wait. Barely a meter for the Hunters to cap the sound barrier from Nisha to keep them living, but now they're completely... The Hunters are split from each other, and the Dragons are taking advantage of this moment, and the Hunters just can't seem to preserve their front line, especially with Daisy alone by himself, so this is rough for the Hunters to have to overtake.
And preserving their momentum is also super difficult to do here as well. I mean, we're going to hear the knock-on effects of Leave getting picked early about 2 fights ago. Up to about now, where Jinmu was forced to use the Nano Blade to try and present a real threat to the Shanghai Dragons, with Leave's DPS not being on the board. And now Shanghai Dragons, they have themselves a Graviton Surge, which is going to be a major threat to Daisy.
Oh, look at this rotation. I love when Lucio's kind of assists their Genjis getting into cool positions. They can be a lot more aggressive. Kind of think of it as a budget Mercy with the way it changes your play style as a DPS player. So now the Dragons have to kind of be looking to the left, looking to the right, and kind of assessing where the threat is coming from. But also the split allows the Dragons to take a fight with a man advantage. Lip is gone though, not feeling so good. Who Are You? Gets slept, and he's woke, or maybe, oh, Jinmu gets slept. We swapped to Who Are You, who gets diffed by a Lucio, just like Lee Jae-gong. This feels very deja vu, as Void is going to get surrounded by 4 or 5 members of the Hunters. Meters away, they will be capping B.
Really great assassination there from Jinmu onto Lip. I'd also like to point out that Izzyaki had a really cool play there where he faked using the sleep by quick meleeing at Jinmu, forced out the reflector and hit the actual sleep after. Unfortunately, was not enough to help Shanghai Dragons win out this particular fight, and now once more it'll be a battle for C. Looking at those time banks though, Lemon, Shanghai Dragons are already in the lead at this point, just playing to burn down this time.
Oh, that's a fat grab from Void. 3 members all up in there, and Dragons... It's a little death sandwich, served up hot and fresh, and Jinmu thinks it's time to blade. So, well, go for it. Got the kills, they got the cart, they even have a leftover visor for the final fight. Nisha close to barrier, but Dragons don't have any support, so if you're the Hunters, you gotta go, and Leaf will be back soon.
Something happens to Lee Jae-gong. Gravity has claimed yet another frog. 1 like equals 1 prey. Void moves in the way of the cart now and has to utilize some of their own bubbles, but I think that Shanghai Dragons, they need to adjust in their macro to the fact that Chengdu Hunters will occasionally just engage with 4. They won't care if they get picked.
The visor first from Lip. He's got nanoed. Leave has his visor too. No nano. And you can see the difference already. The Hunters not messing with that. They hide. The Hunters, their backs against the wall. And at this point, this is a sinking ship. If you just look at the time banks, 4:18, and Hunters, who even knows if they're going to complete the map?
Lee Jae-gong and Nisha. A pair of Lucios, a pair of ultimates. But does Nisha dare do the most audacious play here and try and make sound barrier engagement happen to force Lee Jae-gong to counter beat, and then there's nothing to deal with the Graviton Surge? Lip has swapped over now onto the Widowmaker. The deflect has been heard, so Lip knows that they can freely fire upon Jinmu's Genji. But that is soon going to return and once again present a threat. Widowmaker versus Widowmaker. Circuit Royale all over again, Lemon.
Well, Lip can just chill near spawn. As soon as anyone even looks at him the wrong way, Lip can just return to spawn, while Leave, he has to worry about this Genji. Who Are You? Unleashes the blade, and kind of a zoning tool, but I like that he immediately disengages to the upcoming attack from Nisha's sound barrier from the Hunters. They advance. Who Are You? Receives the barrier from Lee Jae-gong. He's also slept. The headshot will end him. Lip does the same thing. Lip has claimed 2. Clearly a danger to the Hunters. Daisy, he got nanoed, but this is not a big enough splash for the Hunters, and now this goes to waste, and they have to go away.
Chengdu Hunters, they are running low on that ever-precious time limit. Capping in overtime would mean that Chengdu Hunters have to play for a draw, but capping it all is by no means guaranteed. Jinmu has the blade, but Void is going to be more than ready to solo grab that and try and remove the Genji from play as soon as possible.
You're so happy if you're Leave that wasn't a fully charged shot from Lip, because that was a headshot and that would have been a kill. Now the grab from Void. Dragons Not doing much. Jinmu with the blade goes after Lip. Easy kill. Was that a... I don't even know. Oh yeah, Izuyaki did nano Lee Jae-gong to try and sustain the backline, but this is trouble. Hunters hoping to cap, but it took them so many minutes to do so. They're only left with a minute, and a significant time advantage is still left for the Dragons.
Oh, maybe a little bit of a fumble there from the Shanghai Dragons. After the grab did not get what Void wanted. He wanted both Daidzi and Jinmu on the Genji, I believe, but Jinmu managed to jump out of the path of the grab, not get dragged in, and it allowed him freedom to counter-attack with the blade, because the real danger, Lemon, when you use a Graviton Surge, is that especially if you're against someone like Daidzi in that grab, you have to move yourself out of safe positions in order to try and guarantee the follow-up, and you can overextend yourself when that happens because you feel the pressure to extract value from such an impactful ultimate like a Graviton Surge. And Jinmu identified that, saw what people were moving out of position to try and follow up on Daidzi, and then was able to punish them using the Dragon Blade, even though there was not going to be a nano behind it.
At least there's a silver lining. The Hunters got to finish the map. And there's a few awesome...
Gaming.
Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you game and sometimes you don't. I don't know what to say. It's Lee Jae-gong. At least we still give him a gold shiny star for the incredible boop he had on Night Market, but Chengdu Hunters got to maximize everything they can. If you can get the point capped, that's an accomplishment for the minute that you have.
Leave here. On the clock. With only 50 seconds remaining. Might be able to find Lip in the opening. It would be a great turnaround thus far, as Lip has been well on top when it comes to these soldier and hit scan duels, when it comes to entries thus far. Void needs to be very mindful of their bubbles and is forced to disengage here as Chengdu start to grab some space.
Void is so low, and now he's slept. He's getting pocketed by Izuyaki, so a kind of a nano advantage is being built from Dragons, but Hunters get wiped away on their first fight, and you really don't have time to build ults. And with this energy reset from Daisy, this is Dragons looking to stagger, and you can see they're going after Daisy and not able to get the execution, but that would have been even bigger for the Dragons if they did.
Monk able to free heal here, and potentially it's going to have to be Jinmu who goes on to a point with a bubble to keep this contested and keep overtime ticking over. 4 seconds remain. Daisy moves on in, but Void is there waiting. Who are you as low and Leave is on the flank? Oh,
he couldn't kill Izuyaki. He's hoping to help out Daisy, who's taking too much pressure. Somebody has to touch. You're giving me a heart attack, Hunters, but they've already lost 2. Who are you? It's just so goated on the Genji. And that is the end of the road for the Hunters, not able to put a single dent into the point, as the Dragons now have 5 minutes to get 33%, so it's in God's hands now.
Yeah, I think whatever got its hands in is going to have to be bloody strong to keep Shanghai Dragons from converting this one into a fat dub. I feel like Chengdu Hunters at the moment, Lemon, Leave is starting to feel a little bit of pressure to carry and is making some aggressive moves towards Lip, trying to force this 1 versus 1, but not accounting for the fact that Lee Jae-gong is so often playing escort to either Who Are You or Lip and forcing 2 versus 1s and giving inherent advantages that remove Chengdu Hunters damage players from the scene when they are most needed. Here's a quick replay. And that's how Who Are You managed to grab a double with such little health, and playing in this corridor here means that Izuyaki could heal him up most of the time as well. Very smart.
Yeah, there's just great cohesion from the Dragons. And Who Are You has been showing me he's just the more impressive Genji in this series. Doesn't even need, the nano, and they've been giving that more to Lip for visors or Void if they want that stronger front line, where usually Daisy gets that same love back. But this would be a monumental fold if the Dragons somehow don't get this, so... Okay, I was gonna say, Void, if you want to mess around with a Reinhardt, I'll allow it, but we'll go back to what we know best.
Returning to the tried and true, Shanghai Dragons have been winning this mirror pretty consistently thus far, so why not keep going? Okay, Frog memes. Someone call Frogger.
Well, the Hunters will take every second that they can. I like that they're just being a bit more aggressive. Any stagger that they can get is crucial seconds. And after Who Are You, they know the biggest threat on that team is gone, and Nisha is getting just as aggressive, but Also, if you lose any members, the respawns are closer from the Dragons, but at least you reset Void's energy, so that's good.
All in, ante up, and guess who's on the point? Lip
help?
is over here,
Help?
and they only need a single tick.
Help?
The sleeping
Are you
champ!
serious? Oh my god! Monk is bald. He's bald because of the mold.
ZZZ, game so boring, got me sleeping, signed Lip, and that is quite the way to cap.
What?
I mean, Chengdu Hunters got risky. They got brave, trying to go all the way in towards the Shanghai Dragons spawn camp, just try and keep them continuously staggering out. But Lip slipped the net, and Monk couldn't win the 2 versus 1. Even with the parting martyrdom sleep, Lip just,
yeah.
he could do it with
It's
his eyes
fine
closed,
though.
man.
I mean, we knew that the map was going to go this way anyway. It was just how much time was it going to take? I mean, they had 5 minutes to get 33%. I just didn't expect the flanking soldier of Lip to be sleeping on the point for the cap. And I wonder if Leave was either bagging the spawn room doors or if he was dead himself, because it's probably Leave who's going to be the fastest one, or Nisha. And Monk was like screaming in his mic, like, help me! So Dragons go to series point. The Hunters fall behind. And we'll see if they will continue to do so after this break. The Dragons are looking dominant and on fire after that King's Row with like, what, a 5-minute time bank. Like, are you kidding me? To Lip being able to sleep on the point and get the cap they needed, it's tough. The Hunters, every time they overextend, it feels like they lose members on that journey.
I could cap this point with my eyes closed, and indeed, he did, but we can forget about the pains of King's Row now, as we head over to our 4th map, and it's going to be Coliseum, and as you can see below Lemon's portrait, we do have ourselves a couple of substitutions. Fletter's coming in alongside Fate, which is interesting here, because we have seen Fletter brought in quite often to play the Reaper, but you're not going to see the Reaper without a Zarya usually, because Reaper without the bubbles kind of poo-poo, which means that Fate's not going to be playing Zarya, Void will be the Zarya player. We can expect Flatter to come in here, Lemon, and play the Tracer instead.
Yeah, the Tracer and the Soldier, it's kind of the meta for Coliseum, or just push game types in general, just with how fast-paced the game is, and the Soldier and the Tracer having the most mobility out of all the heroes. I'm open to interpretation. Sometimes on that neutral road, you could see some Genjis, and like I've already mentioned on previous maps, the short to medium range serves well for the Genji, but I don't know if, someone like Jinmu is feeling the Genji. I feel like Who Are You, at least, was doing a lot better on that role, but Who Are You is gone, so maybe Jinmu can find some relief. I still think the Tracer has the chase down if Jinmu wants to do the Genji again, but we'll see what the Hunters have cooked up.
I mean, I think the Jinmu Genji at least is better than trying to do like a Tracer Soldier Mirror here. I think would be ill-advised for the Chengdu Hunters. Like Shanghai Dragons, Lip is already outdoing Leave in the Soldier versus Soldier, and Jinmu, while he has been impressively able to flex around in this season, still not the greatest Tracer. Of course, with Daisy in, you expect to see Jinmu pick up the Reaper, and this is obviously going to try and bully Fate, but now you've got to think back to Lijiang Tower, Lemon, where when these two compositions matched up against each other, Shanghai Dragons absolutely pounded Chengdu Hunters.
Yeah, but the Hunters are pretty close range with most of their team, so Lee versus Lip, keep an eye on how that 1v1 goes. If one wins it over the other, the range gonna stand supreme. As now it's about that first pig, or even a bio grenade from the Anas can be a good engage tool. And if you just keep poking away, sometimes you worry about the nano charge, where it's been pretty equal so far. There was a bio grenade from the Dragons that hit a few members of the Hunters, but not enough to just, sprint on forward. Fate is not a super aggressive Winston compared to some of the ones I've seen in North America anyway. He likes to zone things off. He jumps in the middle of 5, and when I said aggressive, I did not mean go int. So without that Winston, it's going to spell some trouble for the Dragons, but Hunters aren't too eager to without that Ana. So you look back on the cart, you have a 2 versus 3 in favor of the Dragons.
Lige gone really the dangerous duelist right now. Nisha staying alive for about a moment longer, but Fletter, when these doors begin to break down, that's where Tracer is at her best, Lemon. You can see that at the moment the supports of Shanghai Dragons are essentially keeping Daisy hostage. You don't get to keep that energy, I'm afraid. Disengagement attempted to be stopped by a nade from Izayaki, but doesn't quite connect, even though, look at this, a 30% premium on the nano boost for Izayaki, which means that now Shanghai Dragons can have a much more powerful engagement.
Decent lead for the Dragons, and this next fight is going to be big. The nano from Izayaki goes to Fate. He dives into the back. Here's the assist from Fleta to deal with Monk. The pulse on the Jinmu forces out the Wraith, while Fate is still alive and well in the Hunter's backline. And finally, the Dragons fall back as the barricade has been pushing this entire time. Daisy finally drops. You're hoping for the Hunters to make a splash themselves. Leave getting into position for a visor as the Dragons just took a larger lead and then disengage after that, which is pretty smart.
And we've got to think about the pressure mounting as well. This is not just an important map for this series, Lemon, but potentially for Chengdu Hunters' entire tournament arc. They are in danger of not being able to qualify for the kickoff clash if Shanghai Dragons can pull away, finally, a 3-1 victory.
Oh, Fate trying to dodge this Reaper, and you see that he needs the help from the sound bear of Lee Jae-gon, and he gets shot down by the Leave Nano Visor. A great sleep, though, from Izayaki, ends that ult short. Kind of left with a 4-on-4. And that's Daisy in the back line. It's trouble for the Hunters. The Death Blossom not lasting long from Jinmu, all thanks to Lip. And the Dragons only have barely can inch out a fight win here. It's 2 versus 2. You barely have any heals remaining. The grab from Daisy completely whiffs as he's lost on the sauce. The spaghetti's on the floor. But at the end, it's the Dragons that win.
Dude, Lip survives for so long there and manages to kill Daisy after using that Graviton Surge. That is a huge tool that Chengdu Hunters no longer have access to, and they haven't gained any push off this. 4.48 meters. There is nothing there. Sure, Jinmu can try and intercept TS1 here, stop Timothy in his tracks, but Shanghai might have already done enough.
Oh, I love this dive from Fate and Fleta. They work really well. There's so many low targets from the Hunters and their bio-grenade from Izayaki. The Dragons have to kill something. Fate is slept. He will be woke soon. He has to disengage. He doesn't have Primal yet, but Lipstick steps forward and the 4K is insane. And the Dragons' lead gets even bigger.
Dude, this has been a showcase series here from Lib. It's like, okay, Fleta had their turn being MVP, Leaf had their turn being MVP. Now it's time for the 6'7" gaming warlord, intimidating you on LAN and in the server with this kind of aim.
Oh, Lip. Lip's so scary. Kissing his homies on the mouth, and the Dragons have a 5v4.
I'm intimidated by this.
If this lead gets any larger, the Hunters won't be able to come back. It's series point for the Dragons. At least you have a ton of time. 4 minutes for the Hunters. Hope is not all gone yet. Fate is in the back line. Lip starts pounding the front, but he gets a Nano Zarya. Yep, he nopes out of there. Smart move from Lip. Daisy very scary, especially at 70% charge. And has found Izayaki's hiding spot, but doesn't fully commit. He's trying to help out his supports, who have been sieged by Fleta and friends. The Dragons pulling out ahead, and killing Monk is big. Very limited heals are available for the Hunters, who are trying to stagger the robot as much as they can. Hunters have the respawn advantage, but they just can't seem to get ahead in these fights.
And even when investing things like the sound barrier, they're never in control of a fight, Lemon. Fate is staying alive for far too long, and Li Jaegon is always a threat in the backline to your positional setups with the boops again and again. Chengdu at least are coming up on a major armada of highly effective ultimates. The Graviton Surge, the Tactical Visor, the Death Blossom, but how deep can Jinmu really go here without being slept by Izayaki or booped by Li Jaegon midway through the ultimate? The bubble needs to be perfect.
Is thrown from Daisy. The Dragons are hit by a massive bio-grenade from Monk as well, and the Dragons will finally get wiped off this robot. But this is 114 meters for the Dragons. The Hunters have to match this or do better, and with 2.5 minutes, it's down to the wire.
And Shanghai now, they can just kind of play trolls, Lemon. Just really pours out this bot. You have to win probably 4 or 5 fights in a row as Chengdu Hunters to even equal the distance that Shanghai Dragons have got so far. And you have 2 minutes and 10 seconds to do it. In comes a pulse, maybe.
Misses. Unlucky. We jinxed it. You got a Death Blossom, Visor, Hunters using a ton of ults. Li Jaegon is down, Fate and Izayaki too. A great momentum push from the Hunters, but Hunters just can't take a fight without losing someone in the process. And this is the push map where everyone you lose is just such a severe dent to your pace.
And Lemon, I talked about Chengdu needing to win 3, 4, 5 fights in a row, and they just used almost all of their important ultimates. Oh, the attempt at spawn camping here. A great Helix rocket, but Fleta just keeps Leave's attention. And remember, this is all stalled. They're down to 1.5 minutes now, Lemon. And the Dragons
are also moving the bot back. It's just wasting the Hunters' time. The Dragons don't have to do any more work. As long as they control this neutral road, they will win the series. And I mean, might as well take more. You're gonna Visor and Primal. You got a leftover Fleta Pulse Bomb. I mean, this is looking done. The Hunters are just falling massively behind.
We're on the edge of Shanghai being able to actually complete a series. I mean, at this point, Shanghai aren't even worried about pushing the cart. All they want to do is keep the bot in place, continue gatekeeping the Chengdu Hunters, and force out. They didn't even get the sound barrier.
Hunters are now getting staggered. They haven't killed anything yet. Killing Izayaki is nice. You deny the nano from the Dragons, but it doesn't matter that the Dragons lose besides their egos being in check of not being able to fully complete the map. But it's every push that Dragons get is time away from the Hunters. 30 seconds remain, and you're down like 100 meters.
And look at how far Timothy Smythe the First must go now, Lemon. So much cardio is in this bot's future, and so many battles that will be seen as well. Shanghai Dragons array themselves in the way. The blockade has been formed. The Armada has set sail, and Chengdu must break through.
Oh, they got a breakthrough. Fade, who just got nanoed. The barrier is a nice call from Nisha. Someone help out Monk. He has to contest on King's Row, and he gets squashed by the time of the Dragons, who just are looking untouchable. The Dragons, well, they will fall, and the Hunters have to do an insane overtime push as long as they stay on the robot, though, and they have to make up for so many meters. A kickoff clash spot on the line. The Hunters will have to depend on Fusion's result if they don't win this series, and there's only 3 of the Hunters on the card.
Yeah, look at how far back Monk is. Right now, Chengdu Hunters have to be so careful about staying in Monk's sightlines and trying to remain alive at the auspices of this Anna.
No,
Jinmu dies mid-TP!
Oh, you can't. Oh, you wanted the high ground so bad, but Hunters were still taxiing back, and Lip is destroying everyone. The Dragons, it's just so dominant what they did in the series. The major bounce back. No Game 5 curse here. The Dragons will take the series 3-1.
You kiss your mother with those lips. Lip is absolutely fragging out today. What a difference maker up against the MVP. This guy is a hit scan demon, a prodigy on the Soldier 76, a menace on the Widowmaker. Lip is God.
Jinmu just having an off day today, like that TP, and he got killed right in front of the Soldier like that, and that was kind of a trending issue even on the first control map of being first blooded, and the Hunters just have to be kind of measuring their approaches. I like the idea of their overextensions. There's always a reason behind these fights, but just micro-wise, Lip has been on a whole other level for the Dragons. And I like that they're taking cleaner and cleaner series, because also map differential is going to help the Dragons seeding, who will climb up 4-1, and we'll see if they're still in 3rd place, while the Hunters may not be officially out yet. It'll all depend on how the Philadelphia Fusion's result go after this match.
About 7 foot tall and towering over the competition, our player of the match is no surprise, Lemon. It's going to be the hit scam warlord himself, Mr. Lip's Wild Ride. And I'll tell you what, Leave really wanted to get off of this one. Even when Chengdu Hunters were at their best on Circuit Royale, Lip was being an absolute pain and an untenable force.
Yeah, just the Widowmakers on the defense of King's Row to the Circuit Royale match going their way because of that Widowmaker 2, to even sleeping away the objective. That was pretty sick. I like that Lip. Every time I watch a series from this guy, he gets better and better, and the cohesion of the Shanghai Dragons look better. I was a little bit worried about them diving into Reaper Zarya, but you're just really testing the kind of cooldown exchange and the communication of the Hunters, who have seemed to be breaking down under pressure.
52 final blows. Ooh. It's been a game. It's been a game for Mr. Lip. And I think that Shanghai Dragons, with this series, they likely have secured themselves a spot in the kickoff clash no matter what happens. The worst they could go, I think, is 4-2. So I think that's going to comfortably secure top 4, Lemon.
Yep, and we have one more match left in the day. It's the Philadelphia Fusion versus the LA Valiant, the kings of Game 5, as the Chengdu Hunters will be praying for the demise of the Fusion, because that is their only chance in map differentials and stuff if the Fusion lose, which is a lot of favors going to the Fusion going up against the Valiant, who the Valiant haven't won a match yet, but they love going to Game 5s. So this next series could be a doozy, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
dance for super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to the Watch Point Pre-Show. My name is Ocean, and with me in the happiest place on Earth, gotcha. Anyway, happiest place on Earth, which is a sus trailer in a parking lot, are of course Scott Costa Kennedy, Danny Lim Lim, not very creative today, and the boy who waved back. We have Jonathan Reinforced Larson joining us again.
Hello.
Hey, Johnny.
Hi.
Hey, Johnny. You're rather orange today.
Yeah. Don't you weren't supposed to mention
glowing,
it, okay?
Johnny.
Like, it's not production's fault. Everything was fine. Audio was great. Video was great. And then like 1 minute before we went live, suddenly my camera like auto-adjusted my orangeness. So now I look pretty orange.
That's fine.
But
You're just feeling extra saturated
it's my
today.
fault. It's my fault. I don't know why.
Saturated.
Just a saturated kind of day. And so was it last night with many games going down in the east. Up first in the early morning hours, some might call it middle of the night, I guess, were of course the Guangzhou Charge and the Hangzhou Spark. Now Charge, they predominantly leaned on those Zarya composition, while the Spark, I mean, they used this opportunity to try out everything in their book and then some, and it looked successful, Jonathan.
Yeah, pretty interesting look from the Hangzhou Spark. I mean, they just keep bringing out like all kinds of different compositions. It's really crazy. Like usually on this broadcast, we always talk about like, oh, teams should consolidate what they're playing. You know, they're trying to play too many different compositions all at once. It's not good. You can't establish like synergy and stuff. But Hangzhou, like, they just prove us wrong. They really do. They don't care. They play Monkey regular compositions. They play Pharah Mercy. They play Reinhardt, Genji, Reaper compositions. They play Brawl. Like they just do it all. It's crazy. They bring up Torbjörn, like, and they look good doing it too. It's nuts. Now, okay, Guangzhou Charge, not the most formidable opponent. It's not like they're playing San Francisco Shock here. You know, Guangzhou Charge, they're not really the epitome of counter strategizing, right? So you can't read too much into it, but it's impressive nonetheless from the Hangzhou Spark being able to pull out so many different compositions and make it work on different kinds of maps. Lovely pin here by Guangzhou, charging up Krong, who's not boosted. But in general, it was a pretty fun series, to be honest. Obviously, people are down on the Guangzhou Charge a little bit, not the best kickoff clash for them, ending 1-5 this stage, but still, there are some nice things to take away from them. Choice 1 looks insane, like really so entertaining to watch, whether it's on the Genji, the Echo, remains competitive with the likes of Alpha Yi on the Hangzhou Spark, right? And that are good signs for the Guangzhou Charge. They have some individual skill on this roster, but Develop hasn't really had the season he wanted as of yet, so looking out for the Guangzhou Charge to improve a little bit. Meanwhile, Hangzhou Spark looked like one of the best teams in the region, playing many different stuff and elite players on every single role pretty much.
Yeah, and the second match of the night saw a very dominant Shanghai Dragons putting the Chengdu Hunters in their place. That's right, they were winning out the series in a frankly somewhat easy 3-1 fashion. Costa, what did we learn, if anything, from that match?
I feel like a lot of old stories resurfaced here. We got the Lee Jae-gon tower that we got off the beginning. Look at that, he does it again. Somehow he keeps getting away with it. Absolutely phenomenal play. Shanghai Dragons on this first map did the touch the spawn door challenge and were very successful. It was not a close map, but then we went on to Circuit Royale here and we got the Lip vs. Leave show actually on the Widowmakers. Lip has been absolutely dominant on the hit scan for the last couple of seasons, but Leave proving why he is the MVP of the league, coming back and forth, getting some very good picks, and you're sort of leading them to a map win for the Chengdu Hunters. So absolutely awesome to see these two teams actually going head to head, and it was just great play. But as time went on, it started to change and the winds are shifted. Shanghai Dragons, we got to see a different look. We got the Jinmu versus Who Are You show on Genji, and Who Are You's giving me 2017 flashbacks when I was in Apex, and he just brutalized me personally. I watched that again for the Chengdu Hunters. who I use, proving why he's still on this roster. He collected a ring last year for not really playing at all, but this is why he's here. He's doing an absolutely phenomenal job. And the Shanghai Dragons starting to find some form, I think. That's what I got from this match. I don't think this was the Chengdu Hunters falling over or failing. If anything, I think this is the Shanghai Dragons starting to find some synergy and coordination within the compositions that they play. Yeah, Lee Jae-gon, I was hoping they wouldn't show this one because we highlighted you nicely at the beginning, but yeah, he also pulled a, what is that, an Animo? We saw Animo do the
that was an
thing
Animo.
on the same
Are we going to call that an Animo now?
That's the thing.
Oh, that's rough.
Also, this is how good Lip is. He can win a map himself while sleeping on the point.
Oh, that brings back to memory.
Some people
they're built different.
Exactly.
You just can't beat all of them. So, you know, Lip having MVP performances right now in this season, even if the Shanghai Dragons have struggled from time to time.
It's good to see them back on track. Now, our last match started off looking a tad shaky for the Philadelphia Fusion squad, who took on the still winless LA Valiant. But after a bit of a warm-up on Ilios, they started to find their footing here, Dan.
Thankfully they did. I mean, I think this was an important match for both of the teams because, I mean, like you mentioned, LA Valiant, they are on a sort of a very long losing streak, and Philadelphia Fusion, they looked really nice in the first week, and second week coming into the second week, they have already 2 losses against the Chengdu Hunters and one more team, so they really needed this win. On Ilios, it was in favor for the Valiant. I think Philadelphia Fusion, their poke-centric composition with Zest on the Echo, they couldn't really get much value out of it, and just Becky on that Genji was very impressive. But after that, going into Gibraltar, as we're seeing right now, Philadelphia Fusion woke up. MN3 was like, hey, let me play that Widow, and just started getting kills. And this wasn't a close map, but following this in Eichenwald, it was a very close match, or very close map. But I mean, Philadelphia Fusion, I think it was MN3 on Ashe. He had some really nice kills, really nice moments. And also Fury on that Zarya. He had a really crucial ult by killing both the Lengsa and Coldest, the support of the LA Valiant. Yeah, and ultimately the last map, Valiant also had like a really, I think it was a new look with they pulled out the Mei as well, so it was really interesting. But at the end, it was Philadelphia Fusion who got the win. I think Valiant, they look overall, in my opinion, look a lot better, but you know, they really need to work on closing off you know, those fights. They made some crucial mistakes which led them to losing a team fight or losing the map in general.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, we can all agree that this is the best Valiant we've seen in a long time. So there is hope.
0-5 does not justify what their season has been thus far. If you just only woke up from what you've seen this season, they're 0-5, you'd be like, oh, it's the same Valiant of last year. It isn't. They are a very good team. They have good looks. They just haven't been able to close out series.
Exactly. Now, Philadelphia, they looked strong, but oddly enough, they have not locked in their spot in the eastern region of the Kickoff clash just yet. So let's take a look at the standings to see where the teams are currently at. Now, they're just on the cusp, but they're not clinched yet. So we still have a few scenarios which need to play out in order to determine who's going to be in that top 4 and will get into the Kickoff clash. Now, one player who doesn't have to worry about anything, getting into the Kickoff clash, hitting any shots, or sleeping on the job. He can just do it all. You mentioned him already. Of course, we're talking about Lip, who we want to give a little extra spotlight because he's definitely our APAC predator.
Yeah, I think Lip has had, as I said, MVP level performances. I think he is incredibly good at what he does on that hit scan, but he's also shown over the last couple of years his prowess on the Sombra and on the Tracer. And I think when he first joined the Shanghai Dragons in 2020 and Fleta won MVP, he was sort of that second in command in that DPS lineup. I feel like the roles have reversed at this point. Fleta is more taking that backseat supportive role, and Lip is that heavy hitting DPS player for the Shanghai Dragons. So it's awesome to see him having this sort of consistency in performance and just absolutely proving why he is better than every other hit scan in the APAC region, which is a tough thing to say. There are some good hit scans.
There really are. There really are. Also, I just want to mention that I really miss our soundboard for APAC Predator. Yeah. Remember the growl? It was great. It was great. Now, we do still have some business to take care of in the West, but at least 6 teams have already qualified for the Kickoff Clash, and we'll tell you who we think might make an unexpected run at that title right after this very short break. Welcome back to the Watch Point pre-show. Let's do standings right away. Right now.
Wow.
I demand
Yeah,
it.
let's go.
Woo! That's aggressive.
There we go. I just really want to like exert some alpha energy, you know, because sometimes you gotta do that. Now, anyway, 4 teams remain with only 2 spots left for the first tournament of the Overwatch League 2022 season, and that business will be settled today or maybe tomorrow. Now, obviously, there are teams at the top who are favorites, such as San Francisco Shock. They come to mind after a perfect stage. So I guess let's just take a look at some proper B-roll.
No.
Yeah.
No? Okay, fine. Fine, I tried to get it in there.
Now we're on the broadcast.
I want to see how long this goes.
I get paid per proper like footage we show. I got you, Shock. Don't worry about it. Where was I? Now proper is just in my mind, like all consuming. But what I really wanted to do is take a look at the teams which may not have the same, like, you know, fanfare coming in. Some shadowy stallions, if you will.
Shadowy stallions?
Yeah, some, you know, midnight mares. Dark horses, some might call them as well.
Okay.
So that's all I want to know. Who is your dark horse for the kickoff clash?
All right. For me, I think it's going to be a team that struggled at the beginning of the kickoff clash. Like, obviously, really struggled when they, went to Dallas first, played on stage, really nervous. And then the team that I think many people might not be expecting is Dallas Fuel. And
I do not think you understood the assignment.
Come
on.
They're
a unicorn.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, true. But if Zoe can cheat during our hot takes, then I'm going to cheat for this one. I'm excited to see Dallas in the kickoff clash. Last time they played on LAN, they got bopped by the Houston Outlaws. They're going to have to redeem themselves heading back to Dallas for this kickoff clash. They are completely changed from when they started. They have Hanbin and Edison leading the charge on their front line, playing this aggressive style, and we've seen so many teams either mimic it or not know how to beat it. So as we get close to the end, teams have started to work out this meta. Are the San Francisco Shock or the Los Angeles Gladiators the other favorites heading into this kickoff clash in the North American region? Are they going to be able to deal with the Dallas Fuel?
Yeah, what was the Fuel? They've really been.
They've had a hard.
Such a tough place to be in. Losing that one match.
We all think they're very average.
Why didn't I think of this?
I know that was.
Why didn't I think of
this?
this?
Thought about that. Now I do want to talk about another team, which also played in front of their home crowd that faithful day, and that is of course the Houston Outlaws. Now. Some might say that they might have been, found out, but I think it got them this far, so I changed it up. I mean, yes, the key to victory is definitely to like keep Dante well and alive and kicking, and if they manage to do that, they've been looking really good. And the only teams who really tried to, like shut that down was, for example, the Florida Mayhem with Checkmate, when he was just using that Sombra and like basically hacking Dante on a cooldown. That worked out well enough. But I still think there is more to the Houston Outlaws than just the Dante Doomfist, and they started to show little glimpses of that. So I have a lot of faith actually in that roster, in that squad, that they will be showing us a little bit more versatility and flexibility heading into the kickoff clash. Now, I hear that great minds think alike, and I know that Jonathan is one of those great minds, alongside myself, obviously. And he also is currently thinking of that electric green team, right?
Yeah, I've copied your homework in this regard, so I'm going to pick the Houston Outlaws as well.
Nice.
Because I actually think that they very accurately describe what a dark horse actually is. This is a team that qualified for the kickoff clash, and
Listen,
I think a lot of people are just underrating them. I think a lot of people are saying, well, Dante's been figured out, Doomfist is not going to be meta, and so the Houston Outlaws, they'll probably lose in the first round or so. They're not going to be as competitive as some of these other teams. But that's where I think you're wrong, because they do have a Piggy available. They've had a couple of weeks now where they can start integrating him more. We've already seen him on the Reinhardt, even though that was not the most greatest Reinhardt gameplay ever. But he can also play the Sigma, as we saw here against the San Francisco show. The Diva, they pulled it out early as well, playing this Ashe Mercy composition with Piggy Steve on Dorado, like we've seen a couple of other teams do. So going into the kickoff clash, I don't think you necessarily can just assume that they're just going to play Dante Doomfist all the time, and that's what this team really is about all the time. I think that Piggy will come out more than we think, and I think the Houston Outlaws, considering the fact that they have three very good damage players. They have Pelican, they have Dante, they have Merit, as well as a pretty competent backline. I think the Houston Outlaws, you can't sleep on them. I do think that they are very competitive in this regard, and I don't think that they necessarily have been figured out, because they can show us more looks than we give them credit for.
That's right. You tell them. Tell them reinforce.
As long as Hardy's not there, they'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Sorry, it was all Hardy. It wasn't Piggy's fault anyway. Now, Danny, you're one of my favorite victims of recency bias. So yesterday, you got to interview one of the players from the Toronto Defiant, and he seemed to just sway your opinions.
Yeah, no, mainly because, that person is from Toronto Defiant, and I think Toronto Defiant is the dark horse, and I think my take is the best out of everyone.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Most humble one.
With that Winston composition. Hey, Hoppa has been looking really nice on that Zarya. They got the individual players, and they, Johnny was talking about the versatility. They got that versatility. Not only that, like Zoe said, during the interview, Chorong yesterday did say that they want to break Dallas. They want to beat them, not only beat them, but break them. And they were, unfortunately, they couldn't do that in their recent match against the Dallas where they got 3-0'd. So, so going into the kickoff clash, Chorong was really determined that the team needs to break Dallas Fuel. And that is what got me. I was like, hey, I see the fire in Chorong's eyes. I'm going to root for this team. This team is the dark horse going into the kickoff clash.
We gotta take care of Danny, guys.
I
really.
absolutely love that.
I feel like he's so easily convinced. I feel like if any cult leader just walk up to us we're going to do this, then I'll be like, I'm in. We're breaking the Dallas Fuel. Let's do it, damn it.
I'm gonna be honest, that does happen.
Yeah, this has happened in the past. We're keeping you safe here. This is a safe space. Don't worry about it. Now, those are some of our dark horse picks for the upcoming kickoff clash. And then there's also your pick, Costa, which reminds me that there is still some time as well for your picks at home in the Overwatch League app for the Pick'ems. So head on over, load up that app, or head on over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com, win tokens, cash prizes, and so much more. Wow. Wow.
The more stuff is really
we
good.
also do have some more show for you. Yeah, that's my favorite part. Which is a few minutes away from our first match of the day, which is going to be fought out between the Atlanta Reign and the London Spitfire. So don't go anywhere, as we're going to break this down right after this break. one or the other. Welcome back, one and all. Our first match of the day will see the London Spitfire take on the Atlanta Reign. Stop giggling.
What?
I can't take you anywhere, Danny. Now, the Reign, if they are winning, they're going to be in. All right? So simple.
Right.
Win and in for them. Now, London, they've looked a lot better than their scores actually suggest. While they lost a lot, but the matches were close. So I do want to take a look at some of the maps which they just couldn't quite finish, and it's a bit of a Valiant story here. Like they can't finish it up, and that's what they need to do. But very often it just come down to like the last few fights.
Brandon, no.
Unlockers. But yeah, or here even, like on Dorado. It literally came down to that one single fight.
Yeah.
If Reiner wouldn't have had his primal, they would have gotten it. And same here. If there wasn't that big deflect on Landon's Baptiste from Kevster, they could have potentially won this one out. Like it got really, really close up until the very end. So honestly, London, it's in the cards, it's in the stars. Like it's only a matter of time until they finally figure out that last little piece and actually get that W. And it could be a W against one of the bigger teams out there because they played them close. Now, Reinforce London, as I said, have been up and down, but a lot of it has also really depended on the specific battlefields they played on.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you're so good at one particular composition that specializes in like close quarters, right? And like close corner kind of maps. So when you're really good at playing a Reinhardt Brawl composition, you want to drift towards map like King's Row, Eichenwalde, Midtown. And well, they happen to share like map type, right? So that's good for the London Spitfire. But in the map pool in general, I feel like the London Spitfire, they have the opportunity to be competitive with this Reinhardt composition. If we look at the map type win rate so far, yes, it's only 50%, 40%. But I'm telling you, if you're a team and you go up against a London Spitfire on one of these map types where you can't really get away with playing the Winston as effectively because the Reinhardt can charge around and, you know, really put pressure on you, the London Spitfire are going to excel. So going into this match against the Atlanta Reign, there are a couple of maps in the pool that the London Spitfire should look to win, and the others you can stay competitive as. If you have to play something like Route 66, Gibraltar, those are not maps that you're expecting to win if you're the London Spitfire. But if you go into maps like Kings Row or Midtown, stuff like that, that's where London Spitfire has to win those maps. Those are going to be crucial in this series. So the planning, it's a bit ironed out, I feel like, for the London Spitfire. And you really have to set the expectations for which maps do we have an opportunity to win and which ones do we perhaps want to steal away from the opponents. We can't beat ourselves down too hard if we're losing maps that generally doesn't favor us as a team.
Absolutely. Now, over the last couple of weeks, we actually once again got treated to some really nice Tracer battles, which is something I personally missed a lot. Now, looking at this match, if it were to happen composition-wise, Danny, which Tracer got the better end of it?
That's a tough question. I actually don't have the answer, but I do think it's going to be an interesting matchup because we know from the London side we're going to see Shax on the Tracer if he comes out. On the Atlanta side, they have a new Tracer specialist called Venom. We saw him play against the Vancouver Titans, his debut match, and he was really, really impressive. If you see the stats here, I mean, that was only one series, but I mean, coming out as a rookie, and also in his interview, he did mention that, you know, he was really nervous because it was his first match on playing on stage as well. So, you know, going against Shax, I think it'll be interesting because Shax, we know that he's a veteran Tracer player. He's really good, really good. Everyone knows that. Against a rookie, new up-and-coming Tracer specialist from the Atlanta Reign, I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup. And like I said, Venom said that he was a little bit nervous in his last previous match. So maybe today, you know, this is going to be a second time coming in. So maybe that nerve thing would be a little bit better, which means he's going to perform better. If not, if the nerves is still there against Shax, maybe Shax has the better upper hand. I don't know. Yeah. But it's going to be interesting.
No, it could honestly go either way. Shax is a very aggressive Tracer, but like from what I've seen from Venom so far as well, he's no slouch. So I think if we do end up in that Tracer mirror, it's going to be aggression nonetheless. So I'm excited to see it.
Plus, I don't think you can expect nerves coming in when they go up against a team such as the London Spitfire. Whilst London has been looking good, recently. Atlanta Reign, like they should be considered the favorite, and they will consider themselves the favorite. So I'm sure that the approach is going to be a little bit different. Now, most teams so far have been caught off guard by that brawl style we're seeing from London Spitfire, but Atlanta Reign should not, Costa.
And that's the thing. Everyone knows what to expect from London Spitfire at this time. And, you know, we heard from Kempster yesterday when the Gladiators played London. It's like, it's hard to practice against the Rush. We don't really know how to play against it because no one plays it. If anyone knows how to play against it, it's the Atlanta Reign. It's literally their bread and butter from the 2021 season. And Gator is one of those players who is the pioneer of the GOATS meta and also very heavily on that Reinhardt in the Rush style. So I think they can go towards that if they want. We saw recently that Gator was playing the Winston. We don't think that's a very good composition versus the Rush. They even had the Hawk Doomfist in their back pocket. We saw the Houston Outlaws dismantle the London Spitfire, trying to play the Brawl versus them. So I'm curious to see what direction the Atlanta Reign is going to go in. My heart of heart just kind of wants to see them go Rush against each other. I want to see we haven't really seen a lot of it and consistently of it. And we actually got a tweet from Gator today who tweeted at the London Spitfire, hey, guys, we could do this, right? Like, let's just agree to do something. Want to square up in the honorable Ryan Rush mirror at Spitfire. Chatty doesn't back down. Of course, he just says yes. So we'll see if they're men of their words. Maybe they are, maybe
not
they
even
aren't.
like any punctuation there. Just yes.
Yes.
Is that more aggressive or less?
That's a chatty,
man.
No, he ain't.
That's a chatty thing to say.
Well, but now this energy makes me reconsider my picks. That's where we're at. It is time to reveal our picks of the day. Let's see where we're headed with that one. I just feel like there could be one or two surprises in there. Generally feel like there were some matches not quite as obvious in their outcome.
Johnny!
Johnny!
Oh!
Are you gonna look like it? I swear I thought I would be the only one going for Washington Justice. But I think the topics here are still reinforced on London. You're going to look like a genius.
Yeah.
Or like a real fool.
Okay, I'll quickly explain it.
They probably will.
It's not too much about the analysis here. Atlanta's probably the better team to pick, but Backbone said in an interview with Yiska from GG Recon a couple of weeks back that Atlanta Reign straight up just banned, they just blacklisted on Spitfire. We don't want to practice against your brawl compositions. This is stupid. So I'm here for the revenge game. I'm here for the Backbone and Lono Spitfire revenge game because Atlanta Reign blacklisted them from scrims. I'm here for it.
That would be.
I mean, you don't need to practice against something you already know, like the back of your hand, right? That's what I'm thinking. Also, do we need to defend this? Or
You guys want to defend Washington Justice real quick?
I'm gonna make it really quick. I really thought I was gonna go with Florida Mayhem, but then just back on my mind, just every time I was like, okay, I'm gonna go with Florida Mayhem, and then just Decay pops into my head.
Yeah, you got to suppress that. That's what I've done.
Maybe it's a little bit of hopium, but like, you know, after their match against Boston Uprising, maybe they woke up. They're like, hey, we have to focus up, right?
Yeah, that happened last season, right?
Right? No, please say I'm right.
I mean, yes, but no. But like, I'm just ready to be disappointed. But I'm also ready to be pleasantly surprised.
Justin.
Let's just lose.
So and Daddy hurt themselves in confusion.
I want to look smart. Justice.
Yeah, we might not get the W on this one, but I'm in it with you.
Believe.
Anyway, that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. We're ready for the pain and ready for the games. Thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful Saturday as our matches going into the kickoff clash start right now.
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
We're so close now, Rose, to the kickoff clash. Atlanta Reign versus London Spitfire first up. I'm excited to get into today because we might see that Rhine brawl. Everybody saw the Gator tweet. If you didn't, you saw the Huddy tweet. They're ready to rock and roll. We'll have to see if that does end up happening in a little moment. And, you know, it's funny that the London Spitfire, and Johnny mentioned it, well, we can't really play against the Atlanta Reign, blacklisted scrims, yada, yada, yada. Maybe this is the time to prove that you should be #1 scrim partner. We are the best. London Spitfire been looking good, Rose. They took a map off the Gladiators and looked pretty decent yesterday.
Yes, they did, which is why I'm a little surprised that Danny's becoming a fake fan for the London Spitfire.
Yeah,
because,
what is that about?
How can you have hopium for the other series, Danny, but you don't have hopium for your London Spitfire that you've backed like every other series up to this point? I don't know. That's a little sussy, not gonna lie. But you know what? I think other people could very well look at the London Spitfire like Reinforce and definitely back them, especially after their performance from yesterday. I mean, that match versus the Los Angeles Gladiators was really, really close.
Yeah, it was super close. I think a lot of people expected that day to be full of 3-0s, and actually a lot of the teams took one map off of opposition that no one really expected them to. Gladiators losing a map to London, and London playing what they do best in the Rhine. Like, it's going to be good. And I hope we get to see that Rhine 1v1 today. Or maybe a little bit less of an honorable 1v1. I'm not sure they're actually going to let them do that, but I have to wait and see. Let's have a look who is starting for the Atlanta Reign. They're coming in. We've got New Queen Street out first. The push is starting this week, and it is going to be Hawk. Okay, no Gator yet, but there's still time. Look, you post it on Twitter, you gotta do it. But, you have to submit your rosters fairly early on, so it makes sense why they're running Hawk first. And on push, yeah, you can play a little bit of Rhyme, but New Queen Street, yeah, I'd rather have something like a Doomfist or the Hawk playing just Hoff tanks, yeah.
Yeah, no.
And we got Nero, Kai, Ultraviolet, and OG to round out the roster today.
Looking pretty good. I mean, Kai and Nero, I feel like overall the Atlanta Reign are going back to basics a little bit. We did have the Kai Venom duo happen last week. And so I just feel like maybe just going back to basics. Kai Venom was with Gator, so maybe Venom will end up getting some play time if we do see the honorable or dishonorable Reinhardt versus Reinhardt.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's have a look who they're facing. You know them, you love them. The London Spitfire, or if you're Danny, apparently you don't love them. I don't know. I don't know what happened there, going to be honest. Going to keep harping on that, make sure Danny knows what we're talking about. Sparker, Backbone, Hardy, Landon, and Admiral in the back line. London, they do need to win here, Rose.
Yep.
If they win by 3-1 or a 3-0 scoreline, they do stay alive, and their chances of getting to the kickoff clash, they're there. But they need a few other different circumstances to occur for them to actually get their ticket to Dallas. So it's going to be an upwards hill battle, and they need to be dominant for this entire series. The Atlanta Reign, on the other hand, if they win, they're in. London, they lose, they're out. So London are fighting for that space.
Yeah, certainly. They're definitely looking to be able to win so they can improve their map differential as well, which is why we need to see them get a 3-0 or a 3-1. But let's take a look at New Queen Street, because we are going to push to be able to kick off this series, and the fact that Backbone is in the starting lineup for the London Spitfire kind of screams to me that Backbone is there to be able to play flexibly on May or even Sombra. London Spitfire have had a bit of an Achilles heel when it's come to playing against a Doomfist. So if Hawk decides to go that route, well, Houston Outlaws and the Los Angeles Gladiators kind of gave it to Hottie with the Doomfist. So we might see Backbone be able to switch over to the Sombra to try to counter that.
Yeah, it's been cropping up every now and then, and wouldn't be too shocked. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. It can be quite frustrating as the Doomfist. Sombra's not like she used to be, like the hacks don't last forever. It's more of a small interrupt these days, but
hang
on a second.
Maybe. We might see it. We might see it, maybe. Wait, I'm not going to get
Yeah,
baited by this. I'm not going to get baited by it, but
I was going to say, I don't think they run Hawk and then just switch over to Ryan.
Yeah,
That
no
don't make
way.
any sense.
No. So we're going to see the Hawk Doomfist. We're not going to see the Reinhardt until Gator comes in and gives us a good old taste of the GOATS meta that we know and we love. But London Spitfire are going to be running Backbone on the Mei, and that does pair really nicely with Hadi's Reinhardt, so we are seeing that flavor of Brawl come out from London.
Hadi's already in that charge. It's kind of dangerous if Hawk is up in that position. Goes for a big charge up punch. He can knock people off the map. Landon just getting 2 hits. That's unfortunate. Backbone also going down. Wow, what a start. It looks like London were holding bated breath there for a moment for Rain to engage, but it looks like they hold it for a little bit too long and end up falling over. Fainting, if you will. Spitfire, they lose the first fight in the Rain again. That payload going already.
Yeah, Rain are going to be able to round this corner, and that's really when things start to get difficult for the London Spire defense. At least their spawns are going to be coming up pretty quickly, so we should be able to get back into things, but New Queen Street's tough. Look at these angles!
Hawk on the ridiculous flank. He's actually in London's second spawn. I think that's is it an egg restaurant? It's something. It says egg on it, I think. I can't remember. Can't remember specifically. I haven't got used to all the names of the restaurants. Like I'd need to. I don't know. Fun facts, I guess, with Jaws once again. Hardy just permanently going for those charges. Lucky you can cancel it now, so you don't have to commit and go for a pin, which can be disastrous against someone like an Ana. But Hardy willing to take the 1v1 and at least, you know, push the robot back just a little bit. However, Nano on to Nero, quickly dashes through Sparker, cuts him in half. The London Spitfire do take out OG, so Rain are going to be a little bit slower moving into this fight, but Nero just taking this game into his own hands. Admiral following up with a couple of kills on top of it. Nice counter pin from Hardy to stop Hawk going in, and Admiral actually picking up the slack for the Spitfire, killing off Nero. And the Atlanta Rain on what looked like a very winnable fight are now going to have to back off. Admiral with 3 kills in that fight.
Okay, Admiral, we see you now. Lucio's can pop off too. We've been talking a lot about the Anas, but it's all about the Lucio's, Jaws. Admiral really trying to get up in the conversation here. But take a look at these flanks. What the heck is Kai doing right now?
He's going for a... Well, he's dead. I'll tell you what he's doing. He went for a 2v1. Unfortunate. They do trade soldier for soldier, so both of them are out. Windows opened up from Landon. Nice burst headshot onto Nero. He gets taken out, and London Spitfire holding strong. Admiral does fall. A little bit of revenge for Hawk, but London Spitfire getting the payload moving once again. Or the robot, I should say. Not the payload.
Robot.
He has feelings and thoughts.
Yeah. Is he an Omnic?
He is.
Okay, I've been trying to figure that out. Yeah, that makes sense with the lore. Anyway, London has control of the Omnic right now, so that barricade is going to be able to move forward, but look at Sparker getting into a position for these ults.
Yeah, shatter from the London Spitfire. Only struck 1. Hawk fell on his back, but look at that. Cheeky little flank from Nero. Pushes the robot all the way back. And what was that? Okay, well, I mean, never seen that before. Hovering fire strike. New tech. New tech. Wow. From the Ryan 1 trick. Wouldn't be surprised if Hardy found all those little bits and pieces in Overwatch 2. Well, Backbone's dead. He did kill OG at the start of the engagement. But that was about it. And yeah, Kai's Visor does nothing. Yeah, that was incredible. I love that play.
Yeah, that was an ult. That was an ult. And maybe we'll see something a little bit better out of the Nano Dragon Blade.
Ooh. There's the blade. Meteor Strike's coming in as well. Landon goes down. Reset for Nero. Slices 1 and gets the kill onto Sparker. OG finishes that kill up. Another reset for Nero as Backbone goes into the ice block. Thawed out and dead. The Atlanta Rain with a quick and clean fight. I really like that combo, the Meteor Strike with the blade, just getting almost instant kills with just a single slash. Really nice work.
That was really cool too, because the Meteor Strike also disrupted everybody and kind of made them scatter to the point where Nero could just dash through and get those dash resets, and then OG also gets a chance to go in and get the final blows. We see you. Lucio's really trying to take some names right now.
Another really nice counterpin there from Hardy. Ends Hawk, and Nero's now trapped on the wrong side of the wall. That beat was unfortunately a little bit too late from the London Spitfire. Couldn't save Landon, but look, they're using this speed boost. They know they haven't got a lot of heals, so they have to end this fight quickly. They pick off both Ultraviolet and OG. Good little space creation from the London Spitfire support and DPS in Spark and Admiral. Admiral does die, but again, they're getting that robot moving, and they're close to tying the Atlanta Reign now.
Yeah, they are. Just a little bit more around this corner, and take a look at Sparker just popping the tack visor to create some space.
Yep, there's the lead. It's been secured. London Spitfire with that little jingle. And now they just need to wait for the rest of the team to gather up. Hawk trying to play a little bit of disruption in the back. A little punch to Hardy to make sure he rejoins the rest of his team. But Ultraviolet out of nowhere, up onto the high ground, kills both DPS and a lamp. We're talking about the Arnas, the Lucios, and now we should talk about the Arnas.
Yeah.
I mean, both support duos doing a heck of a lot of damage for these teams right now.
Well, I think what's really interesting, too, is we do have this kind of changed up flavor of Landon being on the Baptiste this time around instead of the Ana. And so that does add an interesting element to this, which you have the Immortality field, which can really help to bunker down your team and save them from quite a few things on the Atlanta Reign, especially when you look at just kind of crowd control effects as well. But Kai trying to get ready for this visor.
Ooh, yeah. Wasn't expecting that damage. Was hoping Ultraviolet would heal him up on the high ground, but even Ultraviolet was getting pressured by Sparker, who's on the flank. Meteor Strike. Hawk raises himself up into the heavens. He's so low, though. When he comes back down, they need to focus him. He ends up coming back down in a more safer space. Backbone on the flank on the May. Hasn't got Icebox for a couple of seconds. Trying to play a bit of fancy footwork there, but Nero was a little bit quicker. The London Spitfire still in a good spot. The window from Landon to stop that visor, really doing all of anything. Sparker moves forward and takes advantage of Kai being in a tight situation. Nero does find Landon again, and the blade's going to come out. The nano on top. Sparker dies. Landon was already dead, and Nero now trying to finish off the tanks. Gets another reset off of Hardy. And the Atlanta Reign off the back of that nano blade are in a good spot. Admiral trying his best to move that robot as far away from the Reign as possible, but didn't get it too far at all. 60 seconds now, Rose remains.
Well, this is where London Spitfire really need to start gritting their teeth, because that robot is about to match the progress that London Spitfire were able to make on the other side. So London need to come in here with this tactical visor and this sound barrier and just clean up the fight here. This is the last one.
Already Ultraviolet trying to go for a flank, and Nero gets punished yet again by Backbone. Backbone's finding so many big right clicks across the map to start off these engagements. 5v4 as Sparker goes on the flank with the rest of his team with the tactical visor. Ultraviolet's in a bad situation, same with OG. Sparker doesn't want to get booped, but both supports on the Reign just retreating. They know they can't take this 3v2, not if you're two supports against two DPS. Hawk goes for an engage, hits up that power block, doesn't get it charged up as Landon finishes the kill. Now Ultraviolet going down, and with 6 seconds to go, the Reign are in trouble. The London Spitfire looking like they are against the Gladiators from yesteryear. Overtime here, and London Spitfire still in control of the robot. They've got the Blizzard and the window coming up. The Reign need to find something in order to stay in this fight.
Oh, that might have to be the Meteor Strike here. Hawk's trying to work up to it, but he just goes down, Jaws.
Hawk goes down to Sparker, and now only 10% away from the Blizzard and the window. The two game-winning ultimates. London need to finish this fight. Sparker goes pretty low. The rest of his team aren't looking at him to heal, but regenerative burst to make sure he's topped up for this last engagement. The window comes out just in time to shut down Kai, but Hardy standing strong on the payload, taking out the rest of the team, and that will be the London Spitfire claiming push.
Whoo, boy! London Spitfire played that beautifully, and already maybe sending some chills down the Atlanta Reign. They don't look too happy with the loss on New Queen Street right there.
I think it's time to bring out the Rhine, bring out the Gator,
Let's go.
Unleash him. Just go for the 1v1 on the Reinhardt. You might as well at this point. That was an incredible performance by London. They take a win off of the Glads the other day, and now they're claiming another one off of the Reign. They've been improving week on week. Can they continue this? We'll have to wait and find out after this break. There we go, map number 2. Circuit Royale. And your eyes don't deceive you. London once again have claimed a map off of one of the top teams in North America. Push went the way of Spitfire. Can this next one? No substitutions from either side. Not seeing Gator versus Hardy yet. But it is Circuit Royale, Rose. Makes sense why Rain want to keep hawking. Got to play that Sigma.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at this point, you have to be able to play the Sigma, but I worry about that a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Because let's just look at Hottie as a Reinhardt. Look at how aggressive he is. I mean, we call him chatty sometimes. The Reinhardt might prove to be too aggressive for a Sigma here.
Yeah, it's all about Zerg rushing.
Yeah.
It's all about. Speed boost, Lucio, easy clap. Or at least that's what London are hoping what happens. I can imagine Backbone again, just playing that Mei. Mei works perfectly well with the Ryan. You can wall the Sigma off. You can set up a backboard for you to charge into. The Mei works perfectly if you're on London. They're on the defense first, and actually Spark are rolling out with the Sombra. So they, man, it feels like they want to go anti-Doomfist and maybe anti-Sigma if you so choose, you know? It's like they've got a lot of, they've got a lot of leeway there. Depends on what Rain want to roll out the gate with. Oh, and you can hack that mini pack too, which would be quite helpful, and the mega pack on the other side of the road.
Right, because that's where London Spitfire are going to want to defend from, is just being able to play around those health packs and just try to contest the cart from the interior of those buildings. So that does make a lot of sense, because Backbone can also help wall some of the people off. But let's see what Atlanta Reign decide to step out of spawn with. We do see the Sigma coming out from Hawk, and no.
Seeing it again?
Really?
Shades of Proper from yesterday?
What?
Nero Bastion? I mean, maybe just to set up, just to kill the shield, I suppose. Wow, Backbone already used his block. I mean, that's a lot of damage when you turn into the wheels mode, but...
Ooh, no.
Look at him go. He's rolling around.
Yeah, I mean, look at...
Not quite at the speed of sound. He's pretty slow.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sparker trying to even just get a hack onto Nero, though, but the backline is protecting him so well.
Oh, that was a really nice peel there for Hawk, who got hacked. Just trying to move the payload. They have to get past this door. That's the main problem. Nero is so low. Nice immortality field to save his life. The rest of the London Spitfire decided to int onto the backline, and int they did. Spark, Apple, and Backbone Hardy are dead. In fact, make that the whole team. They tried so hard. They didn't focus Hawk at all. It looked like they just wanted to go for Nero. They went for the hack. They got it, and that was about it. OG just laid down the lamp, and well, the rest is history.
Yeah, that was a failed attempt. It looks like London Spitfire are going to try it again. But at this point, Atlanta Reign can set Nero up on the cart with the Bastion. That Bastion gets to round the corner as well. And you also just continue to have OG watching the oh no. Oh, or just take the high ground. Look at Nero trying to spot check as well to see where Sparker might be coming from.
If he gets set up, he's going to be quite nice, but on this corner, it could be quite deadly. He can just take so much spam. London not winning to commit? Okay, there you go. Eventually, at the very end, a big charge in, but the window! Oh my god, the damage! You can't do anything against that, unfortunately. Goodbye, London. Goodbye. The window Bastion. Yep, it's still as deadly as it was in Overwatch 1. That is way too much for not only a Reinhardt shield, but a May wall. Like, there's nothing left in your path.
I actually wonder how much Symmetra wall would help you here either. The photon barrier might not be able to withstand that either. I'm not sure. But London Spitfire, they do have a win condition on the board. Sparker has finally built up to that EMP, but Jaws, look at how much this card has been able to progress from Atlanta Reign. London have had to give up basically 2 points here.
Oh, what a hack! Unreal! Sparker denies that ult completely. Dragons try and follow up with something, and there's the Blizzard. Finally, London are using ult to try and get back into this. The Meteor Strike's coming in, though, or Meteor Strike. The Mortars are coming in. Not quite finding any kills. We'll eventually one day get them. They're quite easy to dodge out of when you have the speed boost. Transcendence after the EMP, but a beat follow-up from the London Spitfire. Can they actually get on top of Nero to take him out? Signs pointing to no right now. Sparker going for a hack on Ultraviolet. So much pocket. I doubt he gets the one clip. Oh, he doesn't get the one clip, but Hardy from downtown, as everybody was looking at the Zen to try and save him. Wasn't looking at the giant 7-foot wall of muscle that is Reinhardt. Nice pin onto Hawk. He should be dead. And the London Spitfire, they're going to make their stand.
But look at how expensive and look at how much that took to be able to stop the cart. A point and a half, an EMP, a Blizzard, and a beat on top of that. And now Atlanta Reign are coming back with Nero on the Vara. Jaws, what timeline are we in?
This shows, man, maybe Bastion is good on this map, by the way.
Maybe I don't know. I'm not going to judge it yet after San Francisco kind of off with it.
That was an unreal boop, by the way, from Nero. He booped Sparker around the wall. Intentional or not intentional, it looked pretty cool, and then Kai finished him off. Nice shatter. Kills OG, who's playing Ground Mercy. Couple of minutes to go for the Atlanta Reign to push on to second. Definitely the hardest point, or the hardest section of the map to take against the Reinhardt team. It's either this section or the very first corner. You have to basically run into the Reinhardt.
Yeah, there's no other way to get up there except if you want to take the stairs, in which case you're giving high ground advantage way over to the London Spitfire.
Another aggressive engage. Nero trying to land some body shots onto Lander, but he's going super low, and Lander just hits him with the classic right click. Wow, the London Spitfire defense looking good so far. Landon dies, but he's pretty close to the rest of the team to be able to get back with that shift.
What I find really interesting is that Atlanta Reign gave up the support ultimates they would need to be able to deal with Sparker's EMP. At this point, it kind of looks like Atlanta's just accepting that EMP might be enough for it. Oh my god, Backbone!
I mean, that's just go in. A double, maybe a triple right click there from Backbone. Oh, he's in the block. Someone save him. Oh, he's fine. Don't worry. Another hack from Sparker, denying the flux once more. Hawk is having the worst time right now. An EMP follow up with a barrage from the backline. Can London Spitfire sustain through the damage? No, they cannot. That's barrage. Unfortunately took out Hardy, the one tool that they needed to stop that damage from coming through to the rest of the team. But still, with 60 seconds to go, and London Spitfire having a beat and a coalescence for this next fight. They're in a good spot, Rose.
That's huge, especially because they were able to get out the Farah barrage from Nero, too. So that's off the table. Kai doesn't have Dragon Strike anymore either. So this sustain from London very well could be enough to just stop the payload here in these last 35 seconds.
Perfect place to defend if you're the Rhine team. Hardy should get Shatter online. Sparker looking for a hack. Now they can go for something. Perfect coalescence. And he's just annihilated Ultraviolet. He's completely out of the fight. Landon unfortunately goes down to a couple of Storm Arrows, but they might be able to follow up with some more kills. Abro and Hardy rush to the backline, knowing Ultraviolet can't heal the rest of the team. Hardy stuck on the wrong side of the field and boops away OG from getting that res. Nero does finish off Hardy and they can still touch the payload, but London still have another chance.
Yeah, they are able to come back into this. Backbone's going to have to go in and contest.
You gotta touch. You gotta touch. Hardy's coming back with Shatter and Backbone is close to that Blizzard. Nero needs to make this barrage absolutely massive. The Shatter hits the ground, but the Immortality Field is going to save them just for a moment. Sparker and Nero end up trading, and Hardy unfortunately ends up falling down as well. A 2v3. There's too much healing on the side of the Atlanta Reign because Ultraviolet, throughout that entire engagement, survived. And the London Spitfire, they forego that second point. The Reign, they get one more shot now at third. A minute and 20 seconds to go on the clock.
Amazing stuff coming out from Ultraviolet. We've already talked about how good he is at Ana. But what about this Baptiste? Jaws, I am so impressed right now because Ultraviolet single-handedly was able to win Atlanta Reign that fight. Whether it was the Immortality Field to be able to stop Hottie from being able to pick up those kills from the Earth Shatter, or just the raw healing. Super good stuff.
Nice positioning from Nero, going high up on the bridge, so if he gets hacked, he just falls down onto it. Backbone ends up taking a couple of directs. For the Atlanta Reign, it should be good to go. Hardy is in a tight, confined space, but, I mean, Nero from the skies is doing way too much splash damage. And the London Spitfire literally defending on last. But this is Atlanta Reign's last fight. Nero gets another big barrage off of this. They could complete the map.
Very well could. I mean, Nero is definitely looking for it. Look at the high ground positioning.
They know where they are.
Oh no, London might just run right into that.
Nice hack. Nero once again landing on the high ground. That was an amazing Sonic Arrow from Kai, just revealing London. They are just going to run to the point. Nero looking for the barrage. He gets hacked again. Is anybody be able to do anything? I don't think so. Nero going low. Amazing Immortality Field on the high ground to keep him alive throughout the barrage. Backbone takes it out and eventually falls down. Oh my word, somehow Atlanta Reign makes sure Nero survives. Kai picking up 2 after the Dragon Strike splits the London Spitfire. They find the team kill, and in overtime, the Atlanta Reign completes Circuit Royale.
Whoa. That was so cool from the Reign. I mean, you just have to give so much credit to Ultraviolet. That is incredible positioning. Nero also being able to play with that really well. But it was that Immortality Field again. I was nervous for the Atlanta Reign because they didn't have any sort of defensive support ultimate online. But you know, as we like to joke about the Immortality Field kind of being like an ultimate, that was used to perfection. Very cool.
That was insane. Like, the perfect height for the barrage.
Yeah.
And the Immortality Field was right next to him. That was just, yeah, that was nuts. Atlanta Reign now on the defense. You know it's going to be the same kind of thing. And Nero running with the Farah once again. Come on, bro. You got to just bring out the Bastion for first. Make it a thing. We saw Proper do it. You did it a second ago before you switched to Farah. Just make it a thing. Make Bastion OP on first. But it makes sense, right? You're expecting Sparker and Backbone to go back to the Sombra and the May, but they do have chances here to go for a change-up Rose if they so choose. Of course, being in the offense, the spawn point is so close. And hearing the Farah from a while away from the spawn room, maybe they end up switching here.
Maybe. I feel like you might have to, but Backbone's gonna rock the May again. Oh, wait. Oh, they heard the Farah.
For a Sparker Soldier,
yeah,
okay.
They heard the Farah. I mean, putting Sparker on Soldier is going to be your best bet at having that long-range hit scan damage to be able to deal with Nero. You got to force out that Immortality field sooner from Ultraviolet, and then once that's out of the way, then you can really engage as London.
I like Backbone just running down the street. You just see him sprinting off into the distance. It just looked really funny, just away from his team. This damage is going to be crazy. A lot of damage, of course, throw Nero's way, but hiding around these roofs is the main goal. Just sliding off them too to recover your fuel and your jets. Oh, wow. Backbone dies to Kai. Hardy ends up going down as well. That's, yeah, not the best position to be in. I wonder how Backbone ended up dying there. Maybe going for a hack and... I mean, yeah, maybe a Sonic Arrow too. Yeah, Kai just hit him with a 180, potentially.
Yeah, you can, okay, so you can see the Sonic Arrow at the door, Kai just continuing to try to find intelligence for the rest of the Atlanta Reign, but London have switched things up. Hotie's on, so Winston. Ooh, okay. I like it.
I love he jumped up there to get LG shots on the Farah. Nice hack onto Nero. Hardy trying to claim some space on this small plateau. But Nero so close to this ultimate. In fact, Kai is... Dragon Strike coming up at 1%. Both DPS have ult. Supports are looking good as well for the Atlanta Reign. Like, this is not looking great for London.
No.
They got Tactical Visor. I mean, that'll be good for taking out the Farah in the skies. Nice little hack, forcing the lamp. This is the time for London to attack. They're at least pushing the cart quite far up, and Nero's having to play a little bit further back now.
Oh my god. That was a little terrifying. You see that as a Farah, and you just go, oh no, please, please don't pull a Winston, just jump off.
Yeah, you're kind of wondering how far the kill box is down. You're like, okay, if I touch it accidentally, I am never going to live it down.
Nope. No, that would have been bad. Oh, look.
Are they all turning? All of them turn to look at Backbone. Look at this free space on the London Spitfire. There's the Rocket Barrage. Admiral and Hardy dead. Through the window, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. It was through the window. Oh, that's also a lot of damage. Ultraviolet now switching to the... Admiral died from the Ultraviolet window there.
Yep.
Unlucky. I mean, a minute left, Rose. It feels like the London Spitfire really haven't done much at all.
No, they haven't been able to make any progress. At this point, London Spitfire are waiting for Backbone's EMP to come online, and that is going to be their last effort to be able to push this cart on a second and try to get themselves more time. It's got to be this.
EMP, Nano, Monkey, EMP, Nano, just Vanilla Soldier. There it is. They're looking for the Farah, and I'm looking out for that EMP. Hardy nearing the Primal Rage, but it's up to Backbone to set up the rest of his team. It's not been comboed well at all. Sparker ends up going down after that, and Landon too. The London Spitfire just unable there. Maybe a bit of miscomms, not sure, because Backbone wasn't ready for that EMP at all, and they had already nanoed Hardy to go in. So, wow, that's a slightly botched engage. London Spitfire, they've got 3 ults in this last fight, but they're going to have to deal with that flux.
I don't know how they do, unless Admiral doesn't get caught in it, because Hawk's definitely getting ready for that.
Oh, it's good. OG is sinking like a stone on the other side of that building, and Sparker claims the kill. Now Nero is way more vulnerable in the air. Hit him right-clicks as Ultraviolet. I trust him to do it, but it's going to be tough against that Farah. They're going to claim a fair bit of space. Nice shield from Hawk so he doesn't get hacked, but that feat and the speed boost ends his life. Immortality field burnt by Sparker as Hattie pops the Primal Rage to push everybody back off of the payload. Atlanta Reign unable to touch. And London, by the skin of their teeth, they cap first.
Hadi ends up popping the Primal Rage as well, just to make sure that he can juggle away the rest of the Atlanta Rain. But London Spitfire had to use everything. They emptied the entire bank of ultimates here to be able to capture first point. And now they've got to try to capture second if they want to have any hope of having another attempt at this. But Atlanta Rain, they can stop them here. Another window.
I mean, they almost had 5 ultimates online. Nice hack onto Nero, but that pocket and the direct straight onto Backbone's going to be good. Ooh, another filthy direct from Nero on the Lucio. Atlanta Rain had basically 5 ults. They used 2 in that fight, and they now need to defend for 1 minute and 45.
Well, the good thing about the time bank is that at least Backbone can get another EMP. And we saw that that can be very useful to be able to capture this point, but Backbone's got to get it, and Atlanta Rain is making it quite difficult for Backbone to be able to get in the back line and get any type of percentage. Oh,
man, that's not what you want to see. Nice. Used the Storm Arrows there by Kai. I think Sparker, half of him wanted a reset. Yeah, same with Backbone. Just get out, go again. You need to make this next push worth it. It's unfortunate, really. Atlanta Rain didn't blow any ults there, Rose.
No, that was what London wanted, too. They wanted to get something out of the Atlanta Rain, but at this point, Jaws, Nero's going to have another rocket barrage.
Nano, pulse bomb onto Hawk. Hardy trying to block off the heals with the bubble, and it's going to be good. Hawk ends up going down. Now they need to be able to protect for the res. OG manages to get it using that Dragon Strike for cover. And unfortunately, a pause in the action.
Oh, no.
That kind of sucks. Yeah, I feel that Backbone, I really do. Tilting his head back, wondering what's going on. That was a really nice Dragon Strike by Kai, enabling OG to get the res.
Yep.
It did go through. It's in the kill feed. I can see. I have eyes. I know, crazy. I may only have one good eye, but luckily, that's all I need.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I can see it too. My eyesight's horrible, by the way. I have like the highest prescription contact lenses possible. Oh. And I can barely see anything unless it's like 4 inches in front of my face. So, yeah, if I have no corrective lenses in, I have to like squint and look really closely at things to see.
Oh, really? Oh my!
Yeah.
You look like a 90-year-old just kind of looking.
Yeah,
at
I'm like, oh, what's
That's what it kind of reminds me of, just like squinting, trying to see one character at a time.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry though, I've got my contacts in today. Looks like we're ready.
That's good. It looks like, both teams are ready. That was a quick pause. Hopefully we'll get back into in just a moment. TYTY says one of the obs. Great, good stuff. Not long pause at all. Yeah, I can barely see out of my left eye. I don't wear glasses or anything. It doesn't really help. It's kind of just a thing that I've always lived with. Never known anything without it. So there you go. There's more lore for you.
Yeah, more caster lore.
We're dishing out a lot of Rose and Jaws lore over the last couple of days. There you go. I'm pausing. Sweet. We're back in the action. Like I said, OG used that Dragon Strike for cover as he rezzed Hawk. 40 seconds to go.
I mean, Nero is just poised and ready to go for another rocket barrage, and so if London Spitfire can't stop it, Backbone finally is the EMP.
Oh, what? Oh dear, that's not good. OG dies. No res, and a nice hack on Ultraviolet, forcing the lamp, and he dies as well. No ultimates from the London Spitfire, just DPS doing work. Good flux on to land him, but it's not really going to matter as Hawk is alone on the point. The Atlanta Rain Rose could potentially touch, but Reaper switch for Nero? Okay, the barrage probably not going to do much, so makes a whole lot of sense. You can speed boost in and get a lot of sustain on the point. They know OG has switched to the Lucio because he needs to get back in time. The EMP's going to be good. It hits 4. Hawk's in the front line trying to tank as much damage as possible, but gets re-hacked. Spark with the pulse bomb lobs it in. More of an AoE pulse bomb, just a zoning one, and it does its job. OG runs face first into it, trying to touch that point. Sparker with 1, 2, 3, and almost 4 kills. The London Spitfire, again, in OT, managed to get that second point, but it's very shades of Atlanta from previous round. Can they make it all the way now?
That's where it gets tough, because this third point is so difficult to capture. Second point was a lot, but third point definitely poses its own challenges, especially because Hawk now actually going to go over the Zarya, which is off the Sigma completely. And so we've got a little bit more of a brawl composition. Backbone goes down. What?
All right, okay, cool. Sweet. You know what happens in ranked? You just, like, a random person dies, you're like, okay, great. All right. Anyway.
GG go next.
Yeah, that's what London did. Anyway, we're going to go again. I mean, they got one more fight, right? But losing someone that early and gaining no space, not good.
No, especially because Backbone really needs to get another EMP online. That's really how London is going to be able to make it through this point, unless they're able to win the all-out brawls. But that might be tough. Ultraviolet's going to be working up to a nano here.
Good nano. Onto Hardy. Forces Kai away. He's got that visor too. If you can use that on high ground, they're going to be Gucci. Unfortunately not. Ultraviolet, Hawk die, and Atlanta Rain looking now to defend last. The London Spitfire. They earn this EMP, Rose. It could be big, but they are dealing with a nano visor in this next fight.
They are, and that is going to be difficult
10
if
seconds.
Hadi can't zone that out. Admiral doesn't have the sound barrier either, so it really does fall on Hadi's shoulders.
I like the switch up to the D.Va, just trying to protect that nano visor, but Hawk goes super low. Nade invested to try and help Hawk, and Ultraviolet goes down. Spark, are you serious? Spark just with a random flank kills Ultraviolet. He wasn't expecting it, and Kai doing absolutely nothing with the visor as Hardy was juggling him around. The EMP is also massive. Nero can't use that Wraith form to get away. He might not need to, though. No, Hardy squishes him. Goomba stomped him right on his head, and the London Spitfire looking to finish. That massive pick from Sparker could have resulted in them completing this map. Ultraviolet goes down. There's one more person left to touch, and it is Kai. He double blinks onto the payload and gets that recall off. Nero with a Death Blossom. He's so close to killing Admiral, and OG finishes the fight. OG not only killing Admiral, gets the beat off just in time. The London Spitfire 2 meters away from completing, can't quite get there. The Atlanta Rain tie the series up. One apiece.
Oh, that could have gone so differently as well if London Spitfire were able to confirm those kills from the staggers coming in from Atlanta Rain just a little bit faster. But, Jaws, this is giving me flashbacks of the London Spitfire Los Angeles Gladiators showdown that we had yesterday. London just falling touch short from that final point.
Still a close series. The London Spitfire looking up. Can they take them on the next map? It's going to be Midtown. Will we see Gator versus Hardy? The Chad Reinhardt matchup. We'll have to wait and see after this.
shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage. Who you?
Definitely one of my favorite hype videos there. And do you know what's even more hype? Beating your friends in pickups. You can now do the private leaderboards and bracket play, which is great. Be sure to get your predictions in for the upcoming Kickoff Clash for your chance to win some sweet moolah, some cash prizes, and some Overwatch League tokens to spend on some of those skins in-game, including that Luchador Reaper skin, which is out right now. So that's pretty cool. Now available on the Overwatch League mobile app. So that's great. Another way to beat your friends. That's not in a Widowmaker 1v1. Right. Third map is Hybrid Rose.
Yep.
Do you know what that could possibly mean? Quite possibly.
You gotta tell me.
Might see some subs. Might see some subs. If anybody didn't see the tweet from earlier on. But we do have a couple of substitutions for the Atlanta Reign. We have a DPS player coming in. His name is Venom, and I can imagine he's playing a little bit of that Tracer coming into Midtown. And we actually have the matchup we've been waiting for today since the top of show, the honorable Ryan Rush 1v1. We have the Atlanta Reign subbing in Gator for Midtown. Him versus Chatty. There you go. There's a tweet from this morning. Squaring up on the honorable Ryan Rush mirror. Hattie is always down.
I would be too. If I were Hattie, I would be pretty confident in my Reinhardt skills. But I'm not Hattie, so maybe, I don't know how he's feeling about this actually. But it seems like he's ready to go. I guess we're getting it. I'm so pumped.
It's exciting. And not only that, look at that mustache Gator is rocking in that photo. Good lord. I've never seen a bushier mustache in my life. I didn't live in the 70s, but if I did, I can imagine they'd be everywhere. Kind of crazy. What have you spent your off-season doing? I know what Gator spent his off-season doing.
Growing a mustache?
Getting that mustache pruned up for this year, that is for sure. There you go. Gator, Hattie, Ryan 1v1 on Midtown. It's going to be good. I can't imagine we're going to see any like a Winston. Like, come on. If you're going to do something, especially if you tweet it out, you got to play it by the rules, right?
Yeah.
Gali versus Hater. But I'm actually super excited about Venom on top of this matchup of the Ryans. So, the Death spoke about him just a little bit, but he's been showing up, Rose.
He has been. And in Atlanta Reign series versus the Vancouver Titans, where we did get a chance to see Gator and Venom in all 3 maps, Venom played Tracer. And so we might very well get like the Venom, maybe Sparker showdown if Sparker decides to go Tracer.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about that as we look forward to Midtown as our next map.
Yeah. A little bit of Tracer, a little bit of May. A little bit of May would make sense too against the Ryan. The Ryan mirror. Is that an honorable Ryan Rush mirror if you play May, a rather dishonest hero? Questions that need answers that I don't have.
Yeah, that is a good question. Because I feel like they want the mirror, but does Backbone provide the mirror? Oh!
There you go.
Wait, or maybe Venom goes the mirror? I don't know, but at least we can look at London Spitfire right now. They have locked in to their defensive composition. Backbone has picked the May. Hottie has picked the Ryan.
I mean, this is straight mirror, right? It's going to be. Venom's definitely going to stick on his May. But the London Spitfire, are we going to see Chatty take over Gator? I'm sure there'll be Twitter beef ensuing after this series.
There better be.
If Hardy ends up winning and London Spitfire end up winning, they've got to carry it on now. You can't sub Gator out at this point. I don't care what map's up next.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I'm a Ryan Rush mirror now.
Yes, that's all we need in this series now. Nothing else matters. It's just the Ryan versus the Ryan. As Atlanta Reign does decide to match them on it, we get the mirror.
Oh yes. The most honest heroes in Overwatch history, the Reinhardt. Rectangle Man.
Yeah.
Classic, just waiting for speed boosts. Both teams. Small bit of poke back and forth.
Yeah, a little bit of high ground advantage going over to the London Spitfire, but cooldowns are starting to become available.
There you go. That's what they're waiting for, the wall. And Backbone decided that wasn't good enough. That wasn't a good enough wall even for the rain to try and capitalize on the 1v1. You just want to lock them both in a room, right, and wall each other off and just let them have it. I think that would be the best.
Yeah. What, just lock the
Avril and Landon end up going down though. They just get rolled over. My word. Nice attempted wall. Backbone does end up dying, even on that miniature health bag. Okay. That's 1 for Gator, 0 for Hadi. We'll keep track.
Yeah, we're keeping track. Gator has earned that one though. Venom might have helped out just a little bit there, but good kills going over to the Atlanta Reign. They do unlock the payload, so they will be able to start moving that fire truck forward. But look how aggressive Atlanta Reign has already gotten here.
I mean, you got to. Hadi goes to the pin. Oh, narrowly misses the pin onto Venom. Doesn't matter. They created enough space for Backbone to get the headshot. Make that 2. Wow, Kai was not expecting that. Hard strafing. Oh, and a good wall. Wow, Backbone kind of popping off right now. Excellent stuff.
Yeah.
Now you can just hold close if you're the London Spitfire. You have the Blizzard.
Oh, this is the perfect place too, because the doors are shut now. That fire truck has made it through. And now you have two choices. You have 2 options. You go left or do you go right as the Atlanta Reign. And you're walking into a blizzard.
There, the walls, windows getting opened up too. Backbone straight in the back line. Everybody frozen solid. He pops the block, knows the rest of his team can finish on up. That window from the Atlanta Reign tried to coax London Spitfire to back off, but wasn't going to be. Venom also used the Blizzard in that engagement, but London Spitfire came out on top, and now it's what we've been waiting for. The Shatter versus Shatter. Ooh. We'll keep track of them.
Yep.
Better Rhyme wins.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Oh, Better Rhyme wins. Hadi lays it down first. Gator doesn't end up dying, but they got a key pick. Ultraviolet going all the way back to spawn. Atlanta Reign cannot fight without the Batiste.
No, I mean, the fact that Ultraviolet got caught in that too meant that the Immortality field couldn't come down. And you're just going to back off here. Gator recognizes that you can't go in without your Baptiste, but Gator's turn.
Oh!
Nobody!
Unlucky. That's a 1 for 0 for Hadi. That wall is in his way. It's not in the way of Gator. Nice little flank with the fire strike, killed off Backbone, and a pin kill for Gator. They may have won the fight, but Hadi's still up on the Shatter count. And now they can take the high ground with ease.
Yeah. Ooh, Sparker goes down with OG. OG gets to go back pretty quickly though as a Lucio, so that's not too bad. But London Spitfire can't take the high ground away from Atlanta here unless they decide to go in with the sound barrier or they use Sparker's tactical visor as a zoning ultimate. Sparker's going to want to probably get behind Atlanta Reign here and try to get an off angle. Pop this visor.
Potentially. Hadi gets walled off. Another wall coming. Arbon was playing Tetris. Some of them are collapsing. There's both beats from either team. Kai gets pinned. Is going pretty low. Can he escape? Of course he can't. Landon cleans up Venom. And now this is the Reinhardt 1v1 that I wanted to see. Just 2 people, 2 chads stuck in a stairwell. It's unfortunate that the rest of the London Spitfire were in there as well.
Yeah, and the rest of Atlanta
London
Reign
Spitfire take the win in that fight.
Gator had no backup. That's not fair. Gator had no backup. Well, maybe he'll have some here though. He does have another Earth Shatter. So does Hadi. Let's get ready for the count, Jaws.
Window, Shatter. Ooh, blocked and blocked. Ice block and just the Rhine blocking up. Venom, however, lays down that Blizzard. That got absolutely nothing. In fact, negative. I guess it gained space, but unfortunate. The Shadow from Gator's a little bit better, but Hadi just throws in that fire strike so he can't finish off Landon. Landon unfortunately falls to Venom's hands, but the Spitfire still holding strong.
Yeah, no, Blizzards didn't work. Gator's Shatter didn't work either. Neither did Hadi's. So what do we put negative points for that, Jaws? I'm not.
The Shatter still landed. I think that's a point for Gator. That's one of these.
Okay.
Oh, Sparker ends up falling. Hadi now has to retreat way back. That's a nice little perch from Kai.
Yeah, he's got a nice off angle there. He's probably going to work around the bus, get that rotation in, try to find an opportunity to use his tactical visor while London Spitfire are trying to enter.
Wrap around from the London Spitfire. There's the visor from the high ground for Sparker. Kai on the low ground popping his. He gets walled off, but yeah, almost no damage being exchanged, as both Reinhardt shields were in the way, or just like a general cover, which Kai was skirting around. London Spitfire in a favorable position, having a DPS on the high ground, but now Kai's going to rotate up. Huddy charges straight into a lamppost, doesn't bend at all. Somehow in the future they've made indestructible everything. I don't know how they've done it, but I like to see a future where that happens. Gator falls Ultraviolet 2 just before this second point, and Atlanta Reign thinking they can win this fight. OG unleashes the beat. There's 25 seconds to go, maybe just stalling out with the beat, but I'd expect you want that for this overtime fight, or maybe they wouldn't even get it. OG dies, a pulse bomb onto Backbone's going to be good from Venom, came back on the Tracer and already earned himself an ult. There is 10 seconds to go as Gator tries to approach the payload.
Yeah, but Backbone's going to be coming back into this with a Blizzard. Hottie almost has the Earth Shatter up again.
Nice window from the high ground for the Atlanta Reign, forcing the rest of London Spitfire back. Venom's in the back line of London, trying to cause havoc. Sparker ends up going down, 4v5 now. Venom hits the recall and trying to focus down the supports. The shatter from Hattie is good. It kills Gator and the Immortality Field. He now needs to swing for the fences to pick up some more kills. Landon with a nice off angle, and Hardy still holding down the fort. Kai is dead, round is over, and the Atlanta Reign stopped before second.
All right, I think Earth Shatter count right now, Hottie's winning. Hottie's winning, and it shows, because London Spitfire were able to stop the payload just shy of that second point, and this is a very winnable position now that the London Spitfire have found themselves in. As long as they're able to win out that final fight, because Jaws, that's where they falter, right there at the finish line. They've got to make it through this time.
We've got to do it. This match has been incredibly close. Look at Circuit Royale. Both teams making it to the final point. London just getting stopped 2 meters before. Same kind of story. Oh, Gator, come on now. Come on now. No!
What?
He switched to the Winston.
That's dishonorable, mate.
That is very dishonorable. Come on now. I mean, he played Ryan for 1 round, sure, but oh man,
What? He's
really switching over.
He's a quitter. He's a quitter. He got beat by Hottie for Earth Shatters, and now he's a quitter. He's going over to the Winston dive. Unlucky.
Yeah, maybe they feel more comfortable on
No,
the defense.
They do, I'm sure.
And remember the stakes that are on the line too. Worth
yes.
keeping in mind. If Atlanta win, they are in the kickoff clash.
Yeah.
And London are out, so
They can't play around.
definitely forgivable.
Yeah.
This was more of a regular season, like early on. Yeah, maybe less forgivable.
Well, Backbone was asleep. So London Spitfire do have to wait just a little bit before they start going through the train. Just waiting, though. Okay, giving Atlanta Reign a little bit of the bait and switch, because they are going to go below the train now, right around the buildings. Nice flank coming through.
Yeah, nice wall. Stop a lot of that damage coming in. They want to be able to get Sparker up to the high ground and then just trickle onto the payload just like this. Gator's going to have a little bit more of a tough time getting damage in. Nice anti onto Hardy, but Kai falls to Backbone, who's actually getting escorted around by Admiral right now. Backbone eventually falls asleep from all the work he's been doing, and it didn't really matter because he still had Ice Block available. The Atlanta Reign just falling to pieces. This is what happens when you switch off the Reinhardt, apparently.
Yeah.
London Spitfire taking the point. Atlanta Reign could touch. Gator is up. Venom can also juggle the point, but question is, will they do it? Triple blink might get there in time. No, Venom says not today, and wow, look at that. 5 minutes on the time bank now.
That's so much time to be able to push this payload forward. You can see Atlanta Reign questioning whether they wanted to go in and contest, but setting up on the high ground here is way more important to try to stop the London Spitfire, especially when Ultraviolet has the nano boost available for this next fight. Venom also in a prime position to be able to use this pulse bomb. This could finish the fight here, and this would be a very strong defensible position for the Atlanta Reign.
Be quite an easy defensible position, especially if Venom kills the support with this pulse bomb. Spark it is anti, does play safe. London Spitfire, no, they can just creep forward. Kai goes down once again to Backbone, and Venom gets punished for being in the backline. Pulse bomb did absolutely nothing, and now Sparker could just lay waste to the rest of the team. He doesn't even need to pop the tactical visor. Gate is in a whole world of hurt. Backbone finds yet another skull to add to his trophy cabinet in Ultraviolet, and London Spitfire looking good. 5 ultimates are lining up. The Atlanta Reign, they're in trouble.
Especially because Hadi's able to push forward, and look how many ultimates London Spitfire have. Jaws, they won that engagement without using anything, and they forced out the nano, the pulse bomb, and the primal rage from Gator. London Spitfire could totally clutch it out here.
Window tactical visor or a flank tactical visor from Sparker, maybe. Gator's so low, he already used primal rage in the last fight, they just run over him. The shatter hits the ground, misses Venom, but it doesn't matter. They're still pushing the cart along. 3 minutes and 30 seconds for only a couple more meters. Backbone is dead. Kai gets revenge. That's one ultimate out of the picture. Kai on a nice off angle is going to be able to subdue the London Spitfire, and it looks like they want to go again. They know they have time and ultimates to spare.
Unfortunately, they do lose their ultimate advantage. Atlanta Reign have caught up to them. They have the pulse bomb available again. Plus, they also have that tactical visor. They don't have the nano to be able to add on to that, but London also don't have that available because they're running the Baptiste instead. So the biggest thing here is, does this blizzard hit? Backbone's got to be able to stop some of this Atlanta Reign, but they're all super mobile, so it might just not be more than zoning.
Oh, Venom's pulse! Oh, so good. Lamp
missed it?
Fractions of a second too late. Spitfire lose their Lucio, they lose their Mei, they lose their back, then they lose the fights. One ult wonder for the Atlanta Reign there.
That's okay though. I mean, Landon's going to be able to reset. That Immortality Field will be able to come back online relatively quickly. And London Spitfire didn't throw any ultimates at that. So they can walk away pretty happy, and they can go again with trying to get this tactical visor and this blizzard to work.
Venom's in the back. He's already got 50% towards another ultimate. Postman coming online rather soon.
That's scary too, especially if it's able to land onto Landon or Admiral.
Yeah, oh, Ultraviolet. No, he's good. Still a rotation. There's the nano onto Gator. Blizzard comes out, gets absolutely nobody, but London Spitfire used the space that is created. Ultraviolet is now down. The Atlanta Reign struggling to keep an eye into this fight. Gator, however, popping the primal rage, killing 2. London Spitfire with 3, Atlanta with 4 as people trickle in from the spawn. Kai, once again, goes down to Backbone. A pulse bomb lands on Hardy, but with that extra defense of the tanks, it's a little bit more difficult for them to go down nowadays. Gator still absolutely destroying on the Winston. There's a couple of meters to go. Hardy gets another pin kill. Ultraviolet falls, but they end up losing that fight. There's 3 minutes left with 50 seconds to go. Are we going to be in Circuit Royale 2.0? Are London Spitfire going to lose the final second?
Oh, I don't know. It's getting so close. But at least Atlanta Reign don't have any ultimates, so if you're a London Spitfire fan, you're hoping that Hadi hits this shatter. Oh, they've got to hit the
best way for London to end this, for sure. Just hitting a big shatter. There wouldn't be a more London way to do it. He's waiting. He's biding his time. The lamp's already been used. And Gator actually just falls over. OG's in the back line. But London Spitfire can just move on forward. The shadow's there. It absolutely crumples Venom. And Sparker takes care of OG. The London Spitfire have done it. It's no Circuit Royale 2.0. Midtown is theirs. Match point for the London Spitfire. And Atlanta Reign, they saddle up to London. They try and take the Orion 1v1. And they got laid to waste by Hadi.
Oh my goodness. poor Atlanta don't look happy about that either. I don't know if we're gonna see the Reinhardt versus Reinhardt anymore, Jaws. I feel like London Spitfire might have shut them up about that.
We'll have to see. I mean, do we see Gator stepping back? He's walking away from his PC, so maybe Hawk steps back in. Ilios is next. It's Control. London Spitfire on match point, and people's spread's about to be boomed. We'll see in a bit after this break.
the London Spitfire, the more time and effort you put in, that eventual reward tastes all the sweeter.
Seen some aggressive plays from them in the past. What is that? That is style points, sir.
The most winningest roster that EU Contenders has ever put together. They dominated their domestic scene in Europe.
But the London Spitfire, they can taste it. Victory is on the horizon.
That is oh my god, Poco!
Holt's coming through, that's a post bomb. Shax clutching it up. And it's another day in the office. Today. I'm going with the London Spitfire.
Well, you match the Rhine Rush mirror, and that's what you get. 2 maps, the London Spitfire, and only 1 to the Atlanta Reign. London Spitfire, they need to win this game to stand a chance of going to the Kickoff Clash, and they're putting on a show right now, Rose.
They are, and this map is even more important because, as we were saying, Jaws, they only have a shot of making it to the Kickoff Clash if they win with a 3-0, which is out of the question, or a 3-1. So London Spitfire do have to close it out here. The 3-2 won't cut it.
No, we're going to Ilios. Control map. Hardy, is he going to play Rhine? Maybe. Maybe. Winston seems a little bit more viable on a lot of these maps, but you can still play the Rhine. Hunker down on that point. Will the Atlanta Reign be subbing anybody out? That is the question. We'll have to wait and see. It doesn't look like London have 1 sub. Backbone stepping away. Shax coming in, Rose.
Yeah, so that tells me that London Spitfire really wants to run this double hit scan. Maybe keep Sparker on the Soldier because, whoo, he's on fire right now, Jaws. That tracking has been immaculate coming out from that player, and Backbone definitely putting on a good performance, but Shaq's Tracer definitely fares a little bit better on this next map.
Yeah, Atlanta Reign, by the way, don't have any subs, so they're still sticking with Kai and Venom is what I'm hearing right now, and Gator staying in. So, Gator versus Hattie, once again, the showdown, gonna step up. I'm wondering, I'm really wondering if they do go to the Winston here. I don't think you really want to practice against the team, or not even, sorry, I'm not sure you've had a lot of practice against the team that almost exclusively runs the Brawl, the Rhine Brawl. So jumping back onto the Winston for Gator, that seems the most likely here, especially it being Ilios too.
Well, you know, and the other thing that we have to look at is that Midtown didn't go that badly for Atlanta Reign when they ended up switching over to the Winston. And maybe that map could have even been a little bit different if that Reinhardt versus Reinhardt didn't happen. So Gators, Winston, definitely looking very good. And so if we do see the Winston versus Winston here, you're going to look towards the DPS to really kick things up a notch for both of these teams.
Yeah, Shax is only just coming in too, so maybe not completely warmed up, but I wouldn't knock that against Shax, to be honest with you. That guy's a bit of a monster on the DPS. Spark has been looking great. Also, Backbone too. They're taking him out, but Backbone's been looking great on the mate. Like, the amount of first-time picks he's getting on people like Kai is kind of incredible.
Yeah, I mean, those headshots from across the map have been really good, and then you also get a chance to see how Backbone was able to perform with even just using the ice block a little bit more sparingly, and those walls coming in really clutch. But Shax is going to be in for the London Spitfire as we do look forward to our next map in this series. And the London Spitfire have to win Ilios. There's no other option.
But they would need some help to stay alive too. A lot of their potential of making the Kickoff Clash does rely on other circumstances. Other circumstances a little bit down the road. So a lot of maths involved there. Not nearly smart enough to work it out in my head right now.
It has something to do with Washington Justice, I feel like, because they are one of the other teams that have not secured their spot to the Kickoff Clash. We have 6 teams already that have clinched spots. Atlanta Reign could be one of them if they're able to tie up this series and win out the map 5. But London's not out of it yet.
Yeah, if they win, they're in.
Yep.
That's it.
That's right.
So this is what I thought would happen. So no more chatty on the Rhine. It's going to be Winston versus Winston. Now this is probably a comp that Atlanta Reign play against in scrims a little bit more often.
Yeah.
This Winston dive with the Soldier and the Tracer.
Yeah, but even when you take a look at it that way, you know, we have seen how Sparker is able to take these really nice off angles, so that could be very beneficial here as well, but that Symmetric Teleporter actually helping out Atlanta Reign just a little bit to make it to mid sooner, but Shax actually beats everybody to the point.
Yeah, there's a lot of speediness on both teams, so kind of makes sense, but Shax, yeah, he's got his new J's on, I guess. Now just posturing for the dive. Thing is that Honors really want to get us up on the high ground. It's so easy for Honors. As soon as you are more dominant on height, you can nade point really easily. You can force the other Ana off the high ground. Atlanta Reign do end up having the point first. Wow, Venom went super low, forcing both recalls, so Venom doesn't want to go aggro. OG does. Chases down Shax, and now Gator fighting in a small room against both supports. Already 50% towards an ult, and they're just buying time. Unfortunate sleep onto Gator solo. 180 jump out of there, and he's safe.
Yeah, first cap going over to the Atlanta Reign. London Spitfire do have to get reset here. Shax, very slow on this pulse bomb generation.
Oh, Venom not so quiet though. But one pulse bomb, one kill. They do trade. Ana for a monkey. A lot less sustained on the side of the London Spitfire. Hence why Sparker goes down. Oh, Venom is chasing up Hardy, just punishing this Winston going for these dives. Atlanta Reign in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Venom is just outpacing Shax by a mile. Pulse Bomb already 50% towards generation again for Venom. Ultraviolet has the nano boost online too. Landon not up there just yet either. Some big damage coming through. London should be able to get their ultimates online though before they take this next engage.
Nano boost onto Gator. He's going to get a Primal Rage off of that one if he just left click someone for half a second.
Oh.
Hardy goes down. Yeah, so London really struggling. 6 ultimates almost online for this final fight. The Atlanta Reign haven't invested a whole lot though, Rose. Like, they invest Nano, and they're going to have 4 ultimates for last.
They're just getting so
much value. All they need to do is poke a little bit, and they're good.
So much value out of the ultimates. And that poke is certainly going to help here to get OG's Sound Barrier online. But London Spitfire got 5.
Nicely. Nicely. Pulse bomb for Venom. Goes wide. Hardy goes purple and has to use the Primal Rage to stay alive. Tactical Visor on top of that Nano for Sparker. He's trying to chase down the supports. They have the beat, but nothing matches the auto-aim with the extra damage. Kai camping in a corner using that bubble to good effect. London Spitfire, they had 5 ultimates going into the fight. Now they have 2 for the next one. They eventually cap the Atlanta Reign now. This is their chance to find this one fight and this first round.
Well, that's big because Gator actually initiated that fight with the Primal Rage. Didn't work. OG had to follow up with the Sound Barrier on top of that Nano Visor coming out from London Spitfire. So Ultimate Economy is in the way of the London Spitfire right now, as long as Shax finds value with this Pulse Bomb. But Sparker gets so low already.
Oh my goodness, Venom is destroying on this Tracer right now. Beautiful Pulse Bomb from Shax. Kills Ultraviolet. No Nano for this Visor, so it's merely a tickle rather than a punch. And now Hardy trying to contest that point. The Atlanta Reign try and force a little something here. A little bit too much. Gator takes too much damage. Ultraviolet being dead has to only rely on the Lucio healing. And now the London Spitfire need to be able to juggle control back. They actually let the point go completely. Shax wasn't there in time to stop that flip. And now the Atlanta Reign coming in droves to try and flip the point again, but Venom comes up massive with a double pulse. Venom is absolutely doubling down on Shax right now. Almost double his damage.
Yeah.
36% of the team's damage. Venom is just going crazy.
Score.
Yeah.
1-0.
Yeah. That was Venom. That was Venom. That was deadly. Holy moly, London Spitfire are struggling now. Shax just can't keep up. And even taking a look at this replay here, let's see that double pulse bomb. The stick onto Hardy. Takes out Admiral with him.
Eesh.
Ouch.
Yeah. That's like a, just stand still moment, but like you're already in the air as the Lucio, like so hard to dodge. Final round for the London Spitfire here. If they lose this one, Rose, they don't make it to the kickoff clash. Atlanta Reign need to win, and they are in. They need to win 2 maps. Not only this one, but the next one.
Yep, that's right. Atlanta Reign, this is their series to lose
Hadi
now.
so dead.
Yeah, Hadi is.
Oh, what a nade! Can Shax follow up with this couple of kills? Easy clap, maybe? No, it has to go for the recoil after killing Ultraviolet. That was an unreal nade from Landon. Sparker ends up dying. Hadi went aggro and just landed on the platform and then insta-dropped and just got rolled. Both Traces, yeah, and Shax trying to pick up the pace, trying to match Venom from last round. Almost gets the 1 clip, but OG with a double boot kill.
OG, we're putting in some work. Gonna have that sound barrier online with 50% more to go, but we're really looking right now at Venom once again. I mean, Shax is keeping up with a bit of a better pace this time around, but Venom is gonna have another pulse bomb when London Spitfire walk in.
Again, just crazy gap. Oh. Gator falling first. Not great. Landon is asleep. Can the Reign capitalize off this? Yes, they can. Ultraviolet finds the kill on his life for life. The London Spitfire still putting on the pressure. Knowing that Gator's not in the fight for the next couple of seconds, they can just storm onto the point. Apple, again, these nades from Ultraviolet are crazy. Nades in the sleeps just ending the support's careers. Another big sleep onto Sparker. Wow, Ultraviolet showing up.
Yeah, this has been some big stuff coming out from this player. Landon, though, does get a pretty big ante, but that's not going to help out the London Spitfire right now, as they can't even get close enough to the point to actually contest it. London have got to open up something here with the ultimates that they are generating. They're going to have 5 full slate online for this next fight, and they don't have time to waste here, Jaws. Atlanta Reign, they're working up to that last fight territory.
Yeah, if this fight takes any longer, if it's not explosive, it will be last fight, that's for sure. Nano available. Kai in range. Ultraviolet hitting that nano visor could be what they need. Venom dies to Landon somehow, but it's still like this is going to be last fight. Oh, beautiful nade. Instant nano onto the visor, trying to clutch this fight out. Kai and Sparker, they find one of these, but no. Kai finds 2. Shax tries to run away. He tried to lob the pulse bomb in, but went wide. 97% now for the Atlanta Reign to claim this map and take it to a map 5. The London Spitfire needs something special, but it ain't gonna happen. Another unreal stick from Venom as the monkey soars through the air into his grave. Kai follows up with the kill. The map goes to Atlanta Reign. We're going to a game 5, but London see their chances of the kickoff clash fade away.
Yeah, that's it. London Spitfire mathematically cannot make it to the kickoff clash now. They can still hold their heads high, though. They have been putting up a heck of a fight versus the Atlanta Reign and could still win this series.
Still very possible. They still want to play upset potential, right?
Yep.
The Atlanta Reign need this next map, and then they are guaranteed a place in the kickoff clash. There you go, monkey versus monkey. Gator came out on top. We're going to jump to a quick break. We got Push coming up next for your map 5. We're going to Coliseum. We'll see you in a sec. The London Spitfire can still play upset. Unfortunately, they can't make it the kickoff clash, but Atlanta Reign can if they win this next map. My word, has it been a series so far? Huddy versus Gator, we're still seeing it. Maybe a little Ryan from Gator. We have Nero stepping in, and we have Backbone stepping in. So yeah, London Spitfire, they're playing Ryan Rush Rose.
Yep.
We know that, for sure.
Yep.
Venom taking a back seat after quite a performance, mind you, on the Tracer.
Yeah.
Really well.
I mean, I definitely understand the Nero sub back in, though. If you're looking at Colosseo, Nero just has synergy with Kai playing together just a little bit more. They also played at the beginning of the series together. But Venom, we've seen some pretty nasty Tracer play. So, I don't know. Maybe just putting the faith in Nero to be able to clutch this series out.
Yeah, I mean, Venom did play the May also. And
that's true.
It didn't look as good as Tracer.
No,
that is for sure. Like, he was doubling the damage of Shax when he was in, so worth keeping in mind. Come on, Gator, you got to do it, bro.
Really?
Final map of the series, potentially. You can draw. It is possible. If you get it to the checkpoint, the robot does wait there for a little while, so it is possible. But very, very unlikely. But we know London rolling out with it. Chatty to finish out the series would be great. Just a big shatter.
I'm excited.
And the dreams of the Atlanta Reign.
I'm pretty pumped. I'm pretty pumped to see the chatty Reinhardt come back out. But it's really about what decides to support that. You know, Sparker, Backbone, it's possible they run with something a little bit different, but I kind of imagine that Backbone is going to switch back over to the May before those doors open. Yeah, and wait a minute.
It's Nero May, okay.
Nero May?
They're doing it. They're doing it.
Okay, then. Maybe Nero will look better on the May than Shax did. Shax made up for it on the Tracer for sure, but we're getting the mirror again.
Out of the locker room, straight into the gym. They're ready to rock and roll. Sparker with an unreal flank right now, just running off into the distance. There you go. He's up on the high ground. Oh, Nero taking a lot of damage already. Quite self-sustained, of course, the soldier, and there's a miniature health pack right next to him if he really needs it. Big wall to separate Gator. Ultraviolet jumping straight over it. Nero not quite so lucky. No jump. And death for the rest of Atlanta Reign. Oh, dearie me. The Chatty has stepped into the gym. He's picked up the heaviest weights, and he's carrying them to the finish line.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Maybe put Hottie in front of the barricade. Let him push the thing forward. He's good enough. Yeah, he could do it for sure. But at least Atlanta Reign, they can come back into this one. Landon, though, working up to that amplification matrix.
Nice bit of high ground, though, Atlanta Reign have. Sparker had to back off super fast. This is not a place you want to be if you're Reinhardt, that is for sure, in a small cafe, and not where you want to be if you're supports either. Beautiful wall by Nero. One swing, 2 kills for Gator as they reclaim control of the robot. Hardy knows it's over. At least get it 35 meters or so. Decent push to start us off.
Yeah, Atlanta Reign is certainly going to be able to match that, but with London Spitfire coming out of spawn, they get to give it back to the Atlanta Reign a little bit. That high ground is just so difficult to be able to push that barricade past, and also look at Sparker in the back line.
Perma on the, like the longest flanks in history. That was lucky. Ultraviolet just hit him with a jump real quick. Jumped over those missiles. Big shatter from Gator. In fact, I think that interrupted Hadi's shatter. It could well have done, but Hadi still gets the better of Gator somehow. 3 people on their backs to the London Spitfire, but they just walk over them anyway. Backbone is still just running around these columns. He needs that block to get his health back. OG from a distance. Sparker chunked him out, and Backbone just headshot him to finish him off. The Atlanta Rain had the bigger shatter, but Hadi had the bigger hammer.
Yeah, just gonna swing away at that one. The robot, though, gonna continue to start moving forward. Hadi's pretty low here. Half Landon, gonna heal him up, bro. Yeah, okay, he's good. Definitely need full health, though, as the Atlanta Rain start walking back here with that tactical visor, and of course the sound barrier on top of that too for extra sustain.
Kai with the smaller flank. Oh, what an unreal shot from Ultraviolet in the back, finishing up on that damage from Kai. The beats for the Atlanta Rain. I mean, this is a one fight, like through and through. As soon as you lose your Batista early. Nice flank from Kai, and Ultraviolet following up on that call.
Yeah, gonna start making some more progress as well, as we do see Gator start to get pretty aggressive. They want to try to take the high ground advantage away from the London Spitfire, not allowing them to set up here on top of the car wash.
Yeah, just jostling on these stairs, never a bad thing. Don't want to give them free space, like you mentioned. Nice Earth. Oh, wow. Nice fire strike. Window for Landon. The rest of the team sitting behind it. Gator peeking on the stairs on a window. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sparker on the opposite high ground. You want to take control of that ASAP. The Atlanta Rain weren't expecting that. They do get it further, however, than London Spitfire, 10 meters further.
Yeah, but London Spitfire are hustling back with that robot, making sure that there's plenty of people there, so it's moving as quickly as possible. Sparker has gone back on the flank with the Soldier 76. So hopefully that doesn't catch Atlanta Rain by surprise again, because Sparker's quite close to that tactical visor.
Shatter versus Shatter, though.
True.
Theory me. Who's going to win out this time? Gator hit 3, but Hadi not the best spot. He's looking for the backline. Hadi hits 1, and it insta-kills Nero. Gator, he hits a couple too, but there's no teammates to follow up on because Hadi had them all on their backs. Landon takes care of Ultraviolet. The Rhine Rush mirror, it's going London's way.
Yeah, and just like that as well, with the resets coming through here, London Spitfire will take the lead again before Atlanta Rain are able to come out of spawn, which means that Hadi can just go meet them right there. They can't take the high ground advantage. Atlanta Rain might struggle to be able to stop this payload from reaching that first checkpoint.
Rushing quickly to the high ground of the Atlanta Rain. Oh, Nero's in trouble. Backbone landed a headshot there. His life would have been over. Nero jumps in the block. That Blizzard's good. Nero finishes off Hadi in the chaos. But luckily, the Blizzard and the Lamp was killed. Backbone unfortunately goes down. OG picking up a lot of those kills in that engagement. London Spitfire getting 10 more meters in Atlanta Rain. This is tit for tat, Rose.
Yep.
Ever so close. It's been throughout this whole series, just coming down to the wire. There's 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and now it comes down to the tactical visors, right? It was about the Earth Shatters, now it's about the dueling tac visors. You can see Sparker and Kai are actually battling it out over there. Kai's down.
Oh, okay. Kai went for a flank, but Sparker had backup. There's the beat from the Atlanta Rain. They want to be able to win. 2 shatters coming online rather soon. A clutch beat from Apple, though, saves Hadi's life. Gator, you want to save that shatter for the next fight. There's no way you win this one. Sparker just cleaning up on this soldier. Kai tried once again for one of those cheeky flanks with the visor, but unfortunately got found out, and the lack of damage just forced Atlanta Rain to try and go in with the beat.
Well, that was really big too, because Admiral was there to back up Sparker. And so Admiral sometimes being able to support those flanks makes a really big difference when it comes down to those 1v1s, because a little dishonorable. But we do have ults here as we try to battle it out once again. 1 minute 40 on the clock.
Visor on the flank, Gator struggling where to look. The shadow goes into the shield, both shields in fact, but Sparker's still on the flank. Someone's got to deal with him. Gator dies to a boop. The London Spitfire winning this fight, not until Kai has something to say about it. Kills the Lamp, the Bat, and the May.
Can he find more kills? It's up to Kai to try and win this fight. OG comes in clutch and kills Admiral, but Sparker is still alive and well. The payload moved a couple more meters. The London Spitfire have to bid adieu to it, though. A big regroup with only a minute to go. The London Spitfire so close to taking this 5-map series.
They very well might. I mean, with 60 seconds remaining, Backbone has another Blizzard online. We saw how this one went last time, though. Nero was able to get that online afterwards, and that ended up paying off dividends for the Atlanta Reign. Backbone can't let that happen.
Markovus, Kai. They just chase each other off. Blizzard available for Backbone. This is it. This is what they got to do, Rose. They have to make this massive. They actually decide to back all the way up. Nero throws out the Blizzard, but a counter Blizzard from Backbone. Can they kill Gator? He's trapped. No lamp to be had, and Gator dies. 25 seconds to go as London Spitfire surge forwards.
Oh my gosh, that lamp came in too late, and now look at Backbone chasing down Ultraviolet. The Baptiste is gone.
Beautiful couple of icicles. There's 14 seconds to go with no main healer for the Atlanta Reign. This could be all over. Gator comes back just in time to end Backbone's life. Hardy now fighting in a lamp, trying to protect Landon with his life, but he ends up falling. Hardy doesn't want to shatter. He just wants to remove people from the payload, remove some more HP, but now it's final fight territory for the Atlanta Reign. It's once again going to be Shatter versus Shatter.
Yeah, but that was huge that Hardy was able to hold on to it, because this robot is going to have to get to the barricade and then start pushing. So, London Spitfire have plenty of time to be able to get back. Ultraviolet does have a window that London are going to have to play around to be able to touch this point.
OT's here, Hardy lining up, Gator 3% away from a Shatter. Shaddy could very well do it. A visor from the high ground from Sparker, ends OG already. The beat from Admiral does manage to get 3, and Hardy staying alive. Both Shatters have been blocked, but Sparker just dominating the Atlanta Reign backline. Gator needs assistance on the payload as he's killed off Hardy, but Kai ends his own life with the rockets. The Atlanta Reign need to be able to touch this payload. Gator going so low. The supports from the Spitfire have done it. The London Spitfire 3-2 the Atlanta Reign and take home the dub. The Atlanta Reign now still need to battle their way to the kickoff clash. They're not in it just yet. They needed this win, but couldn't quite get it.
Wow, London Spitfire playing spoiler to the Atlanta Reign's plans. And this is such a big win for the London Spitfire, because this feels like a turning point, Jaws. They may not have been able to mathematically make it into the kickoff clash, but boy, oh boy, does it feel good as the London Spitfire and as a fan to see them be able to take the series 3-2. Huge stuff for that team.
The Ryan versus Ryan mirror rush.
Didn't work
London
out.
went out. Who's really surprised? Johnny apparently not very surprised. Johnny predicted this game.
True.
London Spitfire. The rest of the desk, not quite so lucky. Predicted Atlanta. What an amazing couple of days already for the London Spitfire. They take a game off the Gladiators, and now in a 5-map series, they win against the Atlanta Reign, denying them a place today in the kickoff clash. The Atlanta Reign still need to come out swinging. They're not in it just yet. Let's have a look at the player of the match, though. I mean, we got to give it to him, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be Chatty on the right. Like, this guy brought it home. Wasn't too strong on the Winston Rose. But the Reinhardt, his bread and butter, showed up.
I mean, you know what? I still think the Winston was fine. I think Hardy has really shown that, you know, while he looked like a Reinhardt one-trick, and yes, that is definitely his comfort zone. You can see so many good examples of that in this series today. Hardy is still coming out with the Winston and being able to clutch things out when it does matter. You got to give a little bit of credit to him for sure, but the Reinhardt Earth Shatter race definitely went in his favor.
That was one of the tipping points of the match there. Hardy just crunching Nero with the Shatter.
Yeah.
Does more damage if it's closer to you now, so worth keeping in mind. Hardy, what a dominant performance then. Charging Gator away from his team, like, wow. Crazy stuff from Chatty. 3-3 now. The London Spitfire, they unfortunately don't make it to the kickoff clash, but still, rising and grinding. Sigma Male grind set from the London. I mean, they had quite a disastrous year last year, and it's kind of proven you stick them with the team, add a couple of bits and pieces here and there, but you really are seeing now massive signs of improvement.
You are. This is definitely the turning point. I mean, even with the map score of London Spitfire versus the Los Angeles Gladiators, might have been 3-1, but take a look at how close those losses were on those maps, right? So if you're a London Spitfire fan, I think you're pretty happy now that they might have a good shot in this season. First quarter, not quite going their way, but they're turning it around, Joss.
Yeah, very close maps. Very close. Circuit Royale, by a hair, did Atlanta Reign win that. Literally the very last point, like crazy stuff. Will there be more upsets today? We'll have to wait and find out. I think I want to hear from the desk. I really do. I really do. I want to see what Johnny has to say and how big his grin is on his face. After this break, we'll see what those guys are thinking and how many people have their head in their hands. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you so much for watching.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by the Giga Chad, the best Reinhardt in the West, Hadi from London Spitfire. How are you doing, Hadi? Congratulations on the win.
Great.
That was so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, very good series.
Very
Thank
fun.
you.
And yeah, good series. And I think a lot of Overwatch fans will be happy because we finally got that brawl mirror matchup. So it was fun to watch. I mean, starting off, my first question to you. Your teammate Backbone mentioned that Atlanta refuses to scrim against the London Spitfire. After hearing that and going into today's match, did that worry you at all, or did that sort of allow the London team to come up with surprises against the Atlanta?
I mean, I can tell you guys a little backstory to that, because the reason they blacklisted us actually is because we won a scrim versus them. So then they blacklisted us, and I think that's kind of weird. I feel like it's just because their ego got hurt, losing to the London Spitfire in a scrim, their ego gets hurt. but now they also lose to the London Spitfire in an official. So I don't know how their ego must look now. It's all over the place. I don't really know.
Oh, true that. Yeah, I mean, Atlanta. Yeah, I don't know. After that, also in this match, I do want to also ask. I think it was mid-time where we saw the first brawl mirror matchup, and then I think I got super excited. And then I think it was this was where Atlanta was on attack, and then after the attack ended, they sort of switched out of the brawl mirror duel, and then he switched to the Winston. When you saw that happen, what was going through your head, Hadi? What were you thinking when you saw Gator on the Winston again?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Gator had a lot of confidence that he could beat him in the Rhine matchup, but then I think he lost most of the confidence after we held him on the second point. So I was very happy about that. I was very confident we're gonna win once I saw them on Monkey. I mean, to be honest, I was kind of confident we're gonna win either, even if they will keep Rhine, but I was still happy to see that.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you guys haven't won the match or the map yet, but I mean, I think it's safe to say that you sort of won at that point because he switched off the mirror matchup. Yeah. So you already got the win before the map ended. All right. Last question for you. Of course, you guys got the win, but unfortunately, London Spitfire couldn't make it to the Kickoff Clash tournament. But I mean, we're talking a lot about this mirror matchup and everything because Atlanta Reign is another team that have been known and been famous for that brawl composition. So what does winning against Atlanta Reign today mean for you, Hadi?
I mean, I'm really happy about it. Like you said, it's bittersweet since we had to 3-0 Atlanta, so we kind of had to pull our heads back up after we lost one map to be able to pull the series through. But I'm still very happy about it because we like to play the rush comps, we like to play the Rhine comps, and now it's finally proven that we are the top of the rush teams in the mirror matchup as well.
Right. Definitely. And I'm just going to add one last question. We won't be seeing you until the next tournament cycle. So what can the fans, London Spitfire fans, expect from London Spitfire next tournament?
I mean, I think we're really on an upwards trend right now. I think we're doing really well. We have a great team. We have a great atmosphere, everything. I hope we're going to see a lot of more wins and hope we see a lot of more Reinhardt as well from us.
Yes! All right, Hadi, that concludes the interview. Thank you so much, and hope to talk to you soon, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that was Hadi from the London Spitfire. Hadi probably not the only person really, really happy right now. Right. I think Jonathan is probably doing a little victory dance around his box, and I loved the insight there as well from Hadi.
I hate it.
Honestly, the bruised ego thing though, for real. There's only one injury more hurtful or painful than a bruised ego, and that might be a paper cut. But that's it. That's literally it. Now, Reinforce. You know what? I'm just gonna give you a few minutes to gloat. Do it.
Yeah.
Unload.
Thank you. It's coming home, Zoe. I want to thank my parents, especially my mom and dad.
Came home for once.
The London Spitfire. I'm I'm really happy with this. Thank you to everyone who helped contribute to this very moment. It's great to finally raise the cup, raise the trophy. It's been a long time coming for London Spitfire after being super bad last year. So here we are. Upwards trajectory, London Spitfire, you'll love to see it. Do we want to do some analysis? Do you want to play the clips and we can just get into it?
Yeah, let's do that. You take the lead, because you're, like, what do we know about Overwatch League?
All right.
You're obviously the genius here.
Okay. First of all, I'm not going to gloat too much, but because I've already gloated enough. But, overall, this was a great series, guys. This was a fantastic series between two teams. It was very competitive. It could have gone either way on the Circuit Royale. It could have gone either way on Midtown. And even right down to the end, push maps, usually some kind of ultimate advantage gets in the way in the very last fight, but still it was honestly meters away from being Atlanta's series as well, right? So I gotta give props to both teams for providing us with such entertainment here in this first series of the day. Overall though, this is sort of what I expected London Spitfire to do. I expected them to win on maps like Midtown here, and I think they asserted their Reinhardt dominance here with the role composition, and as well Colosseo to wrap things up. Even though it was pretty close, I think it's a map that London Spitfire plays really well. You can see the Sparker flanks come in, and that's something they've done in the past, so they knew they were going to pull that out, and I think it's a well-practiced map for them. Then again, the other couple of maps, I think they honestly could have gone either way. London Spitfire, I think they played the brawl the best they could, and on maps like Ilios right here, Atlanta Reign proved that they are the way better team when it comes to Winston and Tracer, but overall the series just kind of favored Reinhardt Brawl because of the map pool.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting. The thing that I'm most excited about this is, as Johnny said, it was very compositionally determined, like the maps really gave the final result. But for me, not just the London Spitfire, but the Atlanta Reign, everyone had their moment in the sun. Everyone was playing incredibly well throughout the entire series. Landon had some really good plays, and he's been struggling throughout the season. Admiral as well, I think he, stayed alive, had some really clutch beats. And on the other side, we even look towards Ultraviolet. Some of those lamps on Circuit Royale were how was anyone alive at this point? But they were keeping them alive. And I want to give a special shout out. We all talk about Huddy, we all talk about the Chatty, but backbone for the London Spitfire, I think, has been so instrumental. Got a lot of flack early on in the season before his Genji, but his Mei, honestly, has had probably the best Mei in the West so far.
Those right clicks are insanity.
Insanity, and the way he understands the hero, how he uses his ultimate. He isolated Gator so many times in that final map with those ultimates. Great understanding of how to play Mei, and that's another integral factor to why they got this win.
Absolutely. And then someone has to go and check on Kai, because he tried so hard to carry his entire team over the finish line. He tried so hard up until the very end. It really came down to Kai getting those picks, Sparker getting those picks, both soldiers going nuts, and it was London Spitfire coming out on top in the end. And what an entertaining, surprisingly entertaining series this was. This is exactly what we asked for, and the guys from both sides delivered. So thanks to both of those teams. We can't wait to see more. Atlanta Reign do have one more match to actually play in this tournament cycle. I believe it's against the Gladiators. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think it's, as far as I know, it is.
Yeah,
it
totally,
might be.
100%.
She's like, I have no idea. I've never looked at the schedule.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, so ain't getting any easier from there on out. So let's see if they can, mentally reset from that loss. That we're seemingly very upset if we watch the player cams right there. We do have the standings ready for you. And now one more team which has to, clinch their spot is the Washington Justice. We will be seeing them playing later today.
There's no way they miss out, right? No chance.
No.
Are you trying to curse him? He's trying to curse him.
No, I would never try to curse.
There is a chance. There is a chance. Cursing is my thing. There is a chance that they might lose it.
You shut your mouth right now.
I'm not cursing. I'm not cursing it right now. I'm not cursing. I'm not saying that there's no chance. I'm saying there is a chance. If I say no chance.
Don't say anything. He's been cursing people left and right.
Boston Trio Dallas, come on. Give it to us.
Well, we do have a match before that match, though. We want to see Paris Eternal taking on the Houston Outlaws first. Any thoughts leading into that one?
It's going to be interesting. I think these are both teams that have been struggling with their identity throughout the kickoff clash. Obviously, Houston leaned very heavily into that Doomfist, and it's looked good, and they could go down with that ship, but they've also shown some flexibility with Piggy coming in.
I like that.
Piggy coming in to play some of that some of these other compositions, but the same thing can be said for the Paris Eternal. They have not looked consistent. We've seen Vistola and Dan coming in and out. They haven't found their identity. So I honestly don't know what to expect from both of these teams, and that's exciting in its own right.
Yeah, those are our favorite matches. Absolutely stepping into the darkness here, and we are ready for that to happen to us. And I hope all of you are watching as we are heading into our second match of the day. And afterwards, we're back with another game break. So enjoy.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I mean, again, we're going to be watching this now. Some people, who like to watch car crashes in slow motion might watch this as well. It really depends what you're kind of into. I think the reality is here, though, Matt. The Paris Eternal have to show us some signs of life before the Kickoff Clash qualifiers are over.
Right. Anything at this point, right? They've won 2 maps throughout the Kickoff Clash thus far. To give you some kind of like perspective on that, like the Titans won 4. So, I don't think you're going to get a medal for, like, matching the Titans in terms of, like, maps won. But still, you need to put up a good performance here against Houston. But you're going up against a team that they're up near the upper echelon of the West. And they're not going to take this match lightly.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I really liked about the Paris Eternal last week is that I thought they put together like a really nice looking Zenyatta composition on Circuit Royale, right? Khan was able to really showcase his ability on that map. Obviously, a weird comp. We rarely ever see it. Naturally, Khan was able to rocket himself up to the top of the Zen standings for this season as a result of that. The fact is, the frustrating part about this team, Matt, is the talent is absolutely there. Obviously, Dan and Vistola are the 2 elements that we see rotating quite a lot. Dan has been really impressive, to be honest, and Vistola's had some tough matchups in the Zarya mirror.
So, what London's done, I like, is that they've committed to this Reinhardt playstyle. This is how we're going to play, right? They have Poco on that team. They could have tried the Zarya stuff. They said, like, this is what we're going to commit to. This is what we're going to play. Yeah. Paris, like, needed to do that weeks ago, I feel like. They've been going, like, because I think Dons look good when they've had, some Winston-based stuff with Vistola in. You think this is probably going to be something more, maybe Zarya, Doomfist, and that kind of wheelhouse where... you're switching around the tanks and what you're kind of playing in that regard. You're also bringing in new players like Wub into the mix, right? It's difficult to have build any type of consistency with these types of changes.
Or settle on the style they wanted to play, right? As you contrast them to the London Spitfire, who had that sort of stable roster that they could sort of decide by consensus how they wanted to play. The Paris Eternal are like a week behind of that because of Wub coming in a little bit later. Let's have a look at their opposition, though. The Houston Outlaws, Matthew. Now, there's no clinching scenarios in this particular matchup, but for Houston, it's pretty darn important to have a good game here because they want to get into the top 3. They're 3-2 right now. If they go 4-2, there's a good chance they can leapfrog the Toronto Defiant into the top 3 and choose their opponent in the first round of the Kickoff Clash. That is going to be a gigantic boon to whoever can reach out and take it. This team, listen, I mean, they had some tough matchups, I think, and, they've been a little bit up and down here. I've got to say, though, despite that, Matt, it's been merit for me all the way so far. That has been their rock, their consistent output of impact.
It's been the best Outlaws roster I think they've ever kind of fielded in the Overwatch League. Piggy in the starting role today for Tank, so that's something to look out for. We've usually seen Dante in most of the time, outside of when we see whether it's like, probably Doomfist from Dante in the Houston Outlaws. I also believe the Outlaws have started like a series where they do like interviews like after their games, and I believe they asked Pelican about Paris, and he garnered a response that kind of mirrored what he just did on the screen there. It was like I believe he said he'd rather play, or like it's kind of like ranked to him. So maybe that's some type of trash talk that Paris can use as fuel, maybe.
Sounds like that parody journalism account of the name that I can't pronounce, like the kind of posts they sort of make with, non-factual statements from players, except it actually happened. Pelican already laying the disrespect down.
No, this is a funny video the Outlaws produced because Jake was trying to cover for Pelican. Bishu was trying to cover and said that Pelican said scrims, but then Jake was laughing hysterically, and he's like, no, he said ranked.
That is amazing. I trust Bishu to try and cover that up. Such a kind-hearted soul. Oh dear. No, Houston don't want to blunt
their edge, Matthew, both in and out of the server. Here, they're looking for a pretty one-sided victory. Get them into the top 3, get them into a good spot to sail through the first round when boots touch the ground in Texas. First map, ladies and gentlemen, here's going to be Colosseo, and out the door we go as Houston look to try and put the Eternal in the mulcher.
It'll be both teams running the same exact comps with the Reaper Soldier and Zarya at the front line. I think this first fight, just like in a lot of different game modes in Overwatch 2, but especially push, right? We've only had 2 push maps in the entire Kickoff Flash Spark go the distance. They both happen on the same day. So
we had one in APAC as well, actually.
Yeah, okay, so 3.
Yeah.
Still, regardless of how much push has been played, if you get a good start and move the bot to a not even a very far portion, right? It results in more of these fights taking place in the neutral, in which you'd have to lose like 2 fights, almost 3 fights in a row for the other team to take the lead. So this first fight is huge, and Paris is going to use a speed boost, go fast.
I mean, they understand how to play the neutral here. They understand how to play this setup. They forced Piggy to exhaust both of his bubbles. Yes, Piggy is high charge, but he has no defensive utility available. And Paris, they just turn up the heat, speed in, and get rid of him.
Yeah, and it was also a biotic grenade that comes in from Khan that helps them finish off a few players. So that ever-important first fight will be the Paris Eternal who come out on top. Is they got to keep Pistola alive. Pistola has a lot of charge right now. He's going to be huge damage dealer coming into this next fight.
A lot of damage being taken right now by Paris just from this high ground vantage. Straight into the back line went Pelican though on the Reaper, TPing forward. Nanabu's given over to Glister here with a tactical visor, but it's put to a stop. Abruptly he's waking up and immediately he's back to work. 2 for Glister in the tactical visor as Wob finds 2 of his own.
Huge kills there. Waking up Glister, obviously not ideal. I think it may have been like a right click from Piggy. And he may have fired it off like even before Glister was asleep. Like you kind of saw Glister going into the animation, and then the right click was already coming in. So no opportunity obviously to take that one back. As the Outlaws, you're looking at probably investing like the grab into this fight, as you absolutely need a win.
They have to use the grab just to get back on even footing, which is the craziest part of this. And even then it might not be enough. Pelican takes a ton of damage as he tried to follow up on the Eternal inside that grab. Paris reciprocate. Both teams use the sound barriers to respond to those Zarya ultimates. And as the overshield's clear, it is the Outlaws with the initiative.
Yeah, they'll get rid of Vestal and they'll start to move the bot in their direction. But like I mentioned earlier, this is enough percentage for the next fight for the Paris Eternal to take this near the middle of the map. And they're great in those neutral scenarios, like you mentioned. So Paris getting off to an ideal start.
Multiple fights now need to be won in a row for the Houston Outlaws to put them on even footing. That 59.68, that's considerable progress early here. Pelican will wait in the wings, of course. The upside for the Outlaws is that they maintain their DPS ultimates after winning a fight in which many of those impactful abilities had to be used. Keep an eye on that Reaper positioning.
The Outlaws don't want to push the bot around that corner right at the start here, because then the Paris Eternal could fight from that high ground and have that advantage where they're trying to just bait them in to take this fight where they're not going to have that line of sight from that high ground.
I mean, the timing's great there. Pelican sees Vistola's low and has no bubbles left, so in we go with the Death Blossom, and Piggy is there to clean up. I mean, Matt, Paris got put in such a scary spot there because Pelican got a Zarya bubble and TP'd forward, forces the Eternal to play outside of this sort of ring area, and that's where the attack visor mirror was waiting for them. So that's why Paris took so much damage early, and that fight was so easy to clean up after.
You still see how much this early push for Paris is going to matter. Like, the Outlaws are going to take another fight here and not have enough, not even have enough distance to take the lead. You see they back up again. They don't want to fight near this high ground as Glister is set up on top.
Yeah, they're looking for an advantageous position, the Outlaws. Or at least not a disadvantageous one. Glister with attack visor, though positioning may not matter when you're facing down this combo of ultimates, and Glister's able to find 2 quick ones here. Graviton Surge from Piggy, but the follow-up is, well, lucky until then. Piggy's able to get in the fight with decent amount of charge, but Bob can walk straight on into this grab here and just deal his own brand of death.
Pushing the bot even further into Outlaws territory. Just make it even harder for them to get it going the other way. So Wub's still holding on to this Death Blossom. Had it for a pretty long time now, trying to find, I guess, just the absolute perfect time to use it. Paris, they don't care about this high ground. They'll actually just keep pushing this bot straight on through.
Pistola has average energy 54, Piggy 37 right now. Yeah, I mean, he gets picked out there. Oh, I don't think Pelican's in a great spot either. This is very bad for the Outlaws here. This may well mean a front spawn now for Paris.
Lastro was like behind enemy lines. I think he may have been like trying to hide for a sec. And he ends up getting called out, but that's huge because he has the beat, right? You could have ended up using the beat in this fight to stop any further progress, where Paris gains a little bit more distance.
Nice disengage from Paris. That's actually huge. They're going to get themselves in position to fight in, again, the neutral part of the map here, which doesn't favor the Outlaws. The Outlaws have to push off that high ground that they'd love to play from here and go for the neutral. Here it is. Sound barrier. Lastro trying to send them forward with the death blast, but what's going to get in their way? It's a spanner in the works. It's some bullets in the head for Piggy. He drops it. Pistola's charged up, ready to be the second wave.
With 2 minutes on the clock, this is not looking good for the Outlaws because you're going to get even more progress here for the Paris Eternal. And what, you're going to have to use some of these ultimates to battle out of this position. If you're Houston, it's not going to give you a ton to work with for the rest of the game, especially when you have to probably win another 2 fights. 3, probably.
Anything but subtle is Pelican. Trying to start something up, gives plenty of charge over, tries the Death Blossom, but Khan's there to shut him down, and here's the tactical visor from Glister. The grab is a little wayward, sure, from Pistola, but still enough to slow the Outlaws down. Now he's well charged, and Piggy's just hanging on to life. Merit not far behind, and the Eternal is starting to turn this into an avalanche.
And the Outlaws end up investing the Death Blossom there. They end up using their Nano. All they have is this grab, and you're going to have a sound barrier to counter it, so we'll see if they actually go for it. Paris in an interesting position where they could actually finish this if they wanted to, but they back all the way out. The safer play is not to kind of push all the way into the spawn, expel ultimates there. They'll actually just take this fight from the choke.
They're not incentivized to fight there at all. They still want to try and push the bot further, and they will if they win here.
With how much of a distance advantage they have currently, there's no reason to risk completing the map, right? You'd rather just take the 2-3 fights in this area, and look, they have to walk into them. They're draining the clock, and we're now in the middle of the map. Like, this is all good for Paris.
Piggy's grab, he just fires that one off. He knows that one was there, waiting in the wings. It's going to be a sound barrier now from Dredro, and Piggy was looking for an opening in the back line, but none presents itself. Pistola's hit with a nano boost here. Dredro, trying to send his team forward. Merit's there with the attack visor. One forced away. Wait for. Unclear if that's available. He has to use it just to stall. And the Outlaws now have to win out from here, Matt. That's a long way they have to push.
And they're not going to have their tank. Piggy ends up dropping in that fight, so he's going to take a little bit longer to get back. Lastro may actually be escorting him right now that we don't see on the screen. And Paris, they know this. They may be able to jump down, take this fight a little bit earlier on, as they went back, tried to get Piggy back in the fight.
Okay, the Outlaws come to contest. They need to play under the bridge. They got no choice now. They don't have the luxury of backing off and playing for more clement terrain. Oh, Pistola gets run over. Sound barrier now for the Outlaws. They know they need to do more than just get rid of the Zarya. To the high ground goes Piggy. It's Sleep Dark called Glister, but those nimble legs are going to carry him from the fight. He'll be topped up by Khan. And the Outlaws
They committed so hard, Paris, there to try and kill Merit. He was off to the side putting down damage on the soldier, and they sped boost like 3 people in there to try and take him out. They don't even kill him. And then they end up using the sound barrier, turning around and fighting out of it. Is going to be a huge blunder by Paris.
Nano boost for Piggy, looking for Glister, trying to burn him down before he can lay waste to the Outlaws, and Piggy gets rid of him. Khan gonna fall down to the Death Blossom, and Pistola's able to chime in and at least get rid of Virus. It's just the healing for Lastro, and it looks like that's gonna be enough, because he has the damage to back it up, and the Outlaws have to do it one more time.
So you're gonna have Glister switching over to the Tracer, Khan now with the nano boost. Can you get like a nano boost onto Wub and let him go crazy on the Reaper, maybe get a Death Blossom, be the difference?
Nano boost here for Khan is going to be instrumental. One TP's in, but Glister's down. He's fallen to a Helix rocket. One trying to do what he can on the backline, but his Wraith Walk's already forced. Then Biding Grenade on towards Pelican forces him out of the fight, and Wub's going to be there with the Death Blossom to claim Piggy. Merritt, can't get away from that one, and a sound barrier will seal the deal for Paris, narrowly averting a bit of a reverse sweep inside the map itself. Whew. They wipe the sweat from their brow because they've got there, but only just.
A win's a win, I guess. But man, that got too dangerous there towards the end. But Wub getting that nano boost from Khan. Khan also hits a big biotic grenade that lands onto Piggy and I believe Pelican at that time.
Yeah.
So to lose those two players is huge. You know, the anti-heal plus the damage from the Reaper as the nano boost. You get those 2 kills and Paris able to hold on.
You can see how hard it is to come back from a deficit on this map, but it's possible. Even without ultimates, the first pick means so much more in Overwatch 2, and the Outlaws tried to leverage it. Fortunately, they pull up just short, so some frustration, fire in the belly as we head into map 2 after this. well. Some sharp looks being thrown out by the Paris Eternal and a few curveballs on Colosseo as they get a good start against the Outlaws. Almost let it slip, but they still stick the landing.
Yeah, and Vistola with the Zarya composition here looked pretty good for the Paris Eternal. I think the last time we saw it was like Wub's first game, and it was not pretty. Since then, I think they've looked pretty decent with Don in as the main
Didn't they
team,
get cleared on New Queen Street in that game?
It was not great.
Yes.
I don't know if they got cleared, but I remember not being fantastic. No subs, though. So no Dante in for the Outlaws. Maybe getting a break today, who knows? Or maybe just kind of working on some of the Zarya stuff when Piggy gets some more game time. As Route 66 will be the next map in the set.
We're playing to the map, without a doubt. Paris have shown us a Zarya look on this particular map, and it'll be no surprise to see Houston opt for that one as well. We've seen teams, mess with the Genji here as well. Trying to sort of make it like a Genji Reaper-based dive, a la Dallas Fuel at times. We know that Pelican can play the Genji, but prefers not to, so might not be the best permutation for them, but no surprise here. Zarya obviously with the Reaper and the Soldier 76 for Paris on the defense.
It looks like the Outlaws currently right now hovering over this to match on offense. So teams going towards this Mitch because Reaper, man, although a DPS has a pretty sizable HP pool with lifesteal and the ability to basically just a movement ability that avoids all damage and can get out, right? Kind of plays like a secondary tank in some aspects, right? Kind of operates at same space and territory.
Yeah, absolutely. Peek out from Merit here. Vistola playing somewhat closer than you maybe expect from some teams here. Paris want to see if they can maybe shave some valuable seconds off the clock, but Vistola is under siege, and the Outlaws converge upon him like Carrion Crow. Pelican with two here, and
like
they're on the move. Carrion Crow. Yeah. You know Carrion Crow? They're birds that feast off dead things.
Oh. Yeah. I thought you were talking about some weird show you were watching.
A rapper?
Yeah.
No.
Carrying the Crows. I don't know.
Carrion Crow? Actually, not terrible.
Yeah,
terrible artist name, to be honest. No. It wasn't my typical obscure reference this time.
Yeah, I'm so used to like, and I'm sure the fans at home are used to references from you that they just don't get. So
yeah, you just need to watch anime. That's really all you have to do. Watch anime. You unlock about 80% of them. Merit. Okay. Oh, he sees a pool right in front of him. Yeah. trying to pay him a visit. Yeah.
The Reaper appears. He just screams teleporting and just gets right in his face.
Yeah, you're going into the shadows for a stealthy approach.
Yep. Mary never saw it coming.
Khan, Nanoboost deployed for Vistola, who is well and truly charged. Wants to play back a little bit here, though. Doesn't exactly maybe know how charged Piggy is, but he just smashes Iris. He's punished for it, though, but Piggy and Pelican are very low, and Glister has an excellent angle for that. He flanks wide midway through the fight, and he'll be good here.
Pops the visor here.
I read
just making sure.
Yeah, that's an S word.
He doesn't seem too pleased with himself that he popped the visor, but we've seen from Paris. When they were able to live like in the neutral, and we've cast them a few times now, Glister goes in these wide, like long flanks and gets these like off angles, but some of the times when we've casted them, like he's just kind of out in the middle of nowhere because they're not able to keep the rest of the team alive. 2 players here with a biotic grenade here for Paris. Might be go time for Houston, but
yeah, Iris wants to give Piggy a nano, I think. Push to the back line. Oh, definitely dodges to sleep, but well, while Piggy goes deep, the rest of his team gets vaporized.
Really nice bubbles there from Vistola, able to keep Khan alive. Khan ends up trying to use his sleep. Piggy times it well with a bubble. Doesn't get hit by it, but through the grab, able to keep Khan alive. So Paris really clicking today. I mean, playing this comp very, very well.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned a bit of the story was like Paris were maybe a little late on sort of developing the composition that they would be going forward with, right, and trying to force in as many maps as possible. I think that the maps play really well for this Zarya-based comp, so that's been fortunate for Paris, but they look like they're really locked in. Yes, it comes after being 0-5, but there's a whole damn season to play.
Yeah. Nano Vistola here.
He is, oh my. Nice combo, it's going to be a Death Blossom here from Pelican. Vistola lives in the eye of the storm there. Eventually going to be taken down by Lastro. Wub has some dance moves of his own, but again, it's the very aggressive Lastro featuring in that kill feed. That's 2 for him. Wub wants to try and tentatively hold the card up if he can while Glister gets in position. He's buying time for this soldier flank, and oh, it might work out. Lastro is low. Big sling.
Khan with like 1 HP ends up getting the sleep on a Pelican on the high ground, and Wub's going to finish him off. Glister on a flank. The visor, he finishes off Merit as what looked like it could have been a really good push for the Outlaws, taking that first point. Khan, Wub, and Glister come up huge for Paris.
This is not a drill, ladies and gentlemen. The Outlaws are at risk of dropping the spaghetti right in front of Big Earls. 4 seconds left in the round. Vistola's going to have a Graviton Surge as well. Wub, maybe not expecting Pelican to have pushed as fast as he did, but here he comes anyway. 2 bubbles have to be used on Vistola himself. He stays alive though, crucially. Sound Barrier comes out from Lastro here to try and keep the Outlaws alive, but the Sound Barrier timing is good. It keeps Vistola on his feet at 100 charge, and now he's raring to go. Lastro's a little bit low here. Iris getting close to a nano boost, and Glister starts the fight off perfectly. Getting rid of Merit is so crucial, but is it going to be enough? Lastro 1 HP. Wub going to get lasered down by Piggy if he's not careful, and Glister in a flanking position, sure, but on his own. The Outlaws have managed to break through.
The nano boost there from Iris at the end was huge. Ended up keeping Piggy alive. You see Vistola calling out, didn't have a bubble at that time. The grab comes through. The damage follows. Not pretty from the Outlaws. Good defense here from Paris. So just a second longer, you're able to keep Vistola up. That nano comes in from Khan, and who knows what happens, but Paris still in a good position here on defense.
I mean, they shaved some serious seconds in that first phase of the map. The pressure is on the Outlaws now. Defensive biter grenade for Khan there to make sure Vistola's good to go, and it'll be sent careening into the Outlaws. Punches a hole through the side of him, their main tank is down. Without that durability, they're headed back home.
Yeah, not sure if that was meant for Vistola or for Wub. They were both kind of walking directly in front of each other, and Khan looked to be targeting Wub there for a second, right before it went over to Vistola, but you'll have a Death Blossom here. That's a big fight win as well for Paris, because now you can start controlling this choke, right? Make it even harder. Not a ton of movement abilities from the Outlaws to get up to this high ground, close the gap, not playing a shield tank, so Outlaws going to have to get creative with taking some of these off angles.
All right, Khan and Glister pretty safe here on the high ground, as that left side high ground for Houston's been denied thus far. Death Blossom, that's Wub, goes deep, finds Lastro. Piggy also has to back away, uses 1 bubble, but he doesn't have enough to hang on there, and the Eternal just boxes his ears.
See just how difficult that choke is to get through without a shield tank, where you take that first fight up close. Now it's going to probably force the Houston Outlaws, even if you're going to be in a last fight territory, probably would have forced them to expel some ultimates rather early that they wouldn't have liked to. But Paris Eternal going to come back into this. They'll have a grab of their own to use. You'll end up getting a sound barrier here, so in a pretty good spot with that high ground from Glister in the back. You see, just able to pump out so much damage, and just 2 shields to deal with it. That's a TP up top. Okay, so they're able to take out Glister.
When the flanker gets flanked. Oh, Piggy, sorry, that's not ideal. Empty your inventory, go back to Lumbridge, son. Fortunately, the Outlaws are able to get it done, especially with Merit in this flanking position, but that was a little scary. Paris find 2 quick kills there.
Yeah. Did they not hear Pelican, though? Because, like, he TP'd right above.
He TP'd, but I think at the same time the voice line from the soldier came in. Also, maybe the directional audio wasn't at peak for them. We saw it. They obviously did. Yeah. They're probably looking towards a soldier, though, that makes a very audible sound when he, pops his cheats. Yes, Nano, confirm. I recommend it to everybody. Pelican then confirms 3. Just puts the Outlaws in a position to drag themselves into the last phase of the map here. As Wub will fall.
No defense for that. As the Outlaws come up clutch, they'll take that second checkpoint, as Paris didn't want to invest some of these ultimates in, but if you're Houston, this is anything you kind of get after this, you're feeling okay with, right? You easily could have been held there on that first point. It got really tough here through that second checkpoint. Yeah, and so anything you get after this, you're looking like this is a map that you can actually bring back now.
Yeah, house money. Here's that Graviton Surge, a sound barrier naturally from the Outlaws, but not much you can do about that. Khan lines up a rather impactful biotic grenade. Mirror has no choice but to succumb, and the Eternal will have a chance here to get some proper defensive entrenchment going.
They can set up on the high ground yet again, while getting close to a Death Blossom, so you can play around those same type of scenarios. So you got an end of Vistola as they toss everything at him there inside of the grab.
Oh, he's chirping. He says, we got to go forward here. Try and punish them for overextending, but the Outlaws realize their folly.
I thought he said it's a Morbin time. That's what I thought his lips said.
Sorry. Yeah, my lip reading might need some work.
Yeah.
Vistola, I hate you. You give me stick for like pandering with memes, and then you go and pop the Morbin time. Oh my god. We're supposed to be better than this.
Some weird visors from Glister. Ends up using there, I guess, buy some space, but this will be a nano visor here as Merit is just looking for anybody. Any type of kill here is good. Gonna get Wub in the middle of the TP. So Outlaws will keep the cart moving for now. So this is gonna be bad for Paris, dude. You've ended up using all these ultimates, and you still end up like losing the fight. In that type of situation, right, if Glister maybe hold on to that attack visor a little bit longer, they push into space, right, they have to play on cart, maybe you could use it.
Well, Wub's forced to Wraith Walk here a little awkwardly, so Bubble and Death Blossom seems to be the order of the day. Yes! Anything but rocket sides, but potentially more effective on a budget, that's for sure. Nicely done for Paris. On one ultimate, they get it done.
It's a pretty good offense from the Outlaws. It starts off really bad, you know, gets a little bit better towards the second stage of the map. You know, with the way things were going, you did not expect them to get this close to completing the map, but they kind of pull it back towards the end where Paris, a large hill to climb now. Can it match this? We'll see how they get off to the start.
Yeah, look, I think that it seems good for Houston, I think, because our expectations for their progress dropped time and time again in that round, right? For Paris, you know, the prospect of simply finishing the map, especially based on how we saw them play very effectively in an aggressive cadence on Colosseo, bodes pretty well. I'd be favoring them at this point. I don't think the Outlaws can match them on this composition, right? They obviously made the choice not to bring the Dun tank in. And they want to, you know, again, this is another team that feels like they're taking a leaf out of Dallas Fuel's book, trying to play the Zarya composition, and maybe the Outlaws just need a few tweaks here. The Eternal seem to have latched onto it pretty naturally.
Yeah, looks like the Outlaws going to play close, just like Paris did. Paris did end up losing a few players early. See if Houston can do a bit better. Is Glister probably just going to poke out here, take a shot, right? Not going to stand this Widowmaker long. So, oh man, for a second there I thought Pelican was... that's just unfortunate.
Yes, sure. Glister, back to the Soldier now. Piggy's going to be sent off to Marcus.
Well, maybe Pelican just thought like he still wasn't going to be on the Widow, like he saw me and then called me out and then just went back, but still holding the same ankle. As soon as he turned the corner, it's an easy headshot that Glister are able to line up. So just like that, it's even cleaner, right? Because he didn't have anybody drop. So now you're able to, like, look at this position that Paris is pushed up to. Like, they could take the top of the big Earls. Like, this is a huge spot for Con to, like, land a big biotic grenade from this distance. Like, pretty sick position here for Paris.
Yeah, Houston have to fight pretty hard for it. Vistola says, okay, I got what I wanted. Got my charge, force some cooldowns. We'll play the low ground for a time. Don't lie! The Helix rocket just collides with Lastro. Vistola did the job, getting him low enough, and that's definitely very ungood, to quote Matt Morello for the Outlaws. Vistola wants to surge ahead here, has an extra bubble at 100 charge. Nano for Wub. Oh, this is going badly for Houston. Piggy's done well to get rid of Vistola here. He obviously gets the nano boost himself and has a grab. Can he bring it back here at full charge with a key ultimate in his back pocket?
It wasn't a great start for the Outlaws, but as soon as you get Vistola and Piggy is still alive and has this charge, he is so difficult to get out of these fights. So he will be able to live through that and keep the charge, have this grab for the next fight. So Houston, they battle back, they hold on. Tough position to battle back from, right? Where Paris had control of the top of Big Earls. This Vistola just poking out, trying to get some charge here. So you're looking at 4 ultimates here for the Paris Eternal coming up.
This time, they don't have the initial high ground position that they can force Houston to fight for. And alley-oop goes Piggy. Graviton surge there. Naturally, the sound barrier is going to be applied. Is it enough for Stoller? Down a half. Yes, it's going to get the job done. Paris are able to shrug that initial assault off, but they still need to do something about the positioning. They still play from down here. They still need to find a way to wrap this corner.
Look at Glisser. He's going to go around that on that flank, potentially. No, that's going to be the attack by from Merit. But you saw Glisser. He was probably, like, if he gets around this corner, he was probably going to use his own visor.
Oh, he's going for it. All right, there it is. Death Blossom now coming out from both the Reapers. Pelican able to find the one in Glister. Again, his careful planning paying off. Gets himself into that flanking angle. Yes, it takes some time, and yes, there's a risk because sometimes we see the Eternal get ruined in that like 3-4 second window. But it gets there, and there's nothing Houston can do about it.
And a lot of times he doesn't get punished because Soldier is so fast, right? With the buff to damage dealer speed and then just the ability to sprint. Not on the last patch of the beta. This is like the original one. So he's still so fast to be able to get out of harm's way. When you go on these flanks, it's very difficult to punish him, even if you're playing like a Winston.
Graviton surge here for Vistola. Can they follow up on it adequately? Wump's forced out of the action with a biotic grenade. He's not aware of it, apparently. Doesn't realize he was anti-healed. Piggy just burns him down. Wipes him from the face of the map.
So this is a big spot to hold from, just like we talked about with Paris. You get these kills here. You can take this high ground. Piggy will be close to a grab. This is where you worry a little bit now for Paris, right? You sit here, 2:40 on the clock. You're going to have a beat, but that's really about it for the foreseeable future. So you're going to have to win one of these fights. Just kind of off of nothing, right? Just getting these early first picks. And maybe that's it.
Yeah, you see, Wub pulled out there to follow Pelican. He saw Pelican going into his backline. Piggy's grab is whelming, I think. Not a whole lot to take from that one, and clearly the Eternals still feel like they have a reason to push.
And that might be the kind of door opening they needed. You get that early kill from Wub, although it's traded out. That forces Houston back a little bit. They end up using the graph. It's not great. All you need is a little bit of an opening, and look at this, how far they've gotten the payload.
Can this tac visor evict the Eternal from this part of the map? We're about to find out. Sound barrier for Dredro. We said that was the only ultimate they had, but it's a pretty good answer to a tactical visor. And my god, it inoculates the Eternal against potentially losing a fight to the Soldier.
And I like what they did when they had that visor out. They used the sound barrier and they charged Merit down. They knew exactly where he was. They take him out, they get a player advantage, and then look at this. They turn the corner with their own visor and a nano boost. They'll keep the cart moving. Merit just pokes out. I mean, that's going to be annoying.
I feel like Glister looked away and then just got blown up for like a split second. No, Lastro. No.
Lush is a stop contest, and then he just gets stopped. Ready to check. It's honestly, that's a pretty good use of the grab, though. I'm okay with that because they were going to come back off spawn. The Lucio's so slippery. You had just lost your 76. Large source of your damage. I don't hate that there.
That's fine. Lastro is sleeping for the time being. Piggy gonna bubble in there.
No. The Outlaws are gonna fight from this position, but if the cart gets around this corner, they're gonna have to hightail it back pretty fast.
Death Blossom here, kind of much about that. Piggy used all of his bubbles, Matt. Yeah, couldn't protect anybody there. Great timing from Wub. Sees that those defensive resources are down and plunges in.
You know, I'm a little bit curious about the Outlaws' defense, not to kind of take this fight at this first corner here, but to wrap all the way around and try and take it from that lower side, because the card had already made a decent amount of progress, where if it made even a little bit more, it's going to turn that corner, and then you're playing from a horrible position.
Speaking of which, Piggy tries to take that high ground, says, help me. I don't want to have to give this up. No, one bubble's not enough. Graviton Surge comes out from him, and posthumously, he's able to put his team in a pretty powerful spot. Pelican and Merit get rid of the two supports caught in that grab. That almost never works, that desperation throwdown, but Piggy made the correct calculation in a split second before he was sent back to spawn.
Yeah, if he doesn't grab there, they may not even win that fight. They're able to pump in a ton of damage to Vistola and Wub at range. So minute 15, not that much further. The Paris Eternal to push this payload to take a 2-0 lead in the series. So what do you do here if you're... Yeah, what?
I mean, it wasn't that important. This one was going to be close. That's all I'm saying.
It's I think if you're Paris, you're trying to line up whether it's a nano onto Vistola with a grab coming up here on the high ground. Looks like Wub trying to open things up with like a TP, and then you can kind of follow that up. Maybe you're waiting for Glister to get Visor here. You have a few options in terms of what you want to do.
Yeah, maybe nano for Vistola here. Both teams look like they want to back their Zaryas up. Pelican with the bubble goes forward. Not enough pressure to get rid of anyone on the side of the Eternal, though, and Khan rotates. He's trying to make sure he can see Vistola at all times. He's about to get a nano. Wipes down, though. Ooh, okay. Paris need to regroup.
Yeah, so you back up now. Be the Paris Eternal, as Vistola is going to have to poke out a little bit, trying to keep some of that charge. And UL both support ults here.
Last fight.
Maybe you use the nano on the Glister here with a TP. That'll be the sound barrier coming out.
Vistola grabs sound barrier from the Houston Outlaws here. This attack fires are up for both soldiers right now, but nano has been used by both parties. Here goes Vistola, trying to push forward now, but the tactical visor from a flanking position from Glister is just what the doctor ordered, or perhaps the opposite of that, in fact. And the Paris Eternal force the Outlaws away. They clinch themselves another map in this series, and in the space of a single series, Matthew, they've doubled their map count for the entire season.
Yet they look very strong in this Zarya composition, where, you know, in the past we haven't seen great things from the Paris Eternal, but looked like went back and worked on it and look very strong today, where the side of the Outlaws just a few key mistakes, and you know, they're getting surprised today, I feel like, from the Paris Eternal as they're up 2-0.
Yeah, Houston Outlaws' chances at clinching that number 3 spot here in this Kickoff Clash qualifiers is not looking good now, let alone winning the series. So stick around, everybody. Let's see if the Outlaws can stay alive or if the Eternal are going to sweep them away. straight, not very subtly, from the shadows comes Luchador Reaper. Get the Kickoff Clash Legendary skin on sale now through June 25th to 200 league tokens. And trust me, when you shadow step right in front of someone's face with this skin, they're going to be extremely scared.
They will. I'm surprised that Paris is up 2-0. They look like a completely different team. I think the last time that we casted them, when Vistola was playing the Zarya, they were like, they couldn't get anything going at all. They look much more practiced on it today, and I think you definitely are starting to see the results.
Definitely an excellent leaf to be turning for the Paris Eternal, and like we've sort of talked about, it's a long season. You know, while they may not be featuring over in Dallas, and while they may not be able to show us what they've worked on in a live setting, we're definitely getting it showcased here in a big way, I've got to say. Using Vistola as that sort of key player to spearhead here. So many nano boosts being committed to that Zarya, Vistola, and Piggy, to be fair. Very good bubble usage, but yeah, it makes for some pretty volatile fights here where a lot of these teams have to sort of hold sound barrier for grabs. It's what happens after the grab gets barriered that is interesting.
And also, we kind of talked about it a little bit early on, but a little bit of spice from Pelican early on in the week. Like, you know, if you see that you're Paris, you gotta come in here and play well, right? If the other team thinks you're gonna be a pushover, you gotta practice, like, use that as motivation to come in. I mean, you're competing, right? You know, anytime somebody kind of takes a shot at you like that, you gotta show up, kind of like how Hadi was talking about earlier. So I love the fight that come out of Paris today. See if they can close the deal, though. These are always the toughest maps in these types of scenarios, right? Can you put away a team when you kind of get at them on the brink?
You'll notice that Paris are not experimenting anymore with that Wub Genji with the Zarya bubble. They're definitely falling in line with the consensus that Reaper is the best bubble delivery system available to players right now. So
he's so much safer than the Genji, right?
I mean, and again, he has an escape. He has an escape. Genji's escape is conditional.
And when you TP in on the Reaper, you just get up here, you have a bubble, right? If that bubble breaks instantly, you have the right form to get away. Opportunity for another bubble as we'll see Pelican go in here, get the bubble straight away. Everybody has to back away.
Pelican trying to get fairly deep here. Says, okay, no, I mean, I'm just going to play the front line for the time being. It looks like they've spotted me out, and Wub lines Pelican up as soon as he comes out of the smoke. Shit, okay, my guy.
It doesn't seem like it's hugely impactful, but Glister is always like taking these crossfires on different angles. Or he's up on like the staircase at that point and like shooting them from the side. There's no way to kind of react. And it's like what you do in like a lot of other shooter games, right? Where you kind of try and set up a crossfire, that you get players stuck in a really terrible spot. That's exactly what they do. Is Houston runs right inside the room. They have a Reaper on the front door. They have a soldier shooting in the back. You can't focus, can't turn your attention to deal with both. So you have to kind of pick one.
Looks like Pelican's deciding to play frontline now. That's such a sharp and obscure angle there for Glister. He is way off in the sticks. And he still puts Pussy off from that position. That's
like the middle of nowhere.
Try to deal with that soldier. You can't chase him. You can't really stun him.
All right,
like randomly sleep him.
If you run down the soldier, they're going to essentially just sprint behind you, follow you, and the soldier's going to sprint and run away. They nanoed here. They nanoed Pelican.
That was the thing that happened. That was the thing that happened. Uncharacteristic there from Iris. But unfortunately, we haven't really had much time to talk about in this matchup, as it's really been about the Reapers and the Zaryas, as per usual. Okay, so here it is. So, so Mero pushes Glister out of position at the very least here, but Pelican's caught in the grab with Piggy, the two most important targets. So the Outlaws split their forces there, and they get punished by a grab.
They are dominating them. And the Outlaws are
final blows. The Outlaws have won.
Yeah, the Outlaws getting spawn kills here by the Paris Eternal. Paris definitely have brought it today, but Houston has looked lackluster in this type of composition. We'll see Piggy just try and get some charge here at the choke. I mean, they keep kind of, there's really not many options you have, right? I'm like, oh, like they keep kind of going the same way every single time. Like, is there anything else they can put together? But now with a grab, identify the best. So we got a flank here from Glister, Nano Visor.
Okay, so the bait is good. The Outlaws pop that, try and go for him. Piggy's going to have the grab on Pistola, who is just chilling for the most part. One comes in, throws his damage onto the stack mat.
The timing there is so unfortunate for Houston. They end up using the grab at the same time that the Nano Visor comes out, and it's coming out on the flank on the side. So they don't even have enough, like, they don't even put damage down into that graph, like, really, because they have Glister kind of flanking from the side. They kind of get it towards the end, but it's not enough to finish anybody off. So another Nano here, so Nano Visor available here for the Outlaws, potentially. They Nano Pelican on the way in.
Okay, one object Pelican able to batter the door down with that Death Blossom, and getting rid of Pistola is definitely key.
They did lose Merit, and Merit did have Attack Visor, so I think Paris could still fight this. You're going to wait for Pistola to come back, potentially.
Yeah, no one's taxiing the Zarya in either. Dridro's making sure he stays with his team, and that ends up being his undoing here, Matthew.
Yeah. And not able to keep up. Well, so you'll end up giving it up there if you're the Paris Eternal, but still pretty good defense. Has to come in overtime.
All right, 2:35.
This feels a lot like Route 66 this far, by the way.
Yeah,
like where really they kind of get it at the end. Yeah.
I feel like they dragged themselves over 5 miles of broken glass just to be told they took a wrong left turn at Albuquerque and they're in the wrong place. Just a real struggle to unfortunately fall short. Frustrating, to be sure, Matthew. And again, we've often used, okay, how does the Zarya team get past this sort of low ground disadvantage? You see them just group up and like sort of push through the castle, right? It's still got to be that grab-based team fight win condition.
Con with so much trust for Dridro to knock the Reaper out of the way. Here comes Glister on the hunt here, using the Nano Visor. Trying to find just another player to take out. He'll deal with Piggy. Oh. Nice tracking.
Oh my! Yeah, that's
now. I mean, now he's starting to look like the Glister we kind of seen in the past. We know how talented he is as a player. So, touch the spawn challenge going on now.
The good news for Paris, Matt, is that they will have probably a beat to answer the grab. They have a grab of their own here, right? Questionable, yes. Effective, somewhat. It's a trade in the end. They lose one, but Houston have lost Lastro, so they can't really turn up the volume here.
Can't say I'm in love with that play, but they trade, and maybe now you force Houston to use some of these ultimates just to get out of their spawn.
Would you go on a second date with that play? That's the real question.
Probably not.
Okay, wow.
They do end up getting another support though, so that's going to be both supports down. You have Houston, they had to end up using their grab here. So worst case, what you kind of got like essentially this, right? The Outlaws had to expend that big grab to get out of that position. You ended up having to use some key ultimates of your own though. You probably would have liked to, I think maybe with that grab, they thought that they were going to be able to force out the sound barrier, and Lastro just decided to hold on to it and die.
35 seconds though. The Outlaws have so many ultimates to use here. It's actually insane. I don't know if the Eternal Mind is taking an L here and trying to regroup. They're going to be walking into a ton of stuff.
Yeah, did they die early enough to come back and fight this again?
With Lucio? No. Doesn't look like it, Matthew. Okay, Dridro just gets, yeah, but I mean, they'll lose wipe there. They did wipe, just waited a little longer. They forced a solitary, singular ultimate out of the Outlaws. So Houston maintains so much of that economy heading into this crucial last phase.
Yeah, and these fights where the Paris Eternal are trying to get some of these ultimates out, they're not getting them. The sound barrier is still available for Lastro here. Some of these fights look pretty bad. The positions, like, Paris Eternal, they played great on that first checkpoint. Their checkpoint B defense not great. Let's see if they can hold up here at the end.
Same corner play for one, but he has to commit now because there's going to be a tactical visor off in the fringes from Merit. And it's just as well that he did. The tac visor finds nothing because the Outlaws are in full-scale retreat while Merit is trying to go forward. They're out of sync. They're running out of time.
And this is where you want to play. The Outlaws are going to be forced to potentially end up using their sound barrier, just like how we talked about on Route 66, right? Where you don't have like a shield tank to kind of get through that long alleyway. They're going to have to wrap through the castle like you're seeing here. And you're going to have a visor you can play a little bit further at range here if you're the Eternal.
35 on the clock once again. Houston always finding themselves under the Damocles sword of the clock. Good to have the tack from the back line available. Iris, though, close to that nano here. It's going to be the grab that's big from both sides. Paris strike first, Sound Barrier responding for the Outlaws, but one's already managed to find his way towards Lastro. But the Outlaws have the later grab, and they have the extra kills. Nice looks there for Merit and Piggy, and they break through the Outlaws now with one more fight to get the map done. It's scrappy, but it'll do.
Yeah, not pretty, but they're continuing to push this payload towards the end of the map as Iris will have that nano, maybe onto Piggy or Pelican. It's going to be a visor here from the side from Glister. It's just going to like basically zone some players out.
Yeah, that's perfect. Force, I mean, Iris and Astro had to go. They had to get to the card, so they need to break some of that damage for a time. But Pelican finds 3. He found 2 key kills on the card, and now Sound Barrier has to be used just for the supports. Khan, though, douses them in that bionic grenade. The follow-up, though, is just not enough of it. And in overtime, the Outlaws say, hey, it's always Houstonable.
Point A defense for Paris, good. Everything else, not great. Not able to force out some of those ultimates from Houston. Kind of good discipline from the Outlaws to be able to hold on to some of those, but no, Paris played as consistently like throughout the map as they did on that first point. Like they probably would have, held them about like halfway through B, right? With how good they were there on that first checkpoint, but
it's like a
not able to do so.
Spawn
huge
camp from Paris,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, and it's a huge bounce back here from the Outlaws, but it's a lot like what we said on Route 66, and the Paris Internal were able to take that.
Paris, again, they at least walk into the second half aware of their objective, their win condition, so there's no uncertainty about it. They need to be pretty, they need to be pretty efficient and making their way through point A. Think back to Route 66 as it's the closest analog in this series that we have. Or, in fact, think back a little less far for now. This is the late Piggy grab.
That's nice.
I, for one, enjoy particle effects injected into my retinas. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't mind. Both teams, I think, are just going to keep playing this comp. Compositionally, nothing new to talk about. Don't think you're going to see anybody veer off this probably for the whole series, because it seems like the Outlaws are working on it a little bit. The Paris Eternal have worked on it, looking good at it currently, so.
Nerd.
Nade over the top.
I like that.
Yeah.
No connection, though.
It's just they were significantly past the point to which it landed. But
yeah, that Lucio, it's fair. The timing may be harder to figure out. Stick that one in the playbook, though. Prospective Arnamains.
Really rate form used there by Wub, because he takes a ton of damage and has a biotic grenade he gets hit by. So gonna just delay this push coming in Paris just a bit.
Good discipline from the Outlaws there. You could make an argument for chasing Pistola there. He needs to wait a while for that shield to regenerate, because he's not getting any healing press. I mean, it's all for Wub. There's a bio. Top him up in the meantime. Try and tide him over a little bit. He's full charge and ready to rumble here, so they need to focus him down. They do. The Outlaws realize, okay, the Zarya mat, it's now a threat. Now we need to turn off Pistola and just pop him.
Yeah, good defense here from the Outlaws. Pretty similar to the Paris Eternal. Paris had to just kind of try and brute, the Outlaws had to brute force their way in through that choke and kind of go into this room here on this left-hand side. Paris has to try the same thing on their offense, and just like how the Outlaws, they were able to stop it. So see if Paris tries anything a little bit different. It looks so much similar to kind of the rush comps we've seen in the past, right, Mitch? Where like you saw the Outlaws there just running so fast as there'll be a grab. Everybody drops here, so the Outlaws get another easy fight win. But yeah, you see these teams just speed into each other. The bubbles kind of going out on the Reapers, putting down damage, and it's very brawly.
It's a small thing, but Pistola is not really getting any charge until like the 5 seconds before he gets eliminated. So his ult charge is coming way slower than Piggy's. Means the Outlaws have another fight before Brad's going to be a factor. Let's see if they can win as a result of that. Pelican, he's on the way out. He passes 2 ships in the night there. His one also makes a hasty exit. Pelican trying to play around the clock tower, but Pistola doesn't need grab to be effective, Matt.
And Paris goes all in on that. They end up using their nano onto Pistola. He's going to build up some more charge towards this grab. But they also end up trying to run down a player, and they get it. And I believe it was Iris, while using that sound barrier in speed boost. So they kind of felt they had an advantage there. They had to dump some ultimates into that to take that first checkpoint. and come out on top.
Having the grab available here for Paris is a big deal. Once the Outlaws drop and decide to commit, that's when Vistola can snarl them up and punish them. See if the Outlaws are playing around that. They have to be. They have to know no grab yet means that we're at great risk of stumbling into it in this next fight. Pelican hoping to isolate and remove Glister, but the man is quick on his feet.
So, good car progress here for the Paris Eternal. The Outlaws have to decide what they want to do is Flasher drops here, so trying to get everybody across, trying to fight on the high ground.
There it is. Move to the high ground, play to grab. Body Grenade's going to hit Vistola though, but the damage is well and truly already done. Can Attack Visor save the Outlaws here? One makes himself invulnerable to that kind of damage, and Merit has to take his toys and go home.
Yeah, it's going to be the Outlaws bailing on this one. It's Paris. Nice play using that grab. You see whenever the grab comes down from Paris, Vistola like jumps in and uses his bubbles, tries to separate players inside of the grab. So they're going to hit the high ground again here, the Outlaws, but really fast drop down here from Pelican.
Okay, Death Bottom and Tax Visor coming out for the Paris Eternal here to break through that sound barrier. It's a brute force answer, to be sure, but it's an answer all the same. Pelican's out of here now, and the Eternal are going to stay on the move. 2 minutes 27 here, so making pretty good time.
Yeah, they do let Pelican just like assassinate Glister though. So
and he's still there.
Pelican's still alive, yeah.
What can he do? I don't know if he has the cooldown. TP's high, drops down. Oh, the bubble's there. Okay, there's a legitimate hold here.
Yeah, they have the grab as well. It's going to be a little bit from downtown. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they, like, because we saw from Wub's POV, kind of fired off where Pelican was. Pelican then goes and kills Glister, but they didn't double back and really worry about the Reaper, who was so low at that time. They actually just leave him, because maybe they think they have enough
what do they think
distance.
He's going to do?
Well, maybe they just think they have enough different distance to, like, actually just complete it before he actually could get there and touch, but...
Definitely doesn't work out
high ground again, yeah. Oh, definitely not.
Nano here for Iris. Outlaws have a good amount to work with here. The Eternal make a big stumble in that previous fight, allowing that hold to take place. Glister likes the high ground advantage here, of course. Death Blossom from Pelican. They really take the initiative here to the Outlaws, and I mean, if the Eternal can't do much here, Wub couldn't even get into Wraith form, and Pelican is still hungry.
Nope, sound barrier used by Dridro, but doesn't matter. It's Pelican with the nano boost, and Death Blossom comes in, takes out one player, and Paris has to back up. So, Paris, now you're working with nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. Under a minute to go. Attack Visor, they have the high ground as the Outlaws trying to get their first map win of the series. Looking quite good right now.
Yeah. It is good for them. Merit, obviously with the high ground positioning, able to make this tactical visor connect. He's a little bit worried though. Glister was up there behind him, and Glister's getting close to the Soldier 76 ult of his own. Merit is buying time here to heal up, and now he'll try and work the Stoller down. The healing is forthcoming. Merit can still stand his ground. As to the rest of the Outlaws now, it's one more fight for the Eternal to try and end the series here.
And right there just shows you how difficult it is to chase the Soldier 76, as with some healing at range. You're not able to take out Merit, so TP coming in here from Wub. Who is going to touch? It looks like Wub's going to be the one that get there, yeah.
Using Wraithwalk for that though, and he has nowhere to hide really. Graviton search to the high ground though. Wub's able to find Merit. Okay, he doubles back and gets rid of him here. Where are the Outlaws? They're stuck on the high ground now. They have to send Pelican in, but the sound barrier is going to mean that he can solo this for a little bit longer. Attack Visor for Glister, but he's going to get caught up inside the Graviton surge, and from the high ground, it's a big bionic grenade. Pelican gladly follows up, and Wub desperately tries to shift things in the Eternals' favor with the Outlaws. They've already won the map. Staying alive in this series, starting to put some pressure back on Paris.
Houston's late game offense bails them out there, as their point A offense not great, but they will take point B and complete the map with relative ease. And it ends up hurting to bite the Paris Eternal this time. Didn't hurt them on Route 66, but lost the map because of it here.
Now, really volatile play. There's something a little reminiscent of GOATs in terms of how we often see those same ultimates in these fights, and it really comes down to execution. The Outlaws edge out the Eternal to stay in this series. They're still eyeing off a good placing heading into the kickoff clash. Don't go too far, everybody. This series seems like it might just be heating up.
don't let me in them.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at whether it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Funny money back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
After 3 maps in this barn burner of a series between Houston and Paris, yes, I said it, I know. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch it and you'll understand why. We've seen the teams play the same lineups, the same compositions. That's going to change, though, in map number 4 here, where the Eternal look to try and end the series, or the Outlaws try and say, hey, we're going to reverse sweep.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some subs coming in for this next game. Just waiting for players to just kind of get ready, get in their seats. But yeah, you'll see that Dante is in for the Outlaws, and then Don will come in for the Paris Eternals. So both teams running Zarya comps most of the day, really all of today. And it looks like now is the time for the next map, which I believe is Oasis, which it'll go away.
Right, and you know, maybe that informs the decision here to make substitutions at tank for both of these teams. Dan, we've seen him come in maybe more recently, obviously, and show us that Winston play. It's been really impressive. Dante, though, don't expect to see that from him. I mean, I think Dante has almost entirely been showing us the Doomfist.
And I think when you see Don coming in, and you're the Outlaws, and you make the substitution that you do, bringing in Dante in, you feel pretty good about that, right? Because you feel pretty good about playing his Doomfist into some of the Winston-based compositions that the Paris Eternal are going to throw at them here. So, like I mentioned, this next map is Oasis, if needed. New Queen Street waiting there at the end, in which Paris Eternal, they took our first push map. So, Paris, 2 good opportunities here to close the deal.
Yep, they were better than the Outlaws for about 99% of that first map, and that's all they really needed.
Yeah, that 1% almost lost them the map, though.
Yes, that is true. Yeah. That was a little too close, maybe, for Paris. If they can lock it up here, Matthew, on Oasis, I'm sure they'll be more than happy with that result. No risks need to be taken here as Paris are showcasing what looks to be, I guess, the result of their iteration, right, on some different compositions. We're going to see it change here, though, naturally, as we sort of mentioned, seeing Dan hover the Winston, no surprise. I'd say the same from Dante here on the Doomfist. That's going to be fun. And maybe Echo for Pelican, right? Definitely a hero he was known for. Really dominated his opponents on the Atlanta Reign at the Echo pick last year.
Yeah, this opens up some different heroes that we haven't seen this series to come out. You know, maybe some Tracer play from either team. So it'll be the Outlaws running the Doomfist-based composition. So you're going to see Paris Eternal stay on the Winston. So what do they combo it with? As Wub will play the Tracer, and you're going to have Merritt play the 76.
Kefri molding as the TPs come out to send these teams a little further forward early. Ah, there it is. Lagoon. Glister taken down by the sticky bombs as Pelican collages him. There you have it. Good start for the Outlaws.
And like I mentioned, the Outlaws they feel totally fine playing this composition into the Winston-based stuff of the Paris Eternal. And if Wub can't come up with these kills and really pressure out Pelican, it's going to make it very difficult for Glister to win those one-on-ones.
Yeah, that burst potential is huge, especially against the Winston if you can get it with the bombs. Yeah, force that bubble here. Homie's heading for the kills. See one there. Obviously the Tracer play here. Usually a concession to the Doom and Echo look here. Doesn't seem to be bothering the Outlaws too much right now as Pelican's just trying to stay out of line of sight. The Soldier. Very fluid from this guy. He tries to predict Khan strafing to the left. He doesn't. In fact, Badan's been taken down. The Eternal look a little more wayward here, Matthew.
They're just so on the back foot. The Outlaws are just dictating the pace of play this entire round. And if you're Khan, right, you're trying to deal with, you have Pelican flying to your left, you have a Doomfist threat to your right, you know, there's a 76 up above shooting down. It's very difficult, and it's easy to just kind of, I know your feet just kind of become like cement, right? You're just kind of like stuck in place if you're the Paris Eternal, right? Like we've seen them just kind of take these positions that you can see through their x-rays now the entire time. Just not able to get in and make a real play. Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose Glister here at the start. Probably not going to happen here.
I mean, that's a solo endeavor from Dante, man. The fact that he's able to do that while Dan can only really create some space and facilitate one to get in, it's a huge difference maker. That solo kill potential that, you know, charging up that power block can give you as Doomfist. A big advantage. The Outlaws are looking to leverage that extra duelist in their composition.
5 ults here for the Outlaws. Like, you've won these fights without even investing anything for Houston.
Yep. More check marks and a political discussion on Twitter, Matthew.
If at Paris, you may not even get a sound barrier, you may not even get your primal rage.
Sound barrier here, Dridro's going to have his, but not in time.
Point, yeah.
Paris, unfortunately, they missed their flight.
So I gotta say, Dante, obviously very effective there in that first round here on Oasis. This is such a difficult spot to put any player in, especially a player like Dante, one of the larger fan bases, right? Just personal one in the Outlaws. You're down in a series. You haven't played at all in the series, right? They just kind of grab him off the bench, playing a role that he doesn't typically play. He's been playing it now, the Kickoff Clash, the Doomfist, but it's not like he's a tank player by heart. So, difficult situation to get pushed into. So that'll be the Outlaws calling for a pause. As looks like Pelican has left the game. Pelican called for a pause and then left. So, see what happens.
Yeah, it might just be a reconnect there from Pelican, but
yeah,
we have a chance to discuss a little bit of a different look here in this series than what we're getting for most of it. Now, we kind of thought, and we sort of talked about this, that the Tracer inclusion, for these Winston-based comps was ideally supposed to play around the Doomfist, play around the Echo, right? Make it a little bit harder to lock down, one of your DPS, and also allow you to basically evade Doomfist ad nauseum. Didn't work out there for the Paris Eternal, though. It looks like they weren't able to get Wub in positions to have success. He has like one final blow, I think, for that sort of round. In fairness, the whole of Eternal only got 2. But that definitely didn't seem to work out too well. Looks like the Outlaws are dealing with this. It's not a counter composition, but it's definitely the comp that a lot of people have switched to try and deal with Doom Echo. They're handling it really well.
Yeah, and I didn't think that the Outlaws were going to have trouble dealing with this from the Paris Eternal, because this is not the best look that we've seen from the Paris Eternal. We've seen them do this throughout the Kickoff Clash, and I think Don has looked pretty good in the Winston role, but this is not something that's resulted in wins for Paris, these type of playstyle. So I'm not surprised to see when the Outlaws kind of force it on them that Paris ends up struggling. They don't even touch the point there at the end, 100-0. Like, Outlaws didn't even need to use ultimates basically the whole round to do it. I mean, it was like just clean sweep.
The map has definitely played to the better comps for Paris so far, where you think maybe the Houston are favoured in like a Doomfist sort of environment. If we go to New Queen Street, if we get that far, then we probably see the Zaryas come back out again. But here's a map where Dan, is going to keep playing that Winston here. So, yeah, I mean, the Eternals still have the same issues to face.
This tells you how much this Doomfist bothers the Paris Eternal, though, with Glister now going over to Sombra. So having the Sombra Tracer in here with the Winston, trying to hack the Doomfist, finish the Doomfist off, like when he has the power block, or maybe not allowing Dante to get out of harm's way. Just becomes such a nuisance.
Glister eventually able to bring Pelican down. It's a double threat, right? Not only do you punish the Doomfist, but the Echo doesn't like being grounded by that Sombra. Merritt cleans up one comfortably enough here, but Glister's up to his old tricks, and Lastro has nowhere to go. That trademark aggression, landing him in hot water.
Yes, he's the one on the point trying to keep it contested. But this is going to turn rather quickly as Merritt takes out Don. You're going to have 2 more kills coming in for the Outlaws. So Paris, they get control for just maybe 10% here. Yeah, they're going to give it right back.
That's crazy stuff there. Huge sleep dart from Iris. Sets up that gigantic elimination on Glister. Getting rid of that Sombra in that situation for the Outlaws is huge. It was Dante to come in, follow up. This will put the Outlaws back in the lead or give them that comfortable high ground. Keep an eye on Pelican here. He wants to avoid the Sombra while also setting himself up to punish the enemy tank.
So, see how Paris is trying to... Seems like Paris playing a little bit defensive here, Mitch, and trying to have Dante come in, as that'll be the EMP comes through up on the high ground. Not going to get anything with it. It's going to be a Nano and a Pelican. It seemed like Paris is playing a little bit defensive over here on the staircase, trying to bait somebody in to die, whether it be Pelican, whether it be Dante. Houston didn't fall for it, but Paris starting to battle back. It's a big pulse bomb.
Yeah, Glister had to translocate out there because I think he was, at risk of going down to the focusing beam there. Pelican getting natted in that fight meant he could play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit closer to the ground. The reverse Icarus paradigm. Unfortunately, it's just Dreedro he gets before he has to leave. Paris flipped the point during this, so Dante not buying any time necessarily. Attack visor for Merit coming in though as the auxiliary. Not able to be hacked there. Glister had to be interrupted as Merit is going to spray whichever way.
Oh man, even when the Paris Eternal get the point, they're not able to hold it for long. It's going to be Dreedro falling. It's going to be just another about 20% here gain for the Paris Eternal. Quick kills come in. It's Dante with a meteor strike on a con, and then Merit turns the corner with attack visor, and that's enough to get it done. Don ends up using Primal Rage here to try and get back towards it. Yeah, this is getting all over the place.
Dance hit with the Bionade here as well. The sound barrier is definitely helpful, but it's not going to help him get that base health up. Dante falls. Dreedro able to follow up on that hack on the enemy Doomfist, and Iris faces the same fate. Wub and Dan descend at the same time. Two very quick dives that involve two or more players there for the Eternal. Expertly executed, back-to-back within the space of seconds gives them that fight.
Now the Outlaws just need one more fight to go in their favor. You'll have this EMP from Glister, which they're kind of all clumped together. You're going to do a ton of damage. Also give him that damage amp. Should be huge. Potentially fight winning. In the Outlaws, you have the opportunity here to potentially nano Pelican. We just saw them nano Pelican before. Could nano the Doom, is that's what happens. They send the nano Doom up to the high ground. That'll be the EMP. And it looks like it only connects at one.
Yeah, Dreedro taken down. Pelican able to get value there, removing Khan in Ana form. Takes an Ana 1v1, and now he can just chill. He can just, there it is, flicks his brush at the canvas and then sells it for $1 million. The contemporary artist that he is. The Houston Outlaws are on the way to a potential reverse sweep, even in the series, forcing an ever-elusive map number 5.
Yeah, and that EMP could have been big there from Glister, but I believe it only connects with Pelican. And then just a second right after, he's able to turn into the Ana on the other side and then picks up that kill. So EMP didn't really result in much there at the end.
Good looks from the Houston Outlaws. They make the Doomfist and Echo composition work for them. The question is, can they do it in the next map? That's a big question mark. The Outlaws may have to return to the Zarya comps. Let's see if they make that decision or not. Don't go anywhere. It all ends after the break. Well, it's all out there now for both of these teams. We know the Outlaws like to go all in, and they're going to have to here with map number 5 rearing its head and the potential of a reverse sweep. Tantalizing as the Outlaws look to try and get a W here when they were looking down in the dumps in the first 2 maps, Matt.
Yeah, the first 2 maps, they end up running some of the Zarya compositions. They're able to do that in map number 3. The last map, they had Dante in. Clean sweep there on Oasis. They will leave Dante in the game. Most likely you're going to see the Doomfist play there. And Paris, they'll bring Vistola back in. So Vistola has been in everything except control. You'll expect him to play the Zarya going into this. So instead of playing that Zarya head-to-head, the Outlaws opt to now go with the Doomfist against him.
Now we get 2 different styles. Once again on this map, maybe you would have expected them to, Houston to say, hey, let's bring Piggy back in, but I think it's pretty clear where this team's bread is buttered. It's on the Dante side, of course. New Queen Street, we've already seen a push map in this series. It ended up being close, but it sure as heck didn't start that way on Colosseo.
No, it started out all in favor of the Paris Eternal, and the Houston Outlaws almost dragged it back towards the end, where Paris gets off to that hot start. You gotta put those games away. You cannot allow the Outlaws to kind of gain momentum towards the end. And like you talked about in map number 1 with push, we rarely see the map be completed 3 times across both regions this far. See, if you get any type of progress, right? 60 meters, 50 meters, like that is such a huge win, because the other teams can need like almost 3 fights to beat that time, to beat that kind of distance traveled. So
I mean, it's a nightmare.
These early fights are massive. Huh?
Even with the front spawn to push in overtime, if the enemy team is really gotten far, it's tough.
Well, even with the front spawn, like it's not exactly closer
not
than
that front.
It's close, but yeah, it's not that front to where the other team is still going to have a spawn advantage with the defensive spawn, right? So Pelican on the Tracer here. So Paris ditches the Reaper, and they'll go with the King, which is interesting because Wub's Reaper is looking pretty solid.
It's the buildings, climbing in and out of those windows with ease without having to use Wraith Walk, I think is something the eternal value. It does mean that when Wub is in, Matt, he is in.
He will generate a ton of energy, though.
Yeah, Pistola definitely going to get charged.
Stay alive, yeah.
Houston start with the lead. Now Vistola stepping up to stop the bot in his tracks. Keep an eye on Merit's health pool. He's seen better days. And he'll be brought back to life.
Interesting. I think you heard from Glister's character. Punch knocks him right into the wall, stuns him for a half second. So that'll be a few kills coming out there from the Outlaws as Pelican on the Tracer. Making Commons life very difficult. We actually saw from Glister's POV there, Mitch. When he was on the Soldier and kind of lurking up on the high ground, you saw him actually use one of the call-outs where like you can do the countdown.
Yes.
And like maybe that's how they're kind of setting this up, right? Where Glister is able to use that as communication, right, for the rest of the team that he's going to go into a position now and start to flank.
Maybe we'll see if we get any clear indicator of those coordinated dives from Paris going forward. Frustrating for them there is that they get it's a bit of an even fight, but they don't get any push at all. They see Wub go over the top. He's here with a nano boost, by the way. No blade, so needs to get it done with just his shurikens. And so far he's not finding a whole lot. It's Dante that gets the nano boost here. He won't catch down with his Meteor Strike, but Vistola is already very, very low. Wub gonna eat that Helix rocket as Merit takes the splash explosion, but it's enough for the Outlaws to say, we're good to push again.
And it makes it so difficult on the supports for the Paris Eternal, this Doomfist. Between the Tracer coming after you, the Doomfist as well, causes so many problems that if you're not able to keep them off of these supports, it's going to be hard keeping them alive as Dante goes in, jumps right out. Bionic Grenade hits Glister, but some big ultimates here for the Paris Eternal that they're going to use to try and turn this.
Yeah, Glister looks like he got bubbled there as well just to get that bio up and make it impossible for Pelican to dive and sneak a kill while the Outlaws were in the grab. And that's a clean fight. The Outlaws here maybe not inclined to invest any more into this fight. But the Eternal also didn't really have to either. Just the Crab to win the fight. I think they're pleased with that.
Yeah, so 40 meters, 42 to be exact, for the Houston Outlaws as the Paris Eternal get the barrier going. You're going to be able to contest it right here, and then probably another fight before Paris would take the lead.
Pelican is entrenched. He sees Glister on the high ground, but thinks twice about engaging after the Helix Rocket comes in. Khan was found by Dante in the back line, and Pelican's going to use the barrier to give Pistola his marching orders. Yeah, Bubble wasted. Lastro getting Glister off the edge of the map by the very looks of things, and Pelican's waiting for a top-up. He says, give me some of that heals. The Outlaws, again, ready to push back.
Yes, Glister tries to make a play there with the tack visor, but losing Khan early, another pick by the Doomfist early on here, is huge for the Outlaws as the bottom move back to this barrier rather quickly and get very close to unlocking that first spawn point. Paris did not make that much progress at all. Not even 10 meters there. It's going to be Houston's putting them in a tough spot. As you see the Outlaws, they can back up, they can take this high ground as Paris has to walk into them.
Blade time for Wabi says, I'm going in. Looking for Merit here. Almost deflects that Helix Rocket entirely, and out of nowhere, Lastro must have seen the bat signal because he swings in, save Merit's life, and then Pelican's going to be with the Pulse Bomb. The Eternal, oh, it's gone all wrong for them, and they're going to give up even more progress here. This reverse sweep is starting to look more and more possible.
And that's the thing with push. When you get an advantage in a lead here, like the Houston Outlaws, you don't need to fight on the bot. Like in theory, right? That's probably kind of like the thought process, just in terms of like how everybody will play on live or whatnot. But you don't have to fight on the bot. You can back up, wait for a moment where Paris has to push into a bad spot for them, and then fight.
Khan is
the bot will then move really fast back. Oh, nice double punch there.
Yeah, the power block was there for Dante, but there wasn't a lot of follow-up on that high ground. I thought Khan was dead to rights, getting punched off onto the ground, but apparently the Outlaws weren't really ready to catch him as he fell. Here in the aftermath of Dante's departure, is Pelican able to stay on the bot and make it hard for the Eternal to get themselves back into neutral while he returns?
Yes, you're going to have the forward spawn as well here for the Outlaws. Like we mentioned, not that far forward, but I mean, look at this. You still can't get control of the bot.
Dante wants to get his nano as soon as possible. Takes a bit of that damage as he has to. Power block. Wub has to force him away by posturing so aggressively. 2.5 minutes left in the round here. This Crab needs to convert to some significant meterage. There's the Grab, catches 2. Sound barrier was there, but the Grab comes a little bit later in the day. Bionic Grenade comes sailing on in, and Khan's able to secure the kill on Dante after Lastro has his healing cut off. The Vestiges of the Outlaws want to stall here.
Well, the Paris Eternal are at a disadvantage. It's a 3v2. And even with that grab, it's just that positioning. Like, Merit is able to play on the high ground as the 76, go crazy. That the damage that he puts down, Pelican's finishing these kills off. It's all about where you can get the bot here and then force these fights. Eurus sitting over on the side. It's like, was he playing for something here?
Maybe a flanking bio.
Yeah, I think maybe the flanking bio grenade. I guess they got onto the bot.
Okay, Doom in. What's Dante looking for here? Big old doorway. The natural enemy of Doomfist. To the high ground. Oh my, this is filthy. Glister forced to run away now. Sleep Dart has to come in on Dante. He creates a hell of a ruckus up on that high ground. That opens up Lastro for finishing off Wub. Glister got nanoed and what?
But look at all they needed to use here, Paris. And then they just get control of the bot now. And oh, by the way, Pelican's dancing all over it. Pelican picks up Pistola. Eurus takes up Dridro.
Pelican pulse. No, don't need it. Dante's already back in the fight.
Right back into the fight.
I mean, Pistola was so low. It looked like Pelican could legitimately have 1v2'd in that scenario. He didn't have to, fortunately, as reinforcements from that front spawn came pretty quickly. Paris are in so much trouble, Matt. They got a lot of push to make happen if they can. I think Pelican's trying to spot Khan. Doesn't have to, though, is the main source of damage here. And range has been removed for the Paris Eternal, and now they're getting absolutely rolled.
Yes, the robot marching towards the Paris Eternal spawn. So, what are you going to have here? Pulse Bomb. So Merit takes out Wub towards the end there. You can see he's getting close towards the Death Blossom. 19 seconds on the clock. Even if you lose this fight, if you're the Outlaws, Paris needs to run pretty much the entire length of the map.
They came out of the red corner, Paris Eternals, swinging for the fence with those first 2 maps under their belt. But since then, those energy reserves have dipped dangerously low. Now it's time to throw caution to the wind and try and desperately bring this map back. The odds, they don't favor them at all. Paris will have the bot for now, but we are in overtime. All Houston need to do is get them off.
Yes, Lastro comes flying over the top, trying to knock somebody out of the way. Not going to do that. So how does this happen for the Paris Eternal? Now, the Outlaws almost ran it back against Paris, right? Maybe Paris, with the game on the line here, can make magic happen.
We've seen it happen, just not very often. Here's the sound barrier now. Dante got a nano boost while he was sleeping to keep him alive, and Wub is able to reach far forward enough to get rid of Iris. Now it's just Lastro. He actually beats. He commits the beat to this fight. Merritt's taken down Counter. Now it's even Stevens. And from the high ground, the tactical visor absolutely dominates. Vistola is down, and Merritt finds a second before he eventually has to succumb. And it's Street Draw and Glister trying to keep the dream alive. Lastro to the skybox, and Dream Draw actually able to stay alive for the time being. Now the 1v1 of Traces. Glister doesn't have that recall. There's a pulse bomb available here for Pelican, and reinforcements are on the way. Glister just needs to hold on a little longer. There's the recall, and it buys enough time. But Vistola reads a pulse bomb immediately, and Glister can't get there. Pelican holds his ground, backhands the Doomfist, and complete the reverse sweep. A devastating end here to the Kickoff Clash qualifiers for the Paris Eternal. They come up winless. They come so close against the team who's already qualified. And they fall short of the last hurdle.
Dude, and at the end there, we got an awesome 1v1. Pelican going up against Glister, right? And Glister able to stay alive long enough. He kills Lastro. Then he's in the 1v1. And I think he actually just ran to go get like a health pack or something. Once Vistola jumped on it, because Vistola had the power block, you expect the Doom to last a while. Nope. Pelican with a beautiful pulse bomb lands right on it. Nobody able to get back towards the bot. It's a sick play there from Pelican to close it out.
Look, good looks from the Houston Outlaws here, Matt, but the series didn't start that way. And heading into an incredibly important tournament, this Outlaws roster probably has to realize, hey, our Zarya comp may not be up to scratch. Now, they are going up against a Paris Eternal who look comfortable with that look, so Houston might be able to bust Piggy out with the Zarya and look very good against the whole field of teams that they're playing at the Kickoff Clash. But it's more likely that they're going to have a middling performance if they just walk that comp straight in. So we might see this team have to make an executive decision, depending on how much time they have left, to just double down and commit to the Doomfist look as much as they possibly can, as far as the map pool allows.
Right, and we don't even really know how good Paris is at that Zarya comp, because this is the first time we've seen them play it well. The last times we've seen it has not been good, so definitely much improved with the Paris Eternal today. They take it to a Game 5 here against the Houston Outlaws, but I agree. I think the Outlaws, between now and when they leave for the Kickoff Clash, have to decide kind of how they're going to go at that event. Do they try and run some more Zarya comps? Is there time to work out some of the kinks between now and then, or commit to the Doom?
Let's talk about our player of the match here. Someone who, even in losing maps for the Houston Outlaws, was able to have a huge, a very outsized impact and still look very good. It's going to have to be Pelican, Matt. Again, he really had to put his nose to the grindstone and play this like Reaper Zarya mirror. And it's very tough. It seemed like it was a very high variance style for both these teams to play. The fact that they obviously able to, with the help of Piggy, get that win in map number 3 and start to turn the tide is huge. He's very, very efficient in this position. And the Echo, chef's kiss, looked absolutely perfect, and Paris had no answer for it. None.
No, the Echo was great on Oasis. Also, the Tracer here at the end was a huge difference maker on New Queen Street. And his Reaper, a lot of the time, the Reaper was one of the best kind of characters they had for the Outlaws in their composition, the Zarya comp. It's where he was like probably the most effective person they had. So really good game out at Pelican today. You're going to need him to play at this type of level if the Outlaws want to go where they think they can go with this roster.
I think you're exactly right. Merritt has been extremely consistent, right, and really been the rock for this team. But it's Pelican who has to get them to those high highs. He's the one that needs to propel them, especially when they're going to go up against other top teams with other superstar players. Pelican has remained an absolute mainstay of top players in the Overwatch League so far, and that is going to have to continue as the young superstar finds himself more and more challenging opponents in the coming weeks. Incredible stuff for the Houston Outlaws to make a reverse sweep of it. We got a really great game with some very compelling composition matchups. Love to see that kind of stuff, but don't go too far because we're gonna have an interview. We're gonna break down that match, and we've got one more game for you all today. So stick around, everybody. This is the Overwatch League. We'll be back with our final match of the day in a few moments.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're here joined now by Merit from Houston Outlaws. Merit, congratulations on the win. Is this the first reverse sweep for the Houston Outlaws? I'm thinking. 메리트 선수 일단 승리 너무 축하드리면서 이번 역수입이 휴스턴 팀의 첫 번째 역수입이 맞나요?
네, 저희 팀에선 처음 맞아요.
Alright, Merit does confirm that it is their first reverse sweep. So yeah, big congratulations on getting the win and the first reverse sweep. Now, you know, reverse sweep means you guys almost lost the match, but at the end you guys were able to come back and take the win for the series. How'd you guys get it done? 자, 첫 번째 질문, 역수입을 하셔서 오늘 승리를 거두셨습니다. 어떻게 해서 오늘 역수입까지 가게 됐고 또 어떻게 해서 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단은 처음에 거의 막조합 같은 조합으로 같이 미러전을 했었는데 저희가 플레이 부분적으로 좀 살짝 잘못되게 플레이를 했어서 그에 대해 피드백을 해서 이제 3세트부터 이제 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Alright, starting off the match, we were sort of in this mirror composition matchup, and I think our plays, there were some mistakes, and our plays weren't that clean. We had a lot of faults, I guess I could say. After that, after moving into second map and moving into map 3, we had a lot of feedback. We were communicating. We were able to correct those mistakes, and then going into map 3, we were able to go forward with it, and that's how we got the reverse sweep. All right, I want to talk to you about the kickoff clash, and I think one thing that's really interesting for the Houston Outlaws is you guys are one of the few teams that really doesn't use the Winston dive composition at all. You guys mainly use either the Doomfist or the Zarya composition. Do you ever feel like you guys are sort of at a disadvantage because of that? Because you guys mainly stay on those two compositions only. 두 번째 질문은 이제 좀 조합에 대해서 제가 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 이제 아무래도 킥오프 클래시 토너먼트에 들어가게 되면서 휴스턴 팀이 어떻게 보면은 몇 안 되는 팀들 중에 그 윈스턴 다이브 조합을 아예 기용을 하지 않고 이제 다른 두 조합만 좀 메인으로 쓰는 팀이기 때문에 좀 그런 게 좀 어떻게 보면 좀 불리한 상황에 휴스턴 팀을 좀 놓은다고 생각을 하시나요?
그렇게 막 불리하다고 생각하진 않습니다.
이유가 있다면?
충분히 저희가 뭐 자리하는 둠피든 잘하는 조합이 있기 때문에 무조건 윈스턴 조합을 이길 수 있다고 생각을 해서 그렇게 생각했습니다.
Okay. I don't really think that we are at a disadvantage, mainly because we do have really strong two compositions that we run, the Zarya and the Doofus composition. Not only that, we're pretty confident in if a team comes out with the Winston dive composition, we're pretty confident that we could beat that team with utilizing the Winston as well. All right. Merit, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and I will see you in Dallas. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 메리트 선수, 달라스에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
안녕.
Oh, that was a close call there with the wave. You almost didn't get it back.
Yeah, almost. It was close.
Also, whenever you say "see you in Dallas," it sounds like a threat.
What? What is that? Yeah,
See you in Dallas.
See you in Dallas.
Really? I see you on LAN. That's what I'm hearing.
I thought I was being really sweet and nice.
I didn't come across like that.
I didn't come up. Okay.
Very threatening. Actually.
Maybe I'll up my tone a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll see you in Dallas.
I'll see you in Dallas. And that's just scary, and that's okay. Speaking of scary, Reinforce.
Oh, what?
He's pretty intimidating because he's. You know what I mean? That's why we put you in a box, because it's scary when you're out there.
What? Stuck in an analysis cage? Is that where I am now?
Separate box.
Unbelievable.
I love the tone of that, actually. Well, and since you are in that little cage, go ahead. Analyze the match for us. I do want to hear your thoughts here, though, on how sold you are on that Houston Outlaw squad, on that Zarya composition. I mean, we pretty much established now that, yeah, they look great when they can make Doom work. How did we feel about the Piggy Zarya comps today?
Yeah, I mean, I said they were a dark horse for a reason. Dark horses aren't supposed to be the good teams, right? So they're punching, you know, upwards, so to speak, on the Zarya composition. I want to give Paris Eternal some credit. They came back after a rough couple of weeks to start off the season and actually looked pretty good on the Zarya composition. Now, this is a team that I believe in when it comes to strategical adaptation and figuring out some of these compositions. Historically, Paris Eternal, they have been able to figure out a lot of these different types of brawl comps, different types of compositions, whether it's brawl or dive, wrecking ball, Pharah, like you name it. Paris Eternal, they usually can get there when it comes to playing a composition at a respectable level. And I think they showed up today and proved that they can adapt and play the Zarya composition as good as some of the other like average teams around the league. So they're not necessarily a poor team in that regard. Houston Outlaws, of course, they struggled with this at the beginning of this series. And I think it was kind of expected, I suppose. Maybe I'm being too harsh here, but this is a team that has predominantly been playing a lot of Doomfist to start the season. So in many ways, they're on equal terms with the Paris Eternal. They, of course, had to pick up the Zarya composition kind of recently, and so they need some time to get used to it and figure out the win conditions, how are we going to play around it, etc. They proved here on Oasis, they proved on New Queen Street that they are really good when it comes to the Doomfist, and it's something they can lean back on if required. But overall, their Zarya composition needs to be polished up a little bit going into the kickoff clash. But for the close maps, I feel like you have to give Paris Eternal some credit as well.
I mean, Mitch and Matt did sum it up at the end. Like, maybe there is a decision to be made. Maybe just really hone in and focus on your Dante Doomfist compositions.
Can you do that, though?
Or do you have enough time to really like figure out the Zarya one?
See, the reason I agree with Mitch and Matt on the Doomfist compositions is if the Houston Outlaws are struggling against the Paris Eternal, not taking away from the Paris Eternal, if you're struggling in the Zarya mirror, it's only going to get harder once they get to Texas in the kickoff clash. So I think leaning into what you're good at, and they showed there that they can beat the Zarya compositions playing the Doomfist, maybe going down with that ship in this tournament cycle is the best bet. Maybe you'll catch people off guard. It's the kind of London Spitfire effect, right, where no one really plays against the Doomfist anymore. Maybe you have the advantage because you know what to expect and you know how to play in that matchup compared to everyone else.
Yeah, and given the timing we have here, maybe that is the hill you want to, or you need to die on, unfortunately, because they do have travel ahead of them probably as well, right? Getting ready for that LAN event. So not too much time to actually really like get your footing in it. However, we'll see. We're not their coaches, luckily. So we don't have to deal with that. We do have to deal with standings though. So let's take a look at the updated standings to see where we stand right now, as the title says. Wow. There we go. So, last but not least, can the Washington Justice clinch the spot for good? There's still a few scenarios which can prevent him from going in. I, however, am not going to be able to do that quick math.
Well,
someone else might.
From what we have here,
really, that's scary.
From what we have here, relevant to this match that we just saw, Houston Outlaws did clinch the top 4, so that means they will be able to select their opponent. I don't know exactly what top 4 seed they will have, but that means they're not going to be one of the teams getting chosen, which is a good look for them because I could absolutely see a team like the Dallas Fuel, if they were in the bottom 4, Dallas Fuel picking the Houston Outlaws, confident in their ability to beat the way the Outlaws are playing. So they have a little bit of security and they have a little bit of freedom of what's going to happen in the kickoff clash playoffs.
Also, someone smarter than me, namely Hex, just whispered into my ear that Washington Justice, in fact, need 2 map wins and then they clinch their spot.
Oh.
Doable. Also losable, of course. So let's see where we go with this one. Florida against Washington. Very quickly, let's preview that match before we head into the action. I know we're split 50-50 here on the desk. The audience is with you guys. No one trusts Washington.
Yeah, no one
except from Danny and I, and we make mistakes, we're only humans. Why so much faith in Florida, though?
Because I think Florida...
Have they not also let you down?
In Washington?
I think Florida has never disappointed anyone, right? They came in with low expectations, but even with the low expectations...
They literally disappointed me in their first ever match here.
They've been solid. They're solidly middle of the pack, and I think I know what to expect out of the Florida Mayhem. And if they come in, play their smart games, they have good strategies, don't cheat in the server, they should be fine. And they should be able to get this easy win over the Washington Justice because...
Easy win now.
Well, I guess it really comes down to what...
It might be, honestly.
It comes down to what Washington Justice shows up to the server. Are we talking about the Washington Justice from 2 weekends ago or 1 weekend ago? Because they are 2 very different teams, and they need to prove to people which team is going to show up to the kickoff clash.
Indeed, that one too.
It just
for
looks
me.
stressful to be a Washington Justice
Very stressful,
predictor right
and
now.
I don't know why we did that to ourselves, but we're gonna look so smart, Danny, if this is going our way here. Only one way to find out, and that is, of course, to get things going with our last and final match of today. And for all the action, we're gonna send it to match and mid and match.
Mix and match.
Mix and match.
Mid and match.
Match and
match. I kind of
Match and
like.
mid.
I like mid and match.
Mix and match.
My favorite new game, by the way, is to get Scott to talk about the Washington Justice and
Why?
see like which way the wind's blowing for him that day. Because the poor guy, I mean, remember, went on record on Plat Chat being like, I believe in the Washington Justice, has to go back and say, I don't believe in the Washington Justice now. I've been completely bamboozled. If one of our most seasoned Overwatch experts is struggling to understand this team, then the rest of you at home, I wouldn't blame you for also having the same difficulty.
I would refuse to pick Justice games. There's just like they just look completely different with no like rhyme or reason every single game. Would it surprise me if they got 3-0'd in the series? No. Would it surprise me if they 3-0'd in the series? No. Would it surprise me if they win the first two maps, secure their spot in the kickoff clash, and then get reverse swept? No. Like anything can happen to the Justice at any moment, and I would believe you. Like, could they, lose to, Florida and then turn around like tomorrow if they had a match against Dallas and take them to, a distance in a close series? Sure, they have that type of talent. It's just the inconsistency is crazy, and it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, it's definitely plagued the Washington Justice this season. It puts them in a position now where they have to turn up to this game and win 2 maps. Otherwise, the Boston Uprising are going to qualify in their place. Not a result that the Washington Justice want to risk at all. Boston to beat Dallas, so excuse me. So yeah, it's not that easy, and that's going to be pretty much impossible. But that Uprising team, even though they've had some issues and they've made some player swaps, are in a position where they could still threaten. But I mean, this team is so hard to understand. But I want to know what you think about Florida. Are Florida as difficult to grasp as a team?
Like grasp in terms of like what they're going to play and whatnot. I don't think they're difficult to kind of read in terms of what they're going to play.
More like what to expect from them in general.
No, I actually have been pleasantly surprised by this Florida team. I think they've been extremely solid across the board. Checkmate has looked good back in the DPS role. Surmajet on the Ana has been tremendous, and Hydron has been great on the hit scan. So like for me, like Florida is a really good story, right? They still have Exy, right? I believe he tweeted the other day that like he's in the visa process, so should be able to join them shortly. But this is a team that like, do they have a lot of the flashiness and some of like the higher profile player names like that we've had in previous seasons on their team? No. They're still a fantastic team though, and I think they surprise a lot of people, whether it be fans, whether it be other teams in the league, with how strong a play they have.
Well, here is your Florida Mayhem squad. Let's have a look at the ever so mercurial Washington Justice, a team now that obviously we know is stacked with talent, and when that talent gets to turn up, and ideally at the same time, this team looks pretty indomitable. Decay and Happy, you would expect any team that features these two players to be pretty much unbeatable. Throw in a hotshot rookie like Mag, and you've got what should be a recipe for success, but it's been pitchy stuff from the Justice so far.
Right, I mean, Mag last year in his rookie year was like really good in terms of the tank. You expected him to continue to play at that level. You get Happy in the offseason, right? Who's a tremendous hit scan player to go with Decay, a nice compliment. And then I think it's really just kind of, it's always, we've said like it comes down to the supports, but really like even in the last few series, the ones that they've been up and down with, I think the tank role has definitely been something to look at as well. Keep an eye on how Mag plays today.
Yeah, absolutely. Eyes are definitely going to be on him. I've got to say, though, the least unpredictable parts of these two teams have been Sir Majid and Krillin, respectively. These two teams' flex support players, primarily Anas, have really been turning up. When their teams have been successful, these two have been an integral part of that. So Majid's almost at sort of 3 final blows per 10 on Ana, which is pretty considerable here. Krillin less so, but, boasts quite a bit more healing per 10. So these two Ana players, both very much in a good spot to showcase their ability in a meta that demands absolute top-level play from their flex supports.
And I feel pretty good about the Florida support line. I think with Washington, it's kind of an example of their team. It's just like sometimes you see Krillin and Opener play really well, sometimes not as much. So I think you also, with the Justice, you know rather early on in the series, like you'll have a decent idea of which Justice is going to show up today, like halfway through this map, I feel like.
Sure.
I think it's very easy to kind of tell when they're kind of on and when they're off, and I think just it's a team, maybe they rely on confidence, right? Like you start to get behind a little bit and they just, you know, mentally just can't bring it back. It's just a very difficult team to figure out.
All right. Let's see what New Queen Street has in store for us, ladies and gentlemen. Giannis may have left the Washington Justice team a long time ago, but they still look two-faced. You never know which side you're going to get. Let's see now. Now Winston's will chill out in the high ground, and you can see the decay position. He's already going for a deep flank if he can, but that's a that's a good start. What a beautiful nade. Just
that's a fat biotic grenade, yeah. Krillin hits 3 with that off the rip, so early on, really nice play from Krillin. Talked about that support line, hits a huge biotic grenade, which gives the Justice a relatively easy first fight.
Clean stuff. Both DPS for the Justice, 0 in on targets, blow them up instantly. The Mayhem have to shake that one off here. They can force another fight pretty quickly. It's going to be important. These fights without ultimates early in the round are very telling, and they're very important. Decay's able to find Animo, but walks into someone's area of influence there and is zapped down.
So we'll see if the Florida Mayhem can battle back from here as Mag goes in deep, and nobody going to be able to... You see where the supports are here on Happy's screen. They were nowhere near able to see him in terms of like line on sight. Now this will be... You don't even get that much... you know, distance with your barrier if you're the Justice. Is we got Decay on a big flank here, and that high ground going to be controlled now by Florida.
All right, dropping down the Justice. Checkmate's gotten himself behind enemy lines. Him versus Decay. It's another big test for the young rookie, obviously coming off his tank year for the Mayhem.
He's not considered a rookie if he played last year.
I guess so. It was a lot of Orisa, to be fair.
Bren's got you confused. He thought Krong has been a rookie for like 4 years now.
I did say,
I think he's only been in the league for 3, but
I mean, he openly admitted he doesn't watch the game, so I mean, at least he has an excuse.
I love Bren.
Okay, dealing with someone there comfortably. It's going to be the Mayhem though that continue to get a little bit further out in front. We're happy with where they've got the bot 2 here, and let's keep an eye on this nano boost that's coming in for this next fight, because that'll pair up with tactical visor timing from both squads. The Mayhem, even without someone here, are able to get some extra progress. That will be important.
This next fight's going to be huge for Washington. They need a stop here. They cannot allow this barrier to keep moving forward, and that'll be a Nano. It's going to be onto Mag, and gets slimped, but they're able to finish off Surmagen. The Nano on the other side here will go to Hydron. He's able to get one, just trades on both sides. Someone putting a lot of pressure here on the Justice supports, yeah.
That is, I mean, that's the perfect answer. There is no escape for this backline here. Someone perfect timing with that Primal Rage they're able to get in. Mag's also used his. A little unclear what he's sort of doing with that. Maybe he's sort of keeping Checkmate at bay, but it didn't stop the bot.
The rest of the Justice forgot they had a backline, so they just left them to die. I mean, yeah, that's tough.
And what do they get for it?
I mean, the Justice they didn't really pick up enough kills to get the bot going in their direction, right? This bot just kind of stalled out, and now they're even in a harder fight, right? You have Sound Barrier here available for Florida. They're going to use the Sound Barrier. They can get aggressive now, and you get even more progress.
Decay looking for the pulse. Stalls! Sumaja didn't even really intend to sidestep that one. It's just the way it worked out. Decay recalls, and yeah, he says, I can't do too much about this. Front sworn to the Mayhem. The Justice are getting their clocks cleaned right now.
It's just some really questionable plays and decision. Like right here now, we're going to have Decay staggered. What do? You can control high ground, but you're going to give up even more barrier progress, which at this point for the Justice, you're going to need to win like 3-4 fights. You don't have any ultimates to withstand this. In the neutral, Florida's been pretty good, so this is definitely worrisome. This is not a great spot for Florida to fight out of, though, because of the sick high ground that the Justice have.
A little bit of a quiet round from Happy so far. He hasn't really been able to get much going. Hydron here just wants to stay pretty safe in the back line and provide that consistent damage, keep heal pressure on Cool and an opener, who just got hit with a biotic grenade. They're out of here. They can't do too much. They're forced to back up for a time. Hydron there sees Happy in a very odd position, and this is very chaotic. There are about 2 or 3 fights happening at once here because Decay is pulling so many people out of position.
Yeah, as that'll be a team kill that goes in favor of the Justice. They'll now get the bot moving in their direction. It's still 74 meters pushed for the Mayhem, only 18 for the Justice. I mean, 3 minutes on the clock, and some of these big ultimates coming on, you lose Happy instantly. I mean, that is... You can't, that cannot happen. That cannot
Just a little too far. I think he took the Winston landing and melee damage and then just got kind of blown up there. So, I mean, great awareness from someone to see an opportunity there to take a huge pick. Mag's going to get nanoed here, so the Justice still want to sort of commit despite Happy being on the way back to this fight. Getting rid of Sir Margin here is a pretty good sign at least for the Justice. They lose Mag to buy that time. They get Happy back in position though.
Even with Happy getting back though, Mitch, like, you lose out on the 76 damage for so long. You know, you kind of trade this. That could be the difference between Justice actually having a realistic chance to push this bot to the distance that they need to, and not even having an opportunity. Because look, now they're going to have to even go further now, which the time is off the clock. We've got about a minute now off the clock. And you're going to have to use ultimates to get it going from here, which is not what you wanted to be doing.
The Justice are a Hydra at a sandwich shop. No head can sort of decide what condiments they want. Hydron going to give some sauce of his own. Attack visor there as well, really not getting too much value. It does force the Justice to play back a little bit, but again, Decay gets another solo kill. Decay has been just ridiculous. He's 10 final blows, 2 deaths. That is unreal stuff from him.
We know he has these performances. Just where is, you know, everybody else? You can't have players dying that early. So we'll see now.
I need an answer.
Pulse bomb. Yeah,
I need an answer from you right now. The Mayhem have 11 kills. The Justice have 17. How is that possible?
I mean, you know, you have a lot of kills that just don't turn into anything for Washington, right? Like a lot of kills mid-map. They don't end up, you know, finishing players off. They don't get any progress. It's just a lot of kills with no objective play.
The Justice, yeah, they've got big fraggers, but it's about the strategy. It's about how they actually, you know, take those kills and turn them into advantages. Decay's laying the groundwork. They've got to follow it up. Here's a sound barrier right now as the Justice go deep. Happy's lagging behind. He's just not in position. And they just walk into a brick. Oh, that's not too bad. Hydron almost goes off the edge, but a brick wall here to meet the Justice.
Yeah, Happy's not really able to contribute that much damage at the beginning of this fight, but Decay and Mag towards the end pick up some key kills. It's down to 38 seconds on the clock. 20 meters, you know, now down to 14 meters. The Justice need to push.
The Justice are absolutely outslaying the Mayhem to steal the vernacular of another game. And now they've managed to convert that into some distance. But this next fight, it all hinges on this one right here. The Justice managed to get that sort of front spawn position at the very least here so they can reinforce quickly. Mag and someone taking a licking here. Someone's in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to get Primal out of this, though, and you're going to have Surmajet end up getting his nano boost as well.
Oh no!
Oh, he's not able to get it off. What?
He dives in. Happy bursts him down. On the way there, someone gets absolutely rolled, and now the Mayhem need to come up with something else, something different. And they can't! The Justice sneaked that win away! I have whiplash! I don't know how the Mayhem are feeling! They just got RKO'd!
Yeah, that is, I mean, dude, you ended up building up those ultimates, and someone, as soon as he jumps on to the bot, just trying to get into Happy's face, it's a Helix rocket. And not
what an
able to get the
absolute
Primal
shambles!
off, man. Ugh.
I mean, the Florida Mayhem have to hang their heads there. Someone dives in without full HP, so he's pretty susceptible to burst damage before he has a chance to use that Primal. He needs to land on the ground before he uses the Primal to get the extra damage to try and get the kill. But in doing so, it's a fat Helix rocket, loses that key ultimate, and his team get wiped. Devastating for the Florida Mayhem. They had to find a way to mentally bounce back from that one and get themselves back in this game. Stick around for map 2 after the break. Yeah, it's a wonder that Decay doesn't have trapezoids like a bloody King Cobra, because he just pulled off another heinous deadlift, hoisting the Washington Justice through this first map in the series after a, frankly, horrendous start to the round. This is pretty insane stuff. 20 total final blows, 21, excuse me, total final blows. Decay accounting for 11 of them. He's just buggering off, getting kills. You know, we see it on the kill feed, no idea what's going on.
And the craziest part about Decay is, like, he has these games against everybody. Like, he has these games against top teams, like, in the league. And he does it, like, fairly regularly. Like, it's almost like it's so rare to kind of call out when he has a bad game. You know, if you have him playing like this, not everybody else even has to play up to, like, you know, a tremendous standard, right? Which
That's such a nice way of putting it. I mean,
yeah, not everybody has to play fantastic. I mean, he just runs around just killing people left and right.
I mean, it is true that, I mean, Happy wasn't able, we've mentioned he wasn't able to get too much going, but this is an exciting map. This should excite you, ladies and gentlemen, because Gibraltar is the perfect arena for Happy to maybe show us a little bit more of what's going on under the hood, right? It's a potential Widowmaker map, at least for the Washington Justice. One where the Florida Mayhem may not opt into that duel. XC obviously currently not within their ranks. Not an option for them in this particular map, but I mean, Happy, I mean, we said he's like top 2 potentially, and Arns had a pretty off game this week when it came to the Widowmaker play. If I think back to, it was Dorado, we got shut down. So the title of King Widow up for grabs.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to play the Widowmaker here on Gibraltar. Looks like with the Florida Mayhem starting on defense, Hydron will play it. We've seen some teams just opt not to play it because it's so, like, feast or famine, and especially with, like, how much damage Soldier pulls out. You know, Ash has been played at at odd times. Teams don't obviously go for the Widowmaker all the time, so we'll see if Washington decides to do so. As we know, Happy in the past has been a pretty good one. Maybe they try and get a TP up to the high ground here for Mag with a Roadhog hook. Nope.
1. Attackers incoming.
All right. Mag on the wins here. Hydron, Widowmaker. And Happy will match. Here we go. Something we only really get on this particular map, and sometimes Dorado. Hydron gets his toes tickled a bit there by Mag and is forced to concede some space.
So, it's going to be Happy who takes out Checkmate first. So, lose one. That'll be opener hit with a Biotic Grenade, and he gets taken out. But, man, Happy's going to take out Hydron as well, as such a dangerous Widowmaker to challenge. I mean, you think about some of the clips we saw from Happy last year, whether it be on the Widow or, like, Hanzo, like the hit scan power that this player has. Tremendous. You think you combo him with Decay. Like, this is a team match that should not be 3-2, right?
Yeah, that's what we're saying at the start of this game. A couple insane players here on this roster. It's about getting them working, them firing on all cylinders. I mean, the Mayhem really need to be able to contest the server room right now, but all they've done is get corralled into that small side room, which gives all the space to Happy that he might need, and this is where he thrives. Checkmate is at half HP, and Happy just propels on out. He'll be caught, though. Hydron was waiting for him.
Oh, it's going to be opener, though, getting both supports. I guess they just followed inside of the small room there. And this is still winnable for the Justice.
Mag trying to stand his ground here. Yep, someone's going to get forced away. Checkmate is just always at half HP by the looks of things, and the Justice eventually prevail. Opener, by the way, cheeky little double kill there in that little side room. Definitely going a long way towards that first checkpoint coming up.
Yeah, it's a few shots early from Happy. Able to put the Florida Mayhem on the back foot. Now, they can try and get some of this high ground for the Justice. Is Happy actually is the one moving the cart. Just a grapple shot up there.
Isik back on the phone. Krillin drops the checkmate here. Sermagen getting pressured by Mag, who just really wants to displace it. Oh, he sees Adamo is looking pretty tasty. To the high ground we go, upstairs to meet Hydron, who will just get away from Mag, but he'll try and make sure Hydron can't re-enter the fray so easily. And oh, that's a tasty morsel. Mag opts not to commit, though.
Yeah, he knows that it probably would lead to his death rather quickly, so doesn't decide to just jump on right on top of Surgeon. Wait a second, is trying to get a little bit more payload progress, and yes, for a second there, I was like a little bit worried about someone. He dove in so deep, but able to stay alive. Now we'll get back to a little bit of a good old Widow battle. If you can open this up, it would be huge. Walls available for both of them.
The checkmate Trace has looked excellent in the last minute or so. He's really stepped up. Hydron, looking like a bucket of smash crabs with that pulse bomb almost connecting there. Nano the Widow, just to keep alive. Imagine. I mean, that's kind of big brain. Keep Hydron in the mix. He's not going to get any value out of it, but hey, he's still standing.
So the Nano Widow in the emergency. Don't know if that's what you always go with, but why not? Is Happy will have the walls now for obviously a bit where it's expired here from Hydron. Maybe this Nano onto the Monkey and onto the high ground can force the player into the line of sight of Happy. It doesn't look like it's just yet.
It's a good way to build ult. Mag definitely gets some percentage from that play. Happy's just watching a keyhole. I think Mag was trying to force people into his line of sight. And yeah, now he's sort of repositioned a little bit here to that low ground. Someone may not know that he's actually down there. It's unclear. Hydron's safe for now, so he'll reposition, get a better angle, put some pressure down on opener there as Mag has slept during that Primal Rage, and someone gets his, even with the Bionade, he wants to go in, and Happy finally strikes. He gets rid of Animo, but I don't think it's enough as Checkmate adds to his tally.
And this is so difficult to get the defensive team off of the top of the ship, off of the high ground. You don't have many entrances, right? You can play really close to the 4 doors that you have here. So
yeah, if you're watching this, at home and you're a little confused, you're probably not alone. Yeah, I mean, there's Widow battles happening, there's Tracer in the backline, and then there's Winston's trying to, go over each other's heads. There's probably like 4 fights happening at any one time in a lot of these engagements.
I was going to say, Checkmate knows that Decay is behind, so just trying to track him. Make sure he doesn't get to the high ground, and yeah, just make sure he doesn't just kind of jump right on top of the supports, uncontested.
The Justice definitely lose more without Decay than the Mayhem do without Checkmate, so Decay's going to try and back away. That's the anti-Widow kill there from Happy. Big opener, but he does have to give up his life for it. Mag is sleeping, can't respond, needs a pulse bomb. Thank you very much, I'll take another, says Checkmate. But feeling pretty good about himself now, and then he drops to deal with his nemesis, Decay.
And Decay, who's been alive in the back line, he obviously has been alive, kind of occupying Checkmate for a little bit, but really not a part of those fights where he's got a pulse bomb as well.
It's so much, it's sleeping Mag, Matt. That's the big difference maker here.
Right, and then the pulse bomb able to finish him off. It's just, you need to, Decay's got to get back to the team and now try to play with them, make something happen together.
Someone being topped up there as he's going to play forward early. He needs to be wary of Bionade, but that's about it. Okay, B Checkmate. Knight to E4, I guess. Pulse bomb in hand, but I mean, he's getting pressured. He's feeling the heat a little bit there. Someone knows he's bioed, but still being able to Primal Rage would get him out of trouble pretty comfortably, and he always sees Happy, so he cuts off that Widow sideline for now. This forces the infra side. Both Widows going for that ultimate, Matt. Ooh, I think Krillin's in trouble, and yep, someone snapped him up.
And as soon as the Justice took checkpoint A and got just the initial percentage, I know, of push off of that, they haven't gotten anything after that. It's just been a very strong hold here from the Florida Mayhem. And what's crazy about this, Mitch, for me, is it's been a hold that's been good for the Florida Mayhem, and Happy has been getting kills on the Widowmaker to like open things up. They just have not been able to capitalize whatsoever.
And that was the same issue with Decay getting kills, but not capitalizing on new Queen Street here. The Justice get there though. Mag not sleeping for once. Must be nice. Primal Rage there, trying to keep Animo at bay. He gets a nano, but where does he park this? Straight up, Sir Margit knows apparently as the player's got 2 supports in this small room, but they've lost Happy to someone's Primal Rage. Mag needs to go huge right now. He gets both of them, but there's no one to touch the cards. Checkmate goes down, but it's Washington that have to tip the king. Oh no!
So nobody to get back to touch the card. So the Justice start to make something happen a little bit towards the end there. It's just not enough. So now you will have the Justice on the defensive side of things. That's where the golden box of victory will be. And just to remind you guys, the Justice, what they need to win 2 maps in this series to qualify, right? So they don't even need to win the series to qualify. Just need to get another map on the board, which maybe they put themselves in a position on this one.
Yeah, maybe they again, losing this series doesn't mean they're out, strictly speaking. Obviously, the Boston Uprising need to do the unlikely and beat the Dallas Fuel. Tough gig, to be sure. Look, I mean, in the Widowmaker battle, Hydron looks pretty good versus Happy. We didn't see a lot of counter Widow play from Hydron specifically. He's fighting plenty of backliners, though. Decay is a little quiet on the Traitor. You can see that, right? We're on his POV for a lot of the time against Checkmate, and he's actually getting, look, pretty well handled. That's just, I'm sorry, I want to swear. That's pretty messed up.
Yeah, what was when Jaws cast it?
That's it. Yeah, it's a
sideshow, and yeah, that's a Jaws moment right there. Yep. Or a reinforced Top Gun reference for all you season one.
No, Avril got one, a beautiful one the other day.
Really?
I mean, if you have to ask, you'll never know, because that was an Aussie special we gave us.
Yeah, have to report to the league office. Gotta get Sean Miller.
Sometimes in Chengdu games.
Machine for Avril.
Oh dear. It's worth it for internet points, though. Made the Aussies proud. Hydron playing from the fringes here. Again, not really looking for a 1v1 versus Happy, but might find himself face-to-face with Decay, who definitely wants to try and emulate his performance on New Queen Street after a quiet attacking round.
That'll be Hydron. Pushing up just a little bit, so they're getting good card progress, but... Oh, man.
Well?
Yeah, the Justice can't get anything on D.
Yeah. I guess now it's the Washington Just Us as Mag and Krillin have to just walk away. As their team is getting absolutely stomped there, and the Mayhem they're looking good. This team in a great position now to get this first phase out of the way. Awfully, please. Oh, God.
This is really bad for the Justice, considering, like, they needed, like, a tremendous, like, last-minute push to win New Queen Street, right?
That's right. It did. I mean, it took, you know, someone having an unfortunate event. But yes, okay, Checkmate, we see you. Not too shabby there. Mag, though, comes to the rescue. I must say, though, Animo was under a lot of pressure. The Mayhem, though, not stopping. They're still able to push here. Happy. What does he do from this position? He's starting to run out of space. These sidelines are being closed off in front of him, and Hydron switching the Tracer. He ain't trying to play fair. This team's playing full dive.
Happy being able to put a few shots into someone, but I mean, just using the bubble, sitting on the payload. I mean, there's been nothing on defense here. Someone's going to get up on the high ground there and use Primal and try and just knock Happy out of the way.
All right, someone getting involved now. Dived him in that Primal Rage. Nano boost available here for the Florida Mayhem, but someone just straight up doesn't need it. This is catastrophic for the Washington Justice. In a screaming heat, they're starting to fall. Everybody converges on Opener, who gets a nano boost here. Checkmate says, can I cut through this? Not to the high ground instead, as he deals with Krillin. The Justice able to stay in this fight to a degree, a 2v2 here, but it's looking a little bit grim for the Mayhem. Checkmate needs to make something happen now as Decay is back on the scene, and Animo has to sheepishly back up.
Okay.
Very close, though. He's so mad.
Decay is like, you will not lose me this game.
So, he got whip shot by Animo, and he's like, nah, you ain't that guy.
Yep. Pulse pump, rally. So you'd have the rally to potentially use here towards the end. Probably want to save that if a fight breaks out on top of the payload, but 3:30, no ultimates available here for the Florida Mayhem, so the Justice should be able to hold for a little bit longer.
K drops. That pulse bomb is in hand. They're keeping an eye on Mag in the background. He's hit with the Bionade. Does someone turn back and help? No, he wants to push on. That could be a problem. Decay now trying to lay face to the backline of the Mayhem, and that shield for Animo is getting pretty darn cracked. Oh, okay. Shield bash to reposition over Decay's head. No, he finds Hydron. Fair enough, just sat there, sitting duck. Decay says, thank you very much.
If I was to go to the Justice, we would have one strategy and just keep Decay alive. It would be like where Shanghai had the strategy to keep Undead alive, but better. Decay.
That's such a deep cut. Oh, man.
They still have the rally. Still have a nano. So you're in a good spot here on defense. Via the Justice is like you have the Decay up on the high ground, able to control like some of this action here. Is look at Mag going in and get tons of damage down.
Someone is Primal here. We can turn this. Mag may be sensing it. Reposition somewhat. 2 minutes 22 on the clock here. The Justice just trying to slow the Mayhem down. Happy's going to have attack. They have 4 ultimates here. The Justice have been able to ration these ultimates out in a big way. The Mayhem need to find a way to break through, and they're going to try and start with the rally. Mag drops down once more. More damage, but someone's able to find Happy with that Primal Rage. He switched off the Widow, but the legs can't carry him away from the flailing fists of Fury. Mag going to find his own now. Gloves on. Animo getting pressure to the back of the point, but he finds the whip shot kill on Decay, who would be absolutely fuming after that one. Attack fires it from Happy, but it's a bit of a Hail Mary here as there's no one else to slow the card down, and the Mayhem get home. It's a drawn series so far as Florida look vastly better on Gibraltar.
And the Justice really need to take some time here in between this map and the next one and come together and talk about these first 2 maps. Because although the Florida Mayhem lost that first one, there's someone just, if he gets that Primal Rage off, he could be looking at a 2-0 here where they need to get one more map due the Justice to mark their ticket to the kickoff clash.
That's it, just one. That last one, Matt, is often the most elusive, or at least the Mayhem definitely hope so. Decay was a little quiet of that map, not set up to succeed in the same kind of way, and the Justice rely on him in moments like this, so stick around and see if he can come back out of the woodwork, or will it be the Mayhem to punish more. Map 3 lingers around the corner, so stick around. Get your tickets to the Overwatch League Dallas Fuel Kickoff Clash Tournament presented by Favor. Visit fuel.link/kickoff clash and get your tickets today. And you just might see a wild Overwatch League commentator or two there as well.
Yeah, Midge begged his way to go, so I'll be there.
Give me
I'm excited. I'm excited. It's our first like actual big tournament in a while, and you're gonna have like more of the teams than we've like ever had at one LAN. So super stoked to be able to go out there and see all these teams compete. Florida, they'll be competing. The Justice, we'll find out shortly if they will as well. One map away from locking in their spot.
I mean, and again, like we sort of said beforehand, sometimes you probably experience this, right, in your career as a pro player, right, Matt, that, when you just need that one more map in a series, it seems like the hardest to get, like the furthest away, like the tension, the stress builds if you find yourself unsuccessful in taking it. So I feel like there's a mental barrier for the Justice to break through, right, if they want to secure that goal. They don't even have to win the series, and it's still hard.
Because you go in, you win one map, and then in the back of your head, you're just kind of like, oh, we need one more map. So you lose one, you're like, guys, everybody, like, we're good. We just need one more map. And if you lose Midtown, like, all right, we gotta win this next one, keep the series alive. Like, eventually you run out of, we got one more map, right? And then it becomes very real. And that's the scary part. As we go into Midtown, I think if you looked at the series overall right now, I think Florida has definitely been the team that has kind of played the more complete series. Like you mentioned earlier, where the Justice had more kills than the Florida Mayhem on map number 1.
Well, it was because of Decay, but yeah, they couldn't convert
they
the
didn't
kills,
turn
right?
it into They didn't turn it into anything tangible till the end, right? Where someone jumps in, doesn't get his primal off, and they're able to get the barrier over the line.
Yeah. I mean, someone has to yeet the spaghetti for them to actually get in that position, right? Otherwise, there's a primal rage and it can all go wrong. They're a bit lucky.
Yeah.
All right. Brilliant. Looking up at the Utopian Futurescape, lining up a little bio nade. There's another one for you if you've been watching today. That is 2 cheeky nades that you can add to your collection. Someone is doused in it.
See how Florida decides to attack this. So we have Checkmate here going through this alley, just trying to get on a little bit of flank. I'm interested that Happy's not like playing on that high ground that we see a lot of players play from on the 76. He's actually kind of like playing on the low on the point.
I like this from Checkmate. He was there as soon as Decay started to harass Hydron. Checkmate really is being called on to try and block Decay, or at least contest him and not let him just roam freely. I wonder if that's out of the playbook. Oh, sometimes he also attack after protect. Fair enough.
The Justice just get bullied off the point. Rather quickly is okay. They dive in, they get Hydron, so maybe you're able to go back, get healthy, and then come back into the fight. But that's a big biotic grenade there from Sir Majed. Next with 2 is this will be the Florida Mayhem getting on the point. They'll get the first tick.
I'm telling you, this guy is insane. I think he's not the. I don't know. It's not the first time that we've said this about Sir Majed, but again, lining up those biotic grenades and facilitating someone to just go in there and, with reckless abandon, know he's likely to secure 2 kills. I mean, that puts you so far ahead in this sort of race here. We highlighted at the start of the match that Krillin is also capable of doing that, but Sir Majed definitely has him beat in that statistic.
Oh, without a doubt. Oh, that's going to be Mag going up to the high ground. He's got to be... I was going to say he's got to be careful. And right as I said that, he gets dropped. And what? I guess he's trying to get a high ground position there, but like they're not close to the net. They don't have the nano. Like I feel like you only take that position if you have the nano and you're going to like drop down and collapse. But they weren't even in position to do that. And look at how much car progress it's going to give.
The Justice, they're doing that thing again, Matt, where they look like that there's no one plan, that there's a consensus on. Bionate there as well, man. Happy opener had to sort of wait. That's why they didn't move forward immediately with Mag. That spacing that Bionate from Sir Majed created, though, might pose an opportunity here for the Mayhem. All right. Oh, okay. Mag opts not to pursue that because he knows Hydron is coming for him. Hydron's like, okay, we've dealt with Mag. He's sleeping.
They sleep at Mag, yeah.
Wait, the Justice are in absolute shambles. What is the strategy here?
You know what it feels like to me? We're going to have a attack flasher go off here from Happy, so maybe you're able to keep this going if you're watching.
Oh my!
Hydron will pop his. This is a real fast pace here on Midtown. In kind of the baseball terms, it feels like when the Justice are playing, they're not trying to like just hit singles, you know, get people on base, right? They're just swinging for the fences every time. Like, it feels like there's not... It's just like, let's see who can make a hero play now type of scenario, right? And when you don't make those plays, this is what happens. Decay knows where checkmate is. That's fantastic.
What are you going to do about it? That's the question. Someone looking for a perch?
Right, they don't play like a safe, like, fundamental game. Like, it's either Mag needs to go in and get 3 kills, or Decay needs to kill the other team, or like Happy needs to hit like 3 sniper shots to win a fight.
That's actually why I find the Justice playing a composition that needs a lot of coordination, playing dive defense, being as split as they are, a little hard to watch sometimes, because playing Winston defense really exposes your communication cohesion issues. You have to be in sync.
And against like the lower ranked teams, Decay and Happy and Mag, they'll pop off, they'll make these plays consistently, and you know, they'll dominate. And they had to use a nano, I believe, there to keep Happy alive. And then he got
not the first time this series they've had to do that for Happy.
But they'll do that against the lower teams in the league, right? They'll be able to win those series with those players just popping off, making these big plays. It's when you go up against teams that are playoff caliber, championship level teams, that's when it does not work.
No kills for Happy or Decay here, Matt. The DPS of the Washington Justice look like fish out of water. Samajit lines up Hydron here. Doesn't need a nano for that pulse bomb, thankfully. Someone might be the recipient, though, in the coming moments. Decay just got boomed into outer space, and here comes the attack already. The jockeying back is occurring here for the Mayhem, but it's really tough to escape. Hydron trying to go for one of his own here, wants to punish Mag, gets out outside the bubble and finds a kill on the Winston. Any more? Hydron can't quite fight their next target, but it doesn't matter because Opener's done.
Think about that, though. They just used Beat. They used Beat and they engaged with a Visor and lose the fight. That's crazy. When it was just a nano and a Visor invested from the Florida Mayhem. Sturmajet trying to come back here onto the Moira just to get back faster. As this will be the Beat trying to put the map away. Yep, there go both supports. Man, this is looked up from Washington.
This is a stinker from the Washington Justice. A steaming one. My God!
2 minutes Mayhem and 40 there on the clock.
Score.
That is so fast.
It is bone-hurting, what we saw from the Justice. But like I was trying to say, you know, obviously Decay is the kind of player that wants to play individually, and I think you can plan for that. I think you have the capacity to have Decay playing as like a loose end, like a low economy player, doing what he does. But in a Winston defense setup, the rest of your team has to be on the same page. And my issue is definitely that Happy and Mag are unable to link up to some degree. Even when Mag gets a nano boost, like he's still deep in enemy lines, and if Sumaji gets a sleep dart, of which he has had many so far on this particular map, then, you know, that's where Mag's journey tends to end. The Justice do not look coordinated whatsoever, and they're playing a composition that is the worst for a team like that.
No, and yeah, the coordination is just not there. I think you can have just summed it up perfectly. Like, not able to execute these dives, kind of hero plays on different sides of the map. You know, nobody's peeled for the supports, I feel like, in 3 maps that we've seen. It's been tough. I mean, you feel for Krillin and Open, right? It's been tough. Like, we saw how they were getting dove on New Queen Street, trying to keep themselves alive. This map as well. It's tough.
Keep an eye on sort of where Mag and Decay are relative to each other when the Justice dive, because to find success in this round, they probably need to have the same idea.
And watch, like, the Justice are a team where they can put together a sick offense of their own here. Like, you know, when you talk about kind of the issues that they have on defense, and there were issues, this is a team that is kind of like up and down, round and round, that they could put together a sick offense.
I just love that. I mean, Checkmate and someone do exactly what I mentioned earlier with the Winston-based defense, right? They know if they commit, they have to fully commit, and they need to be have the right idea, and they also need to maintain some degree of line of sight to their Ana. But look at that, they dive and isolate the Justice while Washington is still jockeying for position. Catch them on the back foot. That's a huge fight win for the defenders.
So they'll just control the high ground. If they go into that alley again, I wonder if they just go down and try and challenge them. Checkmate has had no problem just going in and trying to duel some of the DPSs. Right there, it's going to be Krillin who connects with a sleep dart there onto someone. So you finally, I know, have him connect. No, someone taking so much damage. They'll just pump heals into him as Surmajet's going to get close to a nano.
Yeah, Happy's doing a great job, but there's no... Who's following it up? Like, you know, he takes someone down to like 20% of his health. Oh, Hydron! Just able to get away. Someone gets rid of Opener. The Justice again try and go aggressive, but where are the rest of them? Looks like someone was just able to pick out the Lucio again.
Yep.
If the Justice are grouped up, there's no way that happens.
Someone jumped into the choke. The Ana backed up to the left, and then the Lucio to the right, and nobody went back to try and help, so he just kind of had his pick.
It's not good enough. Someone nanoed here. He and Checkmate sticking to each other like limpets, making it very easy to coordinate because they're proximate constantly. Pulse there on the high ground, no connection. Decay finds Sir Margit. And that might be it. The Justice may have managed to unravel the Mayhem. Decay definitely needs to respect, though. He doesn't have his recall up for another couple seconds, and he's down a half.
They may try and challenge this because Anamo's going to get close to a beat. You're also going to have someone with a primal.
I mean, yeah, Decay again trying to solo down Sir Margit. Can't find him. Primal range here. The Justice have moved on the point. They've stopped the cap in favor of trying to win the fight. Will that be their undoing? Mag's able to follow up in a huge fire to grenade though, and Happy has to use attack Visor here. The Justice say, okay, no more cap. We fight. Someone wins out that duel with the burst damage provided by the melee, but he will fall in turn.
So now you'll get the cart moving for the Justice. They have to use a few ultimates there towards the end where Florida is able to hold on to their beat. They're able to hold on to their visor coming into this next fight. Florida can't let up though. There
it is, Bionade. Stunning. This team is sick.
Florida has really played well today. Even with a losing effort in map number 1. They looked great throughout most of it, right? They don't win in the kills game, but they're getting the kills that are meaningful and moving the objective after that.
Someone just being a bit of a nuisance there. Again, look at him just trying to section the backline off from the front. That bubble is not for his protection, it's to block the sightline of Krillin. And it looks like Mag has to double back as a result. If someone gets out alive, I mean, this has worked perfectly. Artemo just destroys Happy. And the Mayhem is still safe as houses on the high ground.
Yeah, and they know where Decay is trying to come from. They know that it's like 2 fights in a row. I think they've gotten Happy early. So maybe they have a really nice read on when Happy is going to try and come on a flank. A little bit of a read there is stalled out a little bit here for the Justice.
Someone bioed briefly. He's topped up. Animo under pressure, though, on that high ground. He just took a bit of poke, and I think Mag wants to try and follow up on that. Nothing there either. Look at these ults, Matt. A lot of them to play with. This fight's about to get a little bit messy. Mag's left right now. We can't use his primal to get away. Checkmate might be thinking about this pulse bomb here to dispatch the Winston, but Mag realizes that discretion is the order of the day. Checkmate looking for some antics there as he double blinks on in. Hydron very low here with a biting grenade there. Couldn't really do too much after that. Checkmate though found that pulse bomb on Krillin, and Mag is sleeping yet again. Sir Margit, the Sandman in every element right now, and oh, he's sick. He is just sick. That is unreal.
And what's so interesting about his playstyle, and when you kind of watch from his POV, like obviously Ana's usually sit pretty much at a distance, but like Surmajet is like in there. You know, he has no problem laying down and battling
defensive assists to Krillin's 3. He has the same number of final blows as Happy, who is the leader right now on the Justice. Krillin sleeps with one. Checkmate. Oh, okay. Like a little bit of unscoped action from Ana, but eventually someone muscles his way through Decay. Oh, Decay! He's on the back cap! And the Mayhem are asleep at the wheel! Oh, no! Decay once more called up to save the day for the Justice.
Then gets a kill on Hydron. I mean, this is mental. Decay trying to qualify for the kickoff clash. So yeah, I mean they're gonna get moving off of this.
Yeah, you're really taken aback by that.
I mean, well, like imagine if the two maps that Washington wins to get in come off of the back of one with a Decay back cap, right? That could send this into OT and they win, right? And then Happy hitting a Helix rocket to somebody before he could pop Primal before he land on the ground. It'd just be wild to qualify in that fashion.
Stop if you heard this one before. Max sleeping there at the start of that fight. Happy's tack claims Sir Marge, but Corn's also trainer. So both teams with other runners presently in this pulse pop.
I think Florida's a bit flustered right now.
Yeah, they're tilted.
I don't think they're tilted. I think they're just kind of like reeling off of that. Of like, oh, you have to double back, then you get the spawn, and then things start to fall apart as Decay makes a sick play there.
All right. Still though, the Justice send Mag in. Here's the case. So here's an example of them sort of converging, but they're fighting different targets right now. So they get nothing. Bionic Grenade is great from Krillin at long range. It's going to force, I think it was Hydron back into spawn, but he gets a Nano Visor here. And he's knocked away. I think that was Mag, maybe knocked him in position to do just this. Wow, Hydron gets a little bit of assistance, a bit of an own goal there by whoever knocked him out of the open. Could have been opener as well. No matter what, Hydron gets a classy little three-piece.
They needed that. They needed somebody to make a play to stop this push, because it looked like it was going to start to snowball, and that snowball starts to go. I mean, it was a Sermajet playing just a battle.
Yeah,
because those snowballs, those carry over into OT, right? No, if they would have rolled that in there, you're still a bit flustered. Would have been tough.
Bionade, no follow-up for the Justice though. Sound Barrier now for the Florida Mayhem. They're looking to go aggressive, and someone has that Primal in play. Who is he looking for? Perhaps Krillin, perhaps a chance to return to the rest of his team, but he went a little bit too deep, and even Private Ryan could not be procured this time around. 4v5. So Marja, they're looking for a Biotic Grenade from an extremely aggressive angle. This could blow up in his face if he's not careful.
Oh,
they spot him.
Yeah,
he's down. All right, little too risky, but the Mayhem
still get the clock to 0.
Playing with house money as well. Classy stuff from Happy there. Someone got blown up. The tack visor for good measure. And yes, the Justice finished the map. But it's anything but imperious, their performance. Doing it overtime.
Yeah, so 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock here for the Florida Mayhem.
Damn, you know what, Matt? That's 2 minutes and 40 seconds more than the Justice have to attack.
It's a fantastic
Pretty
point.
crazy.
I mean, they should put you in the analyst box that they have.
Yep, just doing it all. What can I say?
You better not give away too much analysis. He might be working more. They might start calling you in for the desk. Start saying stuff like that.
I mean, you're acting like they haven't already, man. You know, I'm just fielding all these offers. Just got to turn them down. Got to keep the brotherhood going, you know what I'm saying? Me and you. Me and you forever.
Yeah, your inbox is full of cogwebs, probably. So, the Justice. Also, by the way, we haven't seen like I think at least a week past. We haven't really seen like any draws, right? Because like 2CP was like our largest source of draws.
That's right. Yeah. Obviously, even on King's Row, just because of how hard it is to defend that first point, at least in 5v5, we're not seeing really many at all there as well. So it's possible here. Again, it's a huge amount of time for the Mayhem to even just cycle into some ults and stumble into some kills. So the Justice had best be on their guard.
You think one kill first for the Florida Mayhem is enough?
May well be. I think your chance to win is like 17% in shorthanded scenarios. On average, it may have changed as the data.
Because you also just need that one tick, right? You see at the top of your screen that, you know, a golden arrow. That's all that the Florida Mayhem need to make progress on point A to win this map.
It would be very Justice for the full hold here, to be fair. All right, Happy. Living dangerously, I see. Mag's been taken down. Can they keep someone alive? No, Happy had the Helix rocket cooldown when he needed it, so both teams sends Winston. Well, the Justice have a way to sort of break line of sight here and play back on points, so it shouldn't hurt them too much as Mag will amble back into the fray.
Yep, fight win there for the Justice. Only like 30 or so seconds off the clock here for the Florida Mayhem. They would have been able to keep someone alive, maybe.
Oh no,
that's a sleep!
Oh, he's so good. He's just so good. Sir Margin again, the one that just set that whole thing up. The long range sleep on Happy, who's anything but. Turning that smile upside down.
The soldier up on the high ground, and you have to contest it. This could be nasty.
Yep, Hydron has to back away here from the Winston, but he'll be able to get away, no problem. Krillin falls down on the point in, just the one tick, that's all that's required, and Decay can't get there to contest.
We've had some weird endings of maps in this one.
Yeah, we're running out of adjectives to stay impartial about how we feel about some of these ending scenarios here, but that is going to be the Florida Mayhem, who are able to convert on a very good defense. Like one that eventually breaks apart, but they show us some really good fundamentals. And their understanding, I mean, what a contrast to the previous match, right? It was all Zarya and Reaper. Their understanding of this Winston-based composition is really good.
If they don't win this next map, Washington, Boston is still with a chance tomorrow against Dallas to make it to the kickoff clash, and the Justice would be out.
Yeah,
Unreal.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The Washington Justice, though, they're stepping aside. So will we. Stick around because map 4 is a crucial one in this series. It either goes all the way, or it could get a little bit messy for the Justice. taking a moment to remind ourselves that were it not for that sort of weird last fight in map number 1, this series could well have already been over. Because the Florida Mayhem have shown us that same level of grit, that same level of aplomb that they saw. We saw in map number 1. Even though it didn't go their way, map 2 and 3 looked very good for them. And the Justice are... They're difficult to watch because, frankly, I'm not sure what the overarching game plan is here.
When the Justice are clicking and, you know, things are working out, they're actually awesome to watch. Because, like, they have some sick players on this team. It's just... It seems like there are more moments of it's not exactly clicking and, you know, maybe it's good enough to get by in some teams, but against a team like Florida, who looks to be a team that's trying to push towards the upper echelon in the West, it's just not enough. Where they obviously need to come into this control and win this, or else, there's still obviously a chance to get in, but their fate is no longer in their hands. It's the Boston Uprising.
Yeah, which is never a situation you want to put yourself in, Matt, even if maybe, okay, you don't think it's likely that could happen. We've seen crazier scorelines. We've definitely seen crazier games involving the Boston Uprising.
Dallas plays their subs, right? They hold on to, some strats or something. They don't want to show off some more footage of what they
get
do.
Back Decay after the fractious relationship when he was on the yeah, I'm totally following you. Yeah, they could definitely. I mean, whichever way you slice it, the Justice definitely need to just find one more map. Just bro, it's my Masters promo. One more, bro, please. They look, we're going to control here, so maybe that's a bit more of a good sign for this team, right? Because the fights are a bit more concentrated as well, and we can maybe see the Justice have an easy time finding that coordination that they've been looking for, because they want to play this Winston composition, right? And every time we've ever seen it in the Overwatch League, whether it's in Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2, especially on defense, it's required everyone to be very much on the same page. The Justice use their Tracer in more of a solo flanker role than other teams, so that means sometimes that Decay frankly just isn't there with Mag when it comes to, diving. He's doing something else. He's trying to find a solo kill. So who else is following Mag in if you don't have another dive DPS? Because Happy's sat in the periphery playing Soldier.
Yeah, and they are very prone, it seems, to just having a player drop first, right? We saw Happy drop first a few times in the previous map. The supports have been dove on quite often throughout the series, where, like you mentioned, it puts them so far behind in some of these.
So a good start is what the Justice need to find, because, again, it's the only way they can really sort of shake off the last couple of maps, which at times have been grindy, but at times the Justice have just got utterly blown out. Sumajit, of course, setting up a lot of these successful engagements. Sometimes it's a biter grenade, sometimes it's a sleep dart across the map that catches Happy and everyone just leaps upon him and tears him to shreds. Sometimes it's someone randomly getting a kill on opener when the Justice aren't able to, do any peeling for that Lucio. A lot of glaring issues for the Justice in terms of how they react to the way the pace is set by the Mayhem. And we come out here on Tracer Genji, man. The Justice definitely need to have their wits about them.
Yes, I don't think that's something the Justice would play. This is also a composition that if Florida came out to play it, they're going to play the Soldier. But if Florida did play it, right, puts a ton of pressure on Happy.
All right, here we go. Justice need to keep the series alive here. The Mayhem would love to close the book on it and the Justice. Keep an eye on someone there. He's obviously positioned towards that side room with the Mini. And Decay, well, he's on his dive. Yeah, does he link up here with Mag? How easy is it for Mag to follow this in? He probably can from on the other side of that building, but Decay thinks twice about that.
No, I mean, Mag's on the point. It doesn't look like Mag has any intention to get up to that high ground just now. Decay backs up now to his Winston as they do get Mag with a pulse bomb, and that's going to be Hydron connecting on Decay. Should be good for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, not a great start at all. The Justice now have no threat to the back line, so Magic can play more aggressively. You know how we've noticed him take these more forward angles, right? He wants to get in these fights. He wants to make sure he can guarantee like a multi-Bionade connection, and sometimes that requires him to play more towards his front line. There's another Helix Rocket kill from Hydron, popping off.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 in a row there for Hydron to kick off these fights. You still have nobody in control of the point as so the Florida Mayhem will finally get control as the Justice get off to a rough start.
All right, Pulse Bomb here for Checkmate. Decay lagging behind in a big way. We'll say though, Krillin spent most of this round healing because his team has been getting pummeled, so he at least has a nano boost to dispense. Again, you can see how close the Mayhem want to hold this low room here. It's the only place that Matt can play without while being now line of sight of Soldier 76, so it's a valuable spot to be. He gets hit with another biotic grenade, which is going to slow him up again.
It's so telegraphed, right? I mean, he's just walking directly up towards them and then gets the nano, and they're able to dodge out of the way rather quickly. So Happy gets a kill onto someone. Could be huge here. And Matt gets hit with a biotic grenade, but has Primal, may not even need it. So that'll be 35% for the Florida Mayhem, but Justice clean house.
Yeah, you can see that Decay thought about a Pulse Bomb there at one point, but once they managed to funnel the Mayhem into that small room, he realized immediately that it wasn't going to be necessary at all. That did require Krillin, of course, to use his nano boost, right? So these two Arnas are out of sync in that regard. Florida have built, a lot to work with here. This is going to be a close round at this state, but both the Justice and the Mayhem have a lot of ultimates to throw into the mix. Let's see what kind of Witch's Brew we get.
Surmajed with the nano. Do you nano someone here? Maybe wait for the biotic to wear off and he can go in with it? Or do you give it to Hydron?
Oh, he doesn't have time to give it to Hydron. He got burst by Mac. How? How did that
I also
happen?
think there's a part where you didn't want to nano the wrong person. And if you nano someone there and he ends up not really doing much with it and Hydron's dead, it's a tough situation. His opener actually ends up using his sound barrier, but they lose Krillin.
Yeah,
are they going to be able to turn this? Florida?
They flip the point. The Mayhem flip the point, and now they're going to double down with a tactical visor from Hydron. He gets a nano boost as well. They throw the sound barrier in the mix. They say, we flip the point now. We just stay here. So even short-handed there, Winston, the Mayhem commit, and they get rewarded.
Can they hold it, though? They're going to have to somebody contest until someone gets back as Checkmate thought he was going to go for a pulse bomb on Krill.
He slept!
Besides Nazi.
Oh, he's not happy. I can read those lips. It's the same word twice. Happy loses the nano and the tactical visor because Sir Margit puts him to sleep. He is absolutely livid about that. And wouldn't you be? Checkmate gets in and finds Krillin there, and Happy is just a non-factor in this fight. Wow.
And those sleeps are game-changing, game-winning from Surmajed, and it seems like he's hit a few throughout this series like that. They invested nano and attack visor, and you just put him to sleep. Nobody touched them. Both ultimates go completely down the drain for the Justice, as now they come in with nothing to use.
All right. Can the Justice bounce back from that one? That's a real mental toll that's going to be exacted for sure. Someone to get topped up. Decay gets tickled again. Someone drops. Oh, that's not good. That's not going to help you either, Hydron. Hit with a Bionade. All he can do is shrug. Can the rest of his team step up in his absence? We're now into overtime. The Mayhem might opt to back off the point here. Someone gets rid of Happy. Not sure how he's able to find that. Someone going to be sleeping for the time being, but look at that. Checkmate was in position to get rid of Krillin. Someone eventually falling, but the Justice only have a Lucio to work with right now, and Checkmate has a pulse bomb. Open it, needs to be careful. Playing below eye line. Checkmate is aware that Decay is trying to harass him right now, but he wanted the Lucio so badly. This pulse bomb could still be relevant. Opener's fallen to Hydron, who returns to the fight with a Vengeance, a Nano Boost, and a Helix Rocket. Eliminating Mag here in the Florida Mayhem. They've got the goods. I don't think the Justice can keep this going. A sound barrier to make sure the Mayhem put this away, but again, it's sneaky Decay, isn't it? Getting that overtime, keeping his team in it. But now he actually has to commit. He's got to put his money where his mouth is, and Hydron's hunting for it.
You can't backcap this one, or so you think, as Decay's still alive somehow, as Up Mag gets juggled into the pit. They deal with Decay, as that'll be round number one. Going to the Mayhem. Boston Uprising watching this, stoked about how the Florida Mayhem is playing today.
I don't know how someone got that elimination on Happy in that last fight. It looked like he was 1v4. He was 1v4. Ajax beat. I mean, come on. The poor guy's ears are burning right now. It was the end of the round. Like, what's Opener going to do there?
He's getting dove like crazy. Nothing.
Oh, man.
Nothing he could do.
Ajax, one of the most untold tales of pre-Overwatch leagues in Tier 2. Oh, man. Ask your friends about it. Someone in chat will tell you, I'm sure. Hydra
Widowmaker battle here. This Hydron versus Happy Widowmaker battle could decide the series.
Cut the air with a knife here. Washington. I mean, the prospect of them failing to get 2 maps out of this series is all too apparent to them right now. It's time to dig a little bit deeper. Happy conserving energy by keeping his mouth open right now. Circular breathing, of course. Someone gets ruined. Hydron looking for the Mega. That gets claimed by Decays.
Yeah.
You don't lose these, Decay. You don't lose these. And he gets out alive.
But doesn't even matter. I mean, he wins it. And they still.
Isn't that the story of the Justices series, Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about all those kills that they ended up getting on New Queen Street that kind of went for nothing. So, Checkmate. This is maybe where that makes a difference. Checkmate has to go back and make sure it's coming in. Maggots biotic grenaded and slapped.
Yeah, he got plopped on. Checkmate. Okay, some fisticuffs here. Left, right, good night. So Majid gets involved, gets rid of Krillin. So Majid has, I mean, 3 enemies left, but they've all been huge. 9 defensive assists. Krillin with the 6, but yeah. So Majid instrumental so far. Happy still with only 1 final blow. He really looking for a way to boost his morale and his kill score. Okay, no sleep dart here for Sir Majid.
He hits a shot though, I believe, directly behind him. And look at that, moves right up there with his Winston, looking to make a play.
So aggressive in his positioning, isn't it? But he's there, sends his Winston forward. Someone thinks better of dropping down too early. He's actually looking for Decay, Happy rather, who has that infra sight. So someone has Primal, he'll be able to do this for quite a while. There's a bit of a stall brewing here. Oh, another player! Sir Majid! Absolutely unhinged! He's unreal. Opener can't do a darn thing about it either. Mag able to send Animo careening over the edge as well. But he still can't get anything out of it. Frustration is starting to boil over here for the Justice.
Yeah, they use Primal. They'll have both support ults here. But you're going to have Walls, Primal, and Sound Barrier available for the Florida Mayhem. Depending on when this fight kicks off, it might be the end as well.
Infra side as well is huge for the Mayhem. They have all the info, especially on where Decay is, and he needs another biotic grenade from Sir Majid. Stone Cold Killer, 3 final blows for the Ana here. Absolute MVP performance on the Ana, and Happy, he's just going to pack it in at this point. Back to spawn, Sir Majid, another one. Give him all the kills. Give him a bloody statue on this map. Unreal. The Florida Mayhem turn the Justice into pate.
Man, Florida turns up there at the end. Surajed with a tremendous series from start to finish. If I'm honest with you, that probably should have been a 3-0. Like Washington, you know, they needed some late game heroics and a little bit of luck on their side in map number 1, but the rest of the series was all Florida.
And Sir Majid out of his seat there, just accepting the keys to the city from Miami. My God. Yeah, pretty insane stuff, obviously, over the course of this series. It's nice to have a payoff in terms of, you know, talking about how instrumental the Anas are in a matchup like this, especially when both teams are favoring the Winston comps. So we talk about both DPS from the Florida, the Justice a lot. Problem is, when one was popping off, the other dead quiet. Doesn't matter which permutation of that we saw. This is a low point for the Washington Justice right now. Yes, they can still make it to land, right? Yeah. But here's the problem. There's no Roadhog pick that they can just pick and cheese. They need to solve the fundamental issues in this team.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned the DPS. I'm more worried about, like, you know, the supports, right? Where you're not able to keep them alive. I think that's on them. But then also, like, how impactful like Sir Majid is and other flex supports around the league, right? With the big biotic grenades and sleeps, you know, Krillin doesn't have a chance if he's not able to be kept alive or get the help to be kept alive. So I think they really need to sort that out moving forward. And then their kind of kickoff clash, their tournament hopes lie with the Boston Uprising and the Dallas Fuel.
Now let's talk about our player of the match, Matthew. A player that needs no introduction. The not-so-secret weapon for the Florida Mayhem. So Majid has a really unique style of play. You'll notice that he takes these incredibly aggressive positions, these angles. There was a nano, obviously, to save Hydron's life. Happy received a few of those at times as well. Big lifesaver. Again, a lot of these really long-range sleeps. Biotic grenades to start off these fights. I mean, this one here, that was not the first one Happy ate in that particular map, and it completely unravels you. Because what do? Someone dives in, bubbles the soldier.
There's so many times where Happy had Nano or Visor, one of the two, and he ends up getting slept. And it's just massive. Then what? Sleeps the Nano soldier behind, goes in, then Biotic grenades the other team's tank, and able to keep his team alive. Just a sick overall game from Sir Majed yet again.
And you've got to hand it to this team for being able to scout players like Sir Majid from lesser-known regions, right? You know, what was this guy come out of? Falcons, you know, at one point. Obviously, he's based in the Middle East, right? Getting scouting on many of those players in that region can be really hard to do. And he's not the only player that was plucked out of what we would consider relative obscurity, I guess, onto this team. And now they're making a huge name for themselves. 40% sleep dart success rate is pretty important, right? Especially in terms of controlling Mag. I feel like Mag definitely got shut down in this series. In some senses because, yeah, he wasn't, you know, accompanied by his DPS, but in others because he just, you know, every time he tried to bubble early to sort of preempt a sleep dart from Sir Majid, he sort of gets punished. He can't get any value out of it there. You know, we highlighted this at the start of the series. Having a top-tier Ana right now is the key to success. She is the most powerful support in the game. She's the only support with that hard CC currently, and that's why you need it so badly against these dive-based comps. The Florida Mayhem understand their win conditions with this composition, and they're extremely coordinated. Checkmate not only impresses on the Genji, but his Tracer looks squeaky clean. And the individual, you know, the Justice, unfortunately, right now, are less than the sum of their parts. And it's showing in quite a strong way.
Yeah, the Justice, their roster, though, with the talent they have, should definitely not be a team that needs to wait till the final day and rely on another team to be able to get in. They really need to sit down and kind of get everybody on the same page because we've seen in the past, seasons can spiral out of control here.
A lot to talk about today, Matthew, and of course, to do that for us, we're going to be heading back over to our experts at Watchpoint. Crazy series. Glad we got to witness it. Congrats to the Florida Mayhem. We'll see you guys a little bit later on. For now, though, we're going to pass over to our friends in the truck and have them break down the day that was.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
야 마이크
올려야겠다.
체크 마이크 체크. 나 마이크 이상한데 다들?
안 들려? 야, 라쿠나 말해봐 한 번만. 여보세요? 오케이.
다리! 다리? 다리!
How are you guys feeling about the upcoming match against the Dallas Fuel?
I really like them. I feel good. I want to make them happy.
You want to make them happy?
If we make them happy, then we're losing. So
And that means we're losing, yeah.
Oops.
편하게 해야지.
나 그냥 막 죽을게.
그러면 안 되는데?
죽는 건 안 되긴 해.
Okay, you guys ready?
I'm ready.
안식이 8개월만이라 조금 두근두근거리긴 하네.
그래 내가 지금 딱 그 느낌이라니까. 너무 오랜만에 하는데.
재밌을 것 같은데?
떨리진 않은데 그냥 두근두근거려.
How's my mic? You're closer?
Perfect. It's pretty good, bro.
My exhale, can you hear it?
Only when you want.
야, 뭘 벌써 져. 난 지 생각 없어. 지면 삭발한다.
하긴 이거 이제 녹음대가 있으니까 너 진짜 무조건 박채다.
만약에 형이 박아가지고 진다? 그럼 이제 형 삭발시킨다 내가.
what do you think, Lister, about the upcoming match against the Dallas Fuel?
Me?
Yeah, what do you think?
Nothing.
You have no thoughts?
No thoughts.
No
Just
thoughts run through your brain?
Yeah, I don't have brain.
Thanks. No one could do that in scrims.
nice.
That was disgusting. Don't do that ever again.
That was a perfectly timed Roboto. That was disgusting.
I'm lagging?
Yeah, a little bit, but
It's like half a second, yeah. It's definitely your mic. Robots.
I'm not changing it.
Okay, you don't
Yeah,
have to
you
change
don't have to. No one asked you. Stop being so defensive.
I have to defend my mic. The sound is really good. I can hear all of you guys in real life.
Oh.
Welcome to the post-match interview, everybody. Sorry, I just saw a video of someone doing the dance, so I just had to do it. We have Surmajet from Florida Mayhem for the post-match interview. Surmajet, congratulations on the win. And not only that, you got picked for player of the match as well. So how do you feel right now?
Thank you. I mean, I feel great, honestly. So proud of my performance and our team. It's such a great feeling. I'm looking forward for Dallas. Since we qualified.
I mean, even before, right, in talking about qualification, you guys are now in for the Kickoff Clash tournament. You guys will be going to Dallas. I do want to ask because Chorong from Toronto Defiant yesterday said in his post-match interview that he really wants to break the Dallas Fuel. Like that's the team that Toronto Defiants really want to like win against. I was just wondering, Surmajet, do you have a personal team that you not only want to beat but like break?
I mean, probably Shock, because they didn't lose any game, right? So, I guess Shock is like my pick.
If you could, I don't know. That's your pick, okay. If you could, I don't know, for your match, I don't know if you can see the future, but like, you wanna go against the Shock. What do you think the score is gonna be against the Shock?
I mean, I don't know. I can't tell honestly, but it's gonna be a close match and good match. They're a really good team, so
But if it's a close match, then that's not a breaking. You can't break the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, but they didn't lose any games, so like we break the win streak.
I don't know where I'm going with this. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Surmajet. All right. Last question. I mean, you are, I think, one of the I guess the top rookie Ana players that we have in the league. Is there another Ana player that you really look up to that we in the Overwatch League?
Probably. I don't know actually. I have no one. Just looking at myself.
No one?
No one.
Oh, okay. So you. Oh, I love that. So you are the best Ana player. Is that what you're saying? Is that the takeaway?
I mean, I hope so, but there's like a good few rookies. There's like Fen and UV. There's like my rookies competition, so probably them. Fen and UV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fen and UV Ultraviolet. All right. Turmajed, thank you. Sorry for having. I feel like I was the only one having a lot of fun for this interview, but thank you so much for your time, and hope to see you in Dallas.
Thanks, Danny. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much to Sir Majet. I had a blast during your interview.
Jenny, you good?
It's okay.
Danny's like trying to form all these narratives of like, why do you hate the San Francisco Shock? Why do you hate Finn?
You know what it was? You know what it was? I think it was the someone dancing thing that got me. I went into a different zone.
Yeah, I noticed. No, but
sorry, everybody.
No, I think it's great.
Though. It's funny.
Everything goes in the post show. Also, what was that demon growl? Did that come from Johnny? Was it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Was it Johnny or Siri?
That was my dog. Sorry, I muted. And, I don't think the broadcast heard it.
Though. No, really?
Oh, did they not? Because I heard it.
I heard it very loud.
I thought we skipped into another dimension right there. I was like, wow.
Yeah. I'm being embarrassed over here.
It was a long day, everyone. It's all right, Orange Johnny.
Orange Johnny.
We're not mad. But actually, we are mad and upset. And
I don't know.
Did you just over it already?
Yeah,
okay, that's fine.
Just erased from my head.
Well, in that case, we don't even want to talk about it. But I'm sure you want to talk about it because you were right and we were wrong. And I'm going to give you 3 minutes in the sun.
Yeah, well, I think Matt did a great job and Mitch did a great job throughout this match, sort of highlighting a lot of the big issues we see within the Washington Justice. On this first map, you saw the strength of the Washington Justice when Decay has space to move. When he was moving around, had that ability to shoot, that ability to flank. The Washington Justice feels very free-flowing and it makes sense. But as soon as it felt like Decay had too much pressure on him, he wasn't able to move around the map. The Washington Justice strategy just seems to fall through the cracks. There's no rhyme or reason of what they're doing, and if they do something, it's so telegraphed and it's so obvious that the Florida Mayhem don't have to do a lot to counter it. I do want to give massive props to the Florida Mayhem. They played cleanly, as exactly like we expect them to. They're great players making big names for themselves, but you can tell that they're very well coached as well in their strategies, the structures that they're going. And a special shout out to Sir Majet. That was a bonkers performance. After that interview, I also believe that he is probably one of the best Annas that we have in the league, performing to this level on the Florida Mayhem. So excited to see more of him. Washington Justice, though, they're close to not making the kickoff clash. Tomorrow there is a clinching situation with the Boston Uprising. They don't make the kickoff clash, I said, that would be a massive failure for them, and they need to start looking at how to fix these issues and not just relying on their superstar players to have superstar individual performances every match.
Yeah, I mean, they've treated the entire game like a single-player adventure kind of thing, and that ain't working for the Overwatch League and for Overwatch in general.
Mitch and Matt also said that, even if they do make it, they're worried. I think people are worried because if they play like this and if there's not that much team synergy, in the kickoff clash tournament, it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah.
So what's the fix? Just talk more, communicate better, have a proper. Do you feel like there is a strategy in place, or is there strategy? Hey, DK and Happy, you go and pop off. Like, is that?
What answers for the Washington Justice? I think Johnny had a lot of great answers for how to fix the Washington Justice, right, Johnny?
Oh yeah, that was just yesterday.
I mean, oh my goodness. I think I forgot to turn my mic on or something. It's chaos over here. I don't know what's happening in the box. I'm losing it. But yes, the Washington Justice. I've talked extensively about this team. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I was going to predict Washington Justice going into this match, and then I saw that Mag was in the starting lineup, and I was just like, I can't deal with this anymore. Like, I really can't. I can't deal with Mag Winston anymore. But I sort of feel like the Washington Justice, they're in a similar position of like the Houston Outlaws, where they're like, well, we play Winston, and that's what we do. Like Houston are like, we play Doomfist, and that's what we do. So they're not really in this position going into the kickoff clash where you can fully commit to doing something different. Because I wanted to see the Kali Zarya. I'm over seeing this Mag Decay dive trying to come through. I don't think that Mag's playstyle on the Winston, I think he has to reiterate on that. And like, relearn that hero a little bit to be more aggressive and try to set the pace a bit more rather than just like these default like kind of slow jumps. He tries to go aggressive sometimes with the decay, but I think he has to unlock something new in his Winston play to really alleviate the pressure you have on decay to always pop off and always perform all the time. Because I think the playstyle sets a bad precedent for the rest of your team and setting yourself up poorly for some of these fights. So I'd like to see this team just step away from Mag for a little bit. He was part of the roster last year. I think he was part of why they struggled last year on the Wrecking Ball. So like this is a pretty big history now. This is a pretty big amount of data we have from several Washington Justice matches where Mag has been a bit of a problem. Similarly on Wrecking Ball last year. So I say Washington Justice next stage, I would just fully commit to Kalios as your tank. Try to sort of like relearn who you are as a team, like find yourself anew, because you have plenty of parts of this roster that aren't like determined by Mag's play. Opener and Krillin, they're new to this team. Happy comes into this team this season, he's new to this team, and so unleash these pieces a bit. You know, it's only been like 6 matches. You have the kickoff clash ahead of you. Maybe they surprise us, maybe they don't, but allow yourself to rediscover yourself a little bit before it gets too late in the season. Because if you mess up next stage, I mean, you spent half the season and it's very hard to like become a new team and really to like reinvigorate yourself and who you are. So I just say next stage, commit to Kalios, see what happens, see if you can learn something from it, because by the time playoffs come around, you want to know who you are, and right now the Washington Justice, they're lost. They're just lost and they don't know who they are as a team and what they should do to get some of these wins.
Well, let's actually take a look at the standings, the updated standings as we are right now, because still there are a few questions which need answered. Now, the Mayhem have, of course, risen into the top with this performance. Now, the Outlaws, they have clinched themselves into the kickoff clash.
In the top 4,
in the top 4 right now, but they're not clinched in the top 4. They're not in the top 4. They just currently sit in the top 4. Oh. But they're not. Their placement is not determined yet, right? So that still depends on the matches tomorrow. So yeah, don't look at the order just yet. Okay. Now, Washington Justice, they needed 2 map wins to clinch for sure in that top 8, which they obviously have not done, and that means that their entire beings will now depend heavily on the Boston Uprising game against
Dallas Fuel. If they 3-0 the Dallas Fuel, if Boston Uprising 3-0s the Dallas Fuel, they're in the kickoff clash. It's that easy. Just beat the Dallas Fuel 3-0.
Okay.
Yeah. Simple. And if not, then Washington is in.
Then Washington.
Oh, if not, okay.
Yeah, So either Boston or Washington, but that means that Boston's fate is entirely in their own hands, which is always good. Yeah. That's always extra motivation, I think.
Just 3-0 Dallas Fuel, easy.
Exactly. Just win a game. It's that easy, or so we think. Anyway, I want to go to greener pastures now because I'm just still a little salty about that Washington game, which is fine. It hurt, but other things are uplifting. Other things always make us smile, and that's why those make it into our best of the day. Yay! And my best of the day is that we actually unfortunately missed it a little earlier today. We got a birthday boy amongst the ranks today, and that is Admiral. It was a tweet. Unfortunately missed it. We didn't see it in time. But what a great way to celebrate!
Happy birthday, Admiral!
Happy birthday from all of us. 1 year older and so much wiser, and a W in the bag.
Right.
I mean, can a birthday get any better?
Well, yeah, it can always.
No.
Sorry, no, sorry, it can't get better. Of course.
Fine.
I want to know what Costa does for his birthdays.
Costa.
Yeah, when it gets to my birthday, I'll show you guys. I'll beat the Dallas Fuel.
The bouncy castle.
Beat the Dallas Fuel.
I mean, you've been part of the Dallas Fuel when they beat themselves a lot, so yes.
Yeah, I'm experienced at that. So I've had a birthday on the Dallas Fuel, so I know what it feels like.
Okay.
Yeah. So for my best of the day, I actually can't remember what my best of the day. I did it, Danny.
Sleep dart. Did you have a sleep dart in yours?
Oh yeah, I had a sleep dart. So here's what happened. On Iconboulder, we had a very cool sleep dart, and this was really funny because I thought this was so funny because Pelican, the Houston Outlaws, did talk a lot in an interview talking about how, they were very confident against the Paris Eternal. So this felt very ironic to me that Pelican got slept off the map and ended up getting a sleep dart kill, and I just thought this was really funny because I always, as a support player, I love it when someone gets slept and falls off the map. So it's just a guilty pleasure of mine.
Yeah, no, there is some joy to be had from that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the lower third means, and I can't. I'm also very tired.
Get out of
right
here.
Get out of here.
But get out of here. Like Paris.
All right, okay. Wow. And Jonathan, you're next.
Also good. That lower third is my best of the day. No, but seriously, I picked my best of the day even before any of today's matches played out. I mean, there were so many good things that happened in today's matches, so there's certainly more than this one. But I picked one going into today from APAC, because this charge from Guangzhou in APAC against the Guangzhou Charge. No Zarya, and he just like perfectly times this charge. Off the map you go. Great counter. He gets slept also. Like he doesn't even have to cancel the charge, but he gets slept by far away at the perfect moment to drop the Zarya off the map. So there's so many beauties to this. Like one could see this as like far away, like killing his own Zarya by sleeping Guangzhou. All kinds of stuff. You could read into it. But Guangzhou, I do feel like Guangzhou, he is one of these players in APAC who is currently sort of like reshaping his reputation as a player and starting a bit of a new narrative here in Overwatch 2. Because this is a guy who like came onto the scene in like 2018 and people were like, oh my god, this guy's crazy on Winston. He's popping off, one of the best Winstons in China. But since then, Hangzhou Spark, they've been a bit in flux. You know, there are some problems with the roster, the coaching staff, etc. Right? So I feel like Guangzhou's reputation as such has been damaged. And now in Overwatch 2, he's refining himself. What are you guys laughing about? I'm talking about Guangzhou here. I love him as a player. Okay.
Guangzhou Charge. Guangzhou Charge.
All right. I see what you guys are talking about. But yeah, I like Guangzhou popping off this year. He started a bit rough, you know, couldn't win a map. So far at the start of the season, it was all about Bernard, but at this point, you know, it's getting some nice Reinhardt gameplay in, and you know what they say, an apple a day and you frag like Guangzhou. So
who says that, Johnny?
Who says that?
Well, henceforth it will be said. That's for sure.
Yeah, every time.
Okay.
Danny, any wisdom for us?
Yeah, my best of the day. I mean, I saw Johnny's best of the day, and I was like, oh, I might, you know, I'm too lazy. I'm gonna copy his homework. I mean, Johnny always copies everyone's homework, so I copied his.
Also true, yeah.
My best of the day is also from APAC. We've seen a lot of great plays from like Widow, Tracer, but Ashe, we're gonna see a very clean MN3 Ashe play right over here. Throws a bomb. Dynamite shot, coach gun into the echo, and then gets a kill. I thought that was a perfect, clean Ashe play. We're gonna see it one more time because it's just so beautiful. That shot was really good too, but right here, it's like a combo, wombo combo. Boom, boom.
There's so many levels of complexity to that. I would have missed the first dynamite. Yeah, when I threw the bomb, I would have like thrown the dynamite, missed it, and then tried to like panic shoot it for the next like 7 bullets. And then probably died. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, MN3. We talk a lot about Zest, but I think MN3 is also a fantastic player.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's a nice one,
It's always hard when you have like
day.
several really great players in a roster, because one is always going to be in the shadows of the other.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's good to shine the spotlight on everything we see. Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much, Reinforce. Thank you, Costa, I guess. I mean, you kind of forgot you. So
yeah,
don't we show the prediction stuff at the end of the day these days?
I was so happy.
We're just gonna end it here.
Not yet. We're going to show predictions again once I caught up.
No, we're done. No, we're done. Why do you want to see predictions again? We already saw it multiple times.
He's just really happy
I
with
just wanted to ask Danny why, you know.
I'll give you that one, and that's fine. But for now, I can give you a graphic, though, if you want a graphic. How about a schedule?
Sure.
Schedule, anyone?
Okay.
Love schedule.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the schedule. Absolutely love schedules. So here's a schedule from the East.
Wow.
Huzzah. We're going to have Seoul Dynasty taking on the Shanghai Dragons, followed by the what was that?
Tigers and Dragons?
Yeah, true. Oh.
Crouching
nice.
Tigers?
Yeah, and which one is it? The Hidden Dragons?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, anyway.
Anyway, we're going to have our Panda squad going up against the Valiant, and last but not least, the Philadelphia Fusion will take on the Spark. So we're going to have some interesting matches on that side as well.
They're really good matches. Like, there's a lot of storylines that go on there, and this is also the last night of matches before they finish out their bracket as well.
Right.
Exactly.
Kickoff Clash.
With a few less teams, of course, to qualify for their Kickoff Clash. Now let's take a look at the Western region. Here is our schedule for Sunday, followed, of course, by the selection show, which is hopefully going to be juicy. We're going to have the Boston Uprising trying their best against the Dallas Fuel, and if they win this one, they might get themselves into the Kickoff Clash. But they do need 3 maps. 3-0, that's what it needs to be. So let's see if they can get it done, or if Washington Justice can keep their hopes alive. And according to Jonathan Reinforce Larson, it's easy to go up against the Dallas Fuel. That's a quotable. Stirring some more drama for you, Johnny. Yeah,
I've always beaten the Dallas Fuel when I've
been
played
active
them.
on Twitter today. You're picking those fights. I like that.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
All of us. Fantastic. No, but it's been a fantastic game of Overwatch, day of Overwatch. I'm honestly so tired that I can't speak English anymore. That's very unfortunate. However, it's been a blast. We kicked things off with an amazing game between the Atlanta Reign as well as the London Spitfire, and it just went up from there. So honestly, my brain is fried, but I'm very satisfied with everything we got to see.
Great games.
So 2 more games in the Western region to be played out before we can lock in all the teams for sure for our Kickoff Clash. It's going to be an amazing time. I can't wait for all of the action, and it's going to be back, of course, again tomorrow, same time, same place. You don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again for the Watchpoint pre-show tomorrow.
GG's, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.